collective deep breath. Yay!
We're live. All right, we are live, everyone.
The thoughts that you allow to become routine in your mind can significantly affect the way you are showing up for yourself, your relationships, your career, and your aspirations. Making it a habit to prioritize positive thoughts over negative thoughts can help to boost confidence and to grow favorably in the areas you find challenging in your life. An affirmation is a positive statement to yourself that you focus on with great intention. You can write it down, say it out loud, or silently meditate upon it. Furthermore, you can practice these mindset boosters at any time, anywhere, and for various situations. It may be that you want to stop procrastinating about that big idea that you go to bed and wake up with on your mind every day, right? Perhaps you need to upgrade your productivity so that your time and energy is optimally spent. You may be seeking to better control your negative feelings. You want to master those feelings because they are not serving you. Anger, frustration, jealousy. You want to improve your self-esteem and raise your confidence. All the things, right? While affirmations alone will not bring about change, consider them a step towards that change. Practicing affirmations daily will help you to paint a mental image that represents the change you desire. And by doing this, you can shift your mindset from negative to positive, from cannot to will, from maybe to am, from impossible to limitless. Affirmations are most effective when they are written specifically for you, which makes sense because the point is to address the concerns that are uniquely yours and the personal goals that you are setting for yourself. Today, I offer some gentle, general affirmations as a tool to nudge you towards a better mood, a more positive outlook. Let us honor who you are, honor where you are, and believe that you are worthy of the positive changes you desire for yourself. Here are some affirmations for self-confidence, healing, and motivation. I am worthy of love. I am happy and grateful to be alive. My past does not define me. I am able and willing to learn. I open my heart to the blessings that come to me. I am stronger than any negative experience that I have had in my life. A day above ground is a good day. I am becoming a better person. And I welcome the ways that I am growing and leaning into joy. I admit that I have work to do, and I can handle the truth to meet whatever lies ahead. Obstacles in my path are opportunities to become more agile. I know what I want. I want to spread my wings and soar freely. I recognize the feeling of self-doubt, so I take a deep breath and I release it completely when I exhale. I am strong and I can overcome anything. I choose to treat every situation as an opportunity to grow and heal. With every breath I take, I allow more thoughts that are inspiring, uplifting, and encouraging to enter my mind. With every breath I release, I remove all negative thoughts from my mind. I am important and I matter. My life has meaning and purpose. I release all emotional barriers and welcome healing. I am worthy of love. I may make mistakes, but I remain hopeful that I can bounce back. I am strength. I am courage. I am perseverance. I welcome the support from those that love me and accept their encouragement to see me heal, move forward, and win. The more I become love, the more I can provide others with an abundance of love and kindness. Life is beautiful and precious, and I take nothing for granted. I am grateful for the big things. I'm grateful for the little things. I am grateful for all things. I am here a state of worry, frustration, and dejection into the realm of hope, possibility, and determination. I am stronger than I was yesterday, and today will bring me closer to my goals. I am confident in the brightness of my future. I feel no embarrassment that I'm not where I want to be. I will get there eventually. I have the power to make better decisions. I choose to focus on solutions to my problems. How others may wish to judge me is not my concern. I am at peace with who I am and who I am becoming. Everything is going to be all right.
We are back.
Hello, welcome everyone. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the third day of the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. How are you guys doing? I hope you enjoyed that wonderful video that we had by one of our wonderful speakers, Kima Seeley, who just loves to do affirmations. David, GT, how are you guys doing? What's going on? These are my co-hosts for today as well.
What's up, Jen? David, how are you?
Glad to be here, man. Glad to be here.
David, your video's off.
Well, I tried, but it said that.
Oh, let's see. And you're muted. Having some issues. Technical difficulties.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Got you.
Yes.
So today is day 3 of the Healing Motivational Summit. And today I have a special guest with me, my daughter, Vishana. Because today's first half of the summit is dedicated to kids, I had my daughter join me. She's going to be reading some of my books that I've written. And GT and David, you are both authors as well. David, you are an entrepreneur. You wear many hats. So I want to just pass it along to both of you to just do a quick intro to let everybody know who you are and why you're here.
All right, GT, you can go first. No, I'm just kidding. First of all, I want to say this experience with the summit has been fun, has been really, really fun and awesome. Just seeing the different, everybody's different talent, man, that I did not know about. So it definitely gave me some new people to look at for sure. So I wanted to get that out the way before I introduce myself. So my name is David. I'm also in New York, much like Jennifer. I'm in Queens right now, but I do have 5 books out. I have 2 more that are on the way, and then I have another one that I'm working on as we speak. I also am a podcaster as well. I have my own show called the Be Your Own Hero Show, which stemmed from Jennifer calling me the Superman of Clubhouse, and I have worn that as much as I can until I can't wear it no more. So I just took that into the stratosphere. So I do have a podcast show as well called the Be Your Own Hero Show, where I invite people on that have been much like myself and anybody that can relate to this, but have been underestimated, counted out, overlooked, told that they wouldn't be anything. We're told that they should just settle. And much like myself, they did not do that. They decided to kind of bet on themselves. And so I invite people on my show that have those type of backgrounds. I'm also in the perfume space. I'm starting to get into the fragrance space as well. That has been a hidden gem until recently. I have an Instagram with that in mind called @theperfumemogul, that I'll be posting a bunch of like fragrance stuff and different quotes and things like that that resonate with me in the perfume space. But I didn't start off doing any of that. I started off wanting to make things work in the corporate world. I have a strong background in retail, and that was my plan initially. My initial plan was to work during the day while I do my creative stuff at night. That was my plan. And I kept running into this this roadblock of as much as I wanted that to be my plan, I would only have a job for maybe 6 months to a year, despite wanting to work both, wanting to make both work. And that's when I really started to, for those who don't know, I do believe in God and higher power. And so I would ask God, the universe, the powers that be, whatever name you'd like to put on it, what am I supposed to do? What is my calling? What am I passionate about? And then that's when I was introduced to blogging. I started off because before I got into the book space, I blogged first because I wanted to be comfortable with the notion of writing a book. So I wrote about 40 blogs. And then once I got to blog number 40, I fell in love with just being expressive, and that there's really no limits to how you can express yourself and which way you choose to do that. And so blogging spiraled into book writing, which spiraled into podcasting, which spiraled into a bunch of other stuff. So if it wasn't for friends at the time that had put the bug in my ear to write a book, I wouldn't have done it when I did. I'm sure I would have done it eventually, but I wouldn't have done it at the time when I did do it.
Right.
And so
and there's no good or bad time to write a book. And you are constantly writing. You have so many books that you've written, and you're like a serial writer or author, right? Is that what you call it? You're constantly all over the place, which is one of the reasons why we definitely teamed up to bring you on board today, because it's the kids section, and we have so many books. I know you're going to be doing a reading later, and I know GT is on board with us as well. GT, tell us a little bit about you and what's up with you, and how many books do you have? I know you have a new book coming out as well. And then we're going to talk a little bit about resilience and superheroes, because today is all dedicated to kids. GT, David, and myself have launched a really cool project that we want to tell you all about that is specifically for kids. And we want to give you a little background of how this sort of works for kids and how we can help them gain resilience and gain the courage to overcome adversity. So with that, GT, I'm passing it along to you.
Right on, Jen. Thank you. David, tough to follow the Superman act. So anyway.
Yeah, it is, right? Superman and Clubhouse over here.
No, it's not. Y'all do just fine. No, it's not.
Anyway, so my name is Garnet Thompson, aka GT, on Clubhouse and on social media. I am a leader in the health and wellness industry. I'm also an author of 2 books. First book is called 2020 Vision Dreams, and it's out and available on Amazon. So be sure to pick up a few copies. And I also have another book that's coming out in January. It's a children's book. It's my first children's book, and it's called Why the Bricklayer Smiles. So stay tuned to figure out and find out why the bricklayer smiles. So briefly, my background: I was born in Jamaica. I was raised by my grandparents. I heard my father's voice for the first time when I was 27 years old. And that conversation really, really changed me incredibly. It made me realize that no matter how tough that dream is, or how much impossible it seems, with the right help, with the right persistence, the attitude, and people around you, you can make those dreams possible. So for me, those 3 key pieces are the key to fulfilling what we want to do in life. So persistence, attitude, network of support. That's briefly about me. Jennifer, you talked quickly about the project we're working on, the Authors League. So I'm really excited to work with both you and David on that. We're going to be doing some phenomenal things to help to nurture and inspire our youth to bring out their resilience and their superhero level of confidence and resilience. So I'll let you speak a little bit more about that, and then we can have that chat back and forth about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Authors League is something that we all came up with, after meeting each other, and we all authors. We've written a couple books, and we decided to do something for the kids specifically. Everybody needs help building resilience. Everybody faces adversity and challenges, but kids of all ages do face the same things. And as being in the community, we wanted to make sure we provide a platform to help them learn and encourage, writing and reading and being able to become authors as well, because there's so much uncovered talent out there, and we want to be able to encourage them and promote that talent amongst them. So one of the things that we're looking for are, we do have an option where we can have some authors join the Authors Club. The first 10 profiles will be complimentary, actually. So if any authors are out there listening and you want to be a part of the Authors League, you can just let us know. And the first 10 authors that reach out to us will actually have a complimentary profile as well. One of the things we're going to be launching are some writing workshops between myself, GT, and David, as well as some of the other authors who come on board as part of the Authors League. And we will be doing some workshops as well, where we're going to have, they can come out and express their creative talents and things like that. So it's really just a platform to help children like my daughter, who likes to write and likes to read. She loves to dance. She loves to do a lot of different things. It'll give them the opportunity to really excel and to showcase their great talents and expertise. So I'm so excited about this project, GT and David. I know we've been working really hard. And one of the things about the three of us is that when we met, we instantly connected, and we just started coming up with these ideas. The synergy between us three was just crazy, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Go ahead, David.
Go ahead, JT.
All right. So now I was just gonna say, so like the way that we interact, it's genuine. There's this genuine connection we interact with. We vibe, we have fun. At the same time, we're working to make a difference in the lives of our youth, right? So just imagining that our youth are able to harness all of their superhero levels of their superpower, whatever that is. It could be courage, it could be hope, it could be willpower, whatever that is. If it's something else, to be able to bring their talents and skills to bear, right? So I don't know. I think we're each going to talk about what our superpowers are as far as those traits. So maybe we'll let Superman go first to dive into what he is, and then we'll
Oh
go
man,
around.
well, I gotta go first. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so if we're all gonna be known for something, I feel like I would definitely cover the willpower part of it. Because for those that don't know, I am type 2 diabetic, and then I do have mild autism on top of that. And one of the things that I used to struggle with was being expressive, or at least so I thought, right? I thought that I struggled with being expressive until I found myself in the right group of people. And then once I was in the right group of people, you couldn't shut me up. I could go all day if I'm in the right group of people. And what I learned from that is that there's nothing wrong with being quiet. It just means that you're protecting your energy. And I think that being quiet gets a negative connotation. People think that being quiet means that you don't have a voice, you're very meek. And so as I went on to find my own voice, that's just something that I just disagreed with. And so once I learned that quiet is more so protecting your energy, it's not a weakness, it's actually a strength, because you can kind of pick up on who means you well and who doesn't. That's when I really started to tap into like the writing part and just really just fall in love with being expressive. But being mildly autistic made that difficult for me to do, because I felt like nobody around me at that time could relate to my message or what I was trying to say, right? And so once I connected with people that really saw through that I'm not just quiet all the time, that's when I was able to just be Superman. That's when I was just able to just be Superman. So yeah, I feel like I cover the not to be long-winded, but I feel like I cover the willpower part. So willpower,
I agree. I definitely second that one, David, because when I heard your story and I learned about you, and you just have this character to just keep going on and on and on and just keep going for your dreams. And you have so many creative ideas. And I know when we sit down and think about things, you're like this. So I definitely second that. you have a creative mind and you definitely have the wits to go after it. So I appreciate that. That's awesome. For me, I know, so I'm the Wonder Woman, right? So for me, I know Wonder Woman has the shield. So I was just talking to my daughter about this. I'm like, she has the shield. So for me, the shield is kind of the way that I protect myself, and I'm able to deflate sort of the negative energies, but yet bring in the positive energies and use that shield to really build my strength and my character. You know, for those of you who've been on for the last 2 days, you have heard my story that when I was diagnosed with Parkinson's at a young age, that's something that really hit me pretty hard, especially being a young mom with a family and a career ahead of me. And one of the things that I had to build was strength, and I needed that shield. That shield truly helped me to be able to get rid of everything around me that was toxic and negative, and it was able to help me just really bring in that and embrace that positive energy and just help me to build my strength so I can take care of my family. And as my daughter is sitting next to me, you know, she's a perfect example of that, because she also emanates that strength within me. So that's what I think that my superpower is to use that shield as my shield of strength.
That's awesome, definitely. And for me, I rounded out with being Green Lantern with the ring, the superpower ring that gives you the light. So for me, it's that light of persistence, shine that light through any kind of dark, challenging situations. So for me, that developed in my days of youth, going through that non-traditional upbringing in order to make sure that I could persist all the way through those challenges. So that's what, for me, it's that light shining through that darkness with that superpower. So Green Lantern is how I round out the trio.
I love it. And so, and I think one of the messages that we want to get across today to everybody listening, especially to the younger generation, to the community, is that you can have all these great superpowers, no matter who you are, where you are in life, or whatever you are facing. Children, everybody of all ages, young adults, have the ability to have these superpowers within them, and it is within them. It's about really trying to pull it out and embrace it. And that is why the Authors League was formed, to help children and young adults be able to find those great characters and those superpower heroes that lays within them. And, you know, we're just so excited to be able to do this project together. And since we're all authors, you'll be hearing from us later on. GT is going to be reading some of his books. My daughter is going to be doing some of my books, and David's going to be reading some of his books as well. So with that, I want to just say thank you, David and GT, for joining me today on the third day of the Healing Motivational Summit. And we look forward to an amazing lineup of speakers and performers coming up. And with that, we have an amazing new performer. IPC was actually with us yesterday. I think you both did you both see his performance? He was amazing, right?
I did.
Absolutely,
I did
absolutely.
see it. I thought it was great, man. I if he has like anything out, I'm gonna go buy it if it's not out yet. So yeah, I did see it.
You're on mute, Jen.
Jennifer, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
You know, I'm telling you, this is like the 10th time today. I don't know what's going on with the mute, but I said a lot of great things just now, and I gotta remember what I said. Well, I was saying IPC was here yesterday, and he had such a dynamic performance, and we just really wanted him to come back to do something great for the kids. And today we have a great lineup of performers and speakers. IPC is just one of them. So with that, IPC, welcome to the stage, and GT and David, thank you for kicking off the summit with me.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Definitely.
Here.
What's happening, Jennifer and the refresher and David Williams? And I finally get to meet my doppelganger, Kendall Myers. I've been representing you. I've always wanted to be Kendall Myers. So it was a manifestation of dream come true. And hello, Garrett, and hello, Christina and Laura and Lakia, who's connecting to the audio. Been connecting to audio for like 30 minutes. But I just like to take my little time here, and I have a grand passion for working with children. My master's degree in college that I barely made it through, but I made it through. I have a master's degree in education, emphasis of fine arts and technology. And I did a thesis all about how technology and the arts are not subjects. They're vehicles to nurture lifelong learning and curiosity and imagination, and educate you guys on a little bit of my Apple computer background. I learned at Apple Computer that the actual term we use to describe this amazing technology, we call it computers, and that's actually not the proper term, especially for to tap into our great vast resource in all of us called creativity. And basically, computation is one of the things the computer does. I think they named it the computer because the first PC and microcomputer companies, personal computers, right, were all made as business machines. Because also something I learned that Apple computers, why the personal computer was so revolutionary, is because before that, a businessman, a small business person, or could not account for more than $10,000 going in and out. So just a little nugget of information of why it's such a revolutionary technology. And the real name, actually, I learned in the futuristic group when I was working at Apple under the late great Steve Jobs, is it's a logic machine, because it really doesn't do anything without our incredible humanity and our creativity. And so I just wanted to share a book. I'm running out of these. I crowdsourced this book a couple of years ago, and I basically asked my audience on twitch.tv what they like to see from it. And they said a book, and I was like, a book? I want to make animations. I want to make movies. But they were like, you show us so much visual art on my art stream over there on twitch.tv/ipaintcreatures that they said put together a book. And I'm currently working on an epic story that's like Star Wars, that's like Lord of the Rings, like Harry Potter, like Tales of Narnia. And it's basically based in my Japanese heritage, which it employs yokai creatures, and yokai creatures are Japanese folklore creatures. And and I go back to the original model of that, and I use what are called classic yokai that were created from storytellers and poets from the 1600s and beyond. And I also invent them myself. So this book is called Symphony, and you can see it's I Paint Creatures way of doing things. Like, I just jam pack it. Has sketches, paintings, drawings, and poems and stories from the great world of Matsu. And Matsu comes from a concept of, I got the incredible opportunity to work face to face with George Lucas, and two concepts he hired me for were to explore what interactive storytelling or interactive films would be like, and a concept called multi-platform storytelling. And so that's what Matsu is all about. Matsu is an acronym. It stands for Making Art Together, Supporting Unity. And it's also modeled after things like the musical band, the Gorillaz. And so I expect this story to go on long after I'm gone and entertain a lot of people and inspire people. And it has a graphic novel in the back of the first story. And what separates this great epic from all those ones I mentioned, it has no physical war anymore. And the creatures are all into what I call the mass instruments of creativity. So that's a symphony. I think there's like 60 of them left. There's 500 of them all over the planet. And it's a great, fantastical book, and children love it. I've been working on my new project this week with the fourth graders and teenagers, and I showed them, and it really inspires them. And it's not a normal book. It's not like it's just a storybook or something you toss by. I think it's a resource for getting your imagination going and thinking outside of the box. So I thought I would present to you, since it is the Children Hour, right? I also make children's books, and they're also in the realm of Matsu, the grand story Matsu. Matsu is set in fantasy, sci-fi, and manga. And mainly manga, because that's my Japanese heritage. And the story I was going to tell you today is on Amazon, and it is called Where It's At. And just to kind of give you some insider information, it's IPC's version of how I would tell The Cat in the Hat. But it's all based in my story and my original characters, and of course my poetry. And so this is called Where It's At, and it's basically stars the main character in my story named Shigin, and it's kind of an autobiography. Shigin is probably 9 or 10 or 11 years old, and he lives in San Francisco Bay Area in the early 90s. And he grew up, his father just mysteriously disappeared, which goes into deeper into the story of Matsu. But currently he lives on Lombard Street, which is pretty much the steepest and the most windiest street in the world. It's a pretty intense to drive up in a car because you're almost 45 degrees up at some points. And of course I made it up, but he lives in a pretty high-tech house, as you can see, because his mother is an inventor in the Silicon Valley. But where it parallels my life is he went to the hospital and they basically said he was going to die, and they had a disease. They didn't know how to cure anything, but he's a painter and a poet, and like I am, and he basically started painting and telling stories of this magical creature world, aka my name, I Paint Creatures. And so then eventually he taps into the creature world, and I'm really employing that thing of multi-platform storytelling. So this is from Matsu, but it would be like a side story, and this is called Where It's At, and it introduces Kabuto the Bro. So here we go. It was a wind-rolling, cloud-riding Frisco day. And at the end of summer, as Mom left us and had to work late night at the high-tech firm designing 10K touchscreen displays, you see, Ryo and Taiko and I had the whole house to explore and play, as we still sat in between worry and wonder, just thinking about sinking down under with nothing to do but watch the sun go down, bored and depressed and just waiting around. Then, without a knock or a ring, a sense of playful ruckus started to shake up everything. With a dash of golden sparkles and magenta heart-like glow appeared the one and only Matsu yokai creature, Kabuto the Bro. And with the latest of inker painter cap fashion, bright and colored as painter's imagination, with a honk and a tapping and drop rhythm, he smiled and said, "What's happening?" As popsicle pens and fountain paint water faucets gave way to stairways that led into Kabuto's painted poetic music, all stored in his inker painter's cap. And that's where the magic is at. It's stored in that hat like a magic bean sack. The magic be your imagination's thought, what you got that can't be bought. It's what all of us possess inside. And this is what keeps Kabuto inspired to keep creating and invents the only one and only IPC hats alongside the painted IPC snapback. You know, they are famous for storing those happy thoughts for times when life gets rough and feelings a little off and caught up on the snags and the barriers and the bruises and the blunders. But this is why I showed up, to show you what it is you got enough. And all you got to do when you're bored, depressed, down and blue is put on your inker painter cap, and you will know where it's at. Especially when you think there's nothing to do, your imagination will guide you on an art venture like me into the yokai creature refuge, oddly named 96542. Kabuto began to dance and sing as he sang about everything from this and that, but mostly of the power of one's own inker painter cap, to fill the blank pieces of paper of the day with color from one's own imagination at play, a water wheel compass that shows you the way to have an instant fantastical day. Even if it begins with you not knowing what to do or say, let the imagination lead. As you let go and believe, it will show you where the fun's at as you put on your inker painter cap. And then Mom's bird in a cage, one that we don't remember its name or its age. It spoke on out like a smoggy rain cloud that rang a worrying cloudy doubt. Out, 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 this bird in a cage that say, Mom will not want you saying these things you say. Don't listen to this yokai creature. It's a trap, like that inker painter cap. It makes you think out of order to many colors and wonder without any borders. So Kabusho, Kabuko, Bolulo, Bolido, whatever they call you, go back from where you came. Didn't someone mention a yokai creature refuge? That's oddly named 96542. Go, be gone, shoo. But Kabuto just looked with a grin, took a tomahawk breath within, spun around like an eastern howling wind and said, no concern, no fear. All we got to do is sunrise steer and point our imagination colored heart lights where we feel where the magic is at. And we have fun on adventures, strutting along, wearing our inker painter caps, where what we imagine can be, where we think good thoughts flows free into many creative ways. We can have fun thinking from the beautiful wonder in our thoughts. As the bird in the cage yelled out, not, you cannot lead this boy to believe that any of this is real. What his imagination sees is just make-believe, and that is a fact. So Mr. Inker Painter Cap, as you made a great big colorful mess, and mom is not gonna not like any of this. And to this, I attest. But Kabuko replied, I just came to share my homemade sunrise shine of Inker Painter Caps and that new expanded line from food makers and water paint liquid markers and lollipops and popsicles, using also as spray paint bicycles, as well as painter and inker caps for creativity content creators who know where it's at, with 2 turntables and a microphone, some with slide trombones and worldwide sound system, musical magical boombox full of daily rhythm, all to create the good living. Inventor, scientific, medical, bowl hats, all my new line of Inker Painter Caps, and that's where it's at. Making something fun, creative, and healthy to do when you wake up thinking down in blue, pop on that Inker Painter Cap, and remember, that's where it's at. It's all between your ears, an imagination space station of wonder and creativity, all activated in Inker Painter Cap melody. And as Kabuto revealed IPC cap after cap like he had an endless hat rack, when all of a sudden a burst of magenta, yellow, and sky hue appeared from beneath an Inker Painter Cap made of indigo blue as Kabuto the Brew introduced Colory. A one-man Inker Painter Cap illustrated symphony of colory, spread fine lines of color about. All is so delightful as he sprayed them on out in curves and shapes all over the place. But that bird and that cage screeched on out, expressing concern, worry, and doubt. Stop making all those marks and splatters. You're acting like this is the tea party of the Mad Hatter. You two must go color whatever you are, and Kabruko, Broca, Brocco. You're just some type of bro. As Kabuto thought to himself, I'm the bro, and that bird in the cage telling me to go. And that's when Shigin finally spoke out. After being so into the Inker Painter Caps and wanting to know what they were all about, he said, I've been thinking while you all been arguing. I began this day not knowing where the fun is at. And I forgot until I put on one of Kabuto the Bro's Inker Painter Caps. And now I see beyond the barriers and where the magic is at, and how my imagination guides me beyond any troubles I see and allows me to see on through with my original ideas of what I can do. I see if I believe. My imagination sets me free as I create my day with creativity from inside of me. As Kabuto compacted all of his hats into the one and only Kabuki custom Inker Painter Cap that knows where it's at to make that boom bat, that sweet, wonderful harmony that has a colorful melodic rap, a Bambataber poetic verse where you can go anywhere with your imagination's words. As Kabuto and Colory faded in the color and the magic in the air, you could see the painted poetic symphony everywhere. And at the end of the day, where mom was at work late inventing the new 10K touch tone displays. Shigin and Ryo met Kabuto, the bro, and Kalari, who showed him where it's at. And he introduced him to the infamous Inker Painter Caps, also known as IPC. There you go. Thank you very much. It's been incredible being in the summit. Jennifer and Ramona and everyone else and the refresher. Thank you very much for the space. And hope you had a good time. I did.
That was awesome. Awesome, IPC. I loved it. My daughter was sitting here. She's like blown away. She's like, that's so cool, Bobby. What an awesome presentation, IPC. Thank you. You know, I have to say that I didn't even know what you were capable of and who you were. And it was all because of the refresher, who I definitely want to bring up right now, because when I started doing this summit, and I went to the refresher, Sean Jackson, you know, he was the one who came up with some of the phenomenal speakers like you, IPC. And, you know, it was really just a great opportunity to work together and collaborate with Sean. When I came to him and I said I had this idea and vision, he decided to make it a 3-day epic event. And Sean has so much to offer the world, and especially that today is dedicated to the kids section. I know Sean has a great story that I would love for him to talk a little bit about before we move on to the next speaker. And just give you guys a little background, you know, Sean and I collaborated on this project, and we definitely connected in being able to have that synergy to put together some creative ideas. And he's been really supportive and really helpful, and just help me to understand that there's so much more. He always says you have to think big. He says think big or don't do anything. That's kind of what he told me. And I said, okay, I totally understand that. So with that, I want to just give a shout out to Sean Jackson and introduce him here and have him come on and just tell us a little bit about your story, Sean. And, you know, being that it is dedicated to kids, I do think that you have an inspirational story to tell that can inspire the youth and our community so much. So with that, I pass it along to Sean.
First of all, IPC, thank you for that amazing story, man. That was phenomenal. That takes a lot of work to put together, man. I'm loving the background. Was that a motorcycle? Somebody chilling in the dark, like reflecting. I love that. I love that background, man. Like, you so creative, man. Like, shout out to you, big bro. I'm proud of you, man. You're doing big things. And, you know, your future is bright, man. Continue doing what you're doing, King. Proud of you, brother. And I just want to say, y'all see Jennifer's daughter in the background? Look at her, looking just like Jennifer. Looking just like Jennifer.
She does.
But yeah, man, like, that's what I'm about, though, guys. I'm just here to show love, motivate the world, and just be here to inspire the youth, because they're the new generation. We gotta be the example. We gotta step out into our fruition and be great, because if we ain't great, we can't expect our kids to be great. You know, I was listening to a segment earlier because I constantly listen to empowerment music. Like, I hardly listen to rap music because that's like negative music. You want to empower your mind and strengthen your mind, you gotta listen to empowerment music. So I heard a segment say that we really gotta be the example to our kids. You know, we gotta stand out. Like, for example, if we can't overcome tragedy in life, if we can't sit here and go through our issues and get through our issues, or grow through our issues and get stronger, we can't expect our kids to get through it. You know what I mean? So it starts with us. We got to be strong. We got to set the bar high. You know, it's all about setting the bar high for your kids, and so you just got to set the bar high and expect nothing but the best out of your kids for them to be great. You know, and like I said, they the new generation, because our generation is a lost cause. Our generation is a lost cause, guys. I tell you that. Our generation is a lost cause. So all we got now is the future, and the kids is the future. So for us, I feel like what we're doing now, I love it, man. I love it. We empowering others. But now, guys, we got to get on the youth. For example, if you see a kid in the store acting crazy, get on them, man, and tell them. I do that all the time, guys. I went to a random project and pulled up on a group of kids who was riding bikes. Literally pulled up on them and told them a story. I was like, man, how old are you? Kid was like, I'm 13. How old are you? I'm 12. I said, let me tell y'all something, man. Y'all had the ability to be great. I'm tell you why, because y'all 12, y'all 13. I said, y'all know who LeBron James is, right? Yeah. Y'all know who Kevin Durant is, right? Yeah. Okay, I said, y'all can be LeBron James. You can be LeBron James. You can be Kevin Durant. But you gotta put in the work now. You gotta want it. You know, so we gotta sit here and empower the youth, because some kids don't have that. Some kids don't have the parents to tell them that they can be great, that they can go out and conquer their dreams and their goals. Some kids need that and want that and don't have that. And we have the ability to do that. And I love that, guys. So I just want to bring up the next speaker. We got my little brother, Kendall. You know, me and him connected on Clubhouse, and we're going to stay connected. We got some things going on. I'm going to bring Kendall in. I'm going to bring David and GT in as well, too. It's like a little evolution thing I got going on. And Kendall, man, he's mad young, but he got mad wisdom. So y'all guys sit back, relax, take some notes, because this man going to drop some gems. Floor is yours, brother.
Hey, what's up, big bro? Appreciate you shouting me out. Hey, Jennifer, the queen of this battle. And Ramona, appreciate all of y'all. It's been a great 3 days. I'm just abundance of joy. It's just wonderful to be with a room full of go-getters and know what they want. There's nothing better than that. So, again, I am Kendall Myers, Mr. Overcomer. That's my superhero name. I'm CEO of It's Time to Step Up LLC, where I help people struggling with self-doubt and grieving loved ones at any age, strengthen their key core values, turn their personal pain into elevated power while reaching their full potential in life. And first of all, I start off, I like my shirt. It's cool. Yeah, this is for the kids. I love the kids, and everybody have an internal kid inside of them. And I want to talk about overcoming hard times. And as a child, I understand it might seem like the world is so big, it's so scary, but you was created with greatness inside of you at any age. Don't let your age dictate the greatness inside of you. We all on a walk to be great. And it starts as a youth. I remember even around the y'all age, the young babies, because this is what it's about, the future. I struggled to read 3-letter words like cat, hat, sat, none of that. I couldn't read. And I remember just being such a crybaby when my parents used to leave, because they was the only people that understood me. But my mom, she always encouraged me, said, son, you're intelligent. You just got to learn how to read. And around 11 years old, she got me a tutor. And I seen her once a week at the library. And she started rooting me on and saying, Kendall, just keep practicing. You got it. And it started getting a little better. I started sounding out letters and putting words into sentences and getting a little better and better. And as the end of the year went away, I started getting sad because my tutor, Cindy, she had to leave me. And I said, no, don't leave me, Cindy. And I remember she went to my mom and said, I'm going to give Kendall 1 more year. I believe in him. I know he have greatness in him. He's working really hard. And that's what she did. She stayed with me. I got super excited. Yes, I was really excited. And she helped me get to the point where I started putting words into sentences and started spelling them out. And it just felt so good. And at the end of the year, they put on a banquet for all the kids. And each kid at the table chose a book of their choice to read. And as I got up, I felt like it was a snake in the boot. Snake in my boot, how much I was shaking. If y'all know Woody, y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all might be too young, but Toy Story, epic. So I was just shaking in my boots as I read it. And I wanted to stop, but some telling me, no, keep going, Kendall, keep going. And as I did, I finally finished. It was my first time reading. I was super excited. And best of all, everybody at the table got up and gave me a round of applause. I was my cheeks from here to here, the Kool-Aid smile. And from that point on, my mom did a newspaper. She had a newspaper article, interview her about the success of the program. It was for it was called Why to Read, and the success that it had on me. I went from being scared and afraid to vice president of my senior class. I went from being nervous, just a nervous wreck, to being vice president of the National Honor Society. I went from just crying boo-hooing because my parents was not around, to being accepted to 13 different colleges and universities. So I'm saying all this because even when you feel lost and feel like you don't understand life, the older you get and the more you keep going, it will reveal to yourself who you are. Don't give up no matter what. And when you feel like,
we're still live. We're still live.
Go ahead and keep on, Kendall. We're good. Go ahead, keep going. We're good.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can still hear you. Keep going. You're good.
When I was struggling at this point, I felt like I was lost. And I'm just here to tell you, you keep going no matter what. Everything is going to make sense. Everything is going to add up. It doesn't mean that you a quitter. It doesn't mean that you meant to have less. You just got to go through life and get through them struggles. And when you are a child and going through these struggles, don't be afraid to speak up, no matter how old you is. If you feel afraid, speak to a parent, speak to an adult. If you feel like you need some help, just always know everybody is here to help you. You can go to certain people that you can trust and they will help you. And as for the parents, make sure before you just send your kids off to school and feel like the school is going to equip them, make sure your kids is doing their homework. Make sure they not struggling in certain areas. You know, before they just go to school, it has to be a foundation made for each child. They got to feel safe. They got to feel wanted. And you have to know how to teach your kid how to be a kid and not an adult. So sometimes there's nothing wrong with being a kid friend, but be their mother and father first. Let them get a certain age before you just become their friend, so they won't get stuff misunderstood. This is what I see myself, you know, with a lot of kids not respecting older people because they not getting the right proper respect at home. So if they not respecting people inside of their home, they're not going to respect people outside of their home. I grew up in 1993. I am 28 years old, so I consider myself a big baby. I'm not that much older. But I grew up around respecting elders, people above me. I just played outside with my cousins. I stayed in my own lane and I understood. So we have to get back in a place of time of developing, passing the torch, and enhancing the future generation. We need more up and coming police officers, lawyers, doctors, teachers, pastors. We need all of these things. All of these things count. We need more coaches, mentors. So the more we continue to develop and pass down the good things that we came to get and grasp, everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be all right. We have to create the society and the environment to be the way that we need it to be. So you overcome these obstacles by having the right people around you, by keep going through life and know that you have greatness inside of you. You always believe in, I will be better than yesterday. I will get up the mountain. I will learn how to ride a bike if I need to. I will learn how to play a sport. Tap into your kids' gifts. You know, some of them can sing. Put them into acting school. Let's develop good culture. Let's develop good society. And teach them how to understand diversity. Teach them that people might speak different. People might have a different way. People might eat different food. But it's okay because God created everyone to be unique in their own way. And as I land my plane, it's one thing that I have to say. I love you. You will be great and continue to move forward through life. I am Mr. Overcomer. That's my superhero name. Every mountain that I come across, I get over, and I also show people the path over the mountain. Take care.
My little brother, man. I'm proud of you, boy. Look at you, boy. I'm proud of you, Mr. Overcomer. My viewers and kings and queens that's listening. Remember his name is Mr. Overcomer. I love that. And he flexing in the background, and he flexing. You see that? Flex one more time, flex one more time, flex one more time. There we go, guys. So yeah,
Awesome,
guys.
awesome.
Oh, go ahead,
Do
go
you
ahead, Queen,
mind?
go ahead,
Do you
Queen.
mind if I just share, Sean?
Nah, go ahead, Queen. All yours.
You know what, Kendall? I just wanted to definitely commend you for that awesome story of triumph. The kids whose lives are going to be impacted from that story, even not just the kids. There are some young adults out there who have struggled and who are still at their wits' end, trying to figure it out, trying to wonder if they could ever overcome. You also gave them hope as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Even though this is Kids Day and it's geared directly towards and for kids, but there are still some other people of all ages. I mean, we've probably seen articles or seen them on the news where 60 and 70-year-olds went back to college because it was a lifelong dream and they never thought they could. But something happened, or some kind of way they got connected to the right information, the right person on the right day, the right inspiration and motivation, which very much could be your story that just got shared, and will inspire and motivate someone to go after their dream, to let them know that it's never too late and that there are people rooting for them. There are resources out there for them, that if only they just plug in, ask the right questions, seek the information, and go out there and make it happen and fight through whatever struggle or challenge that they are having to get to where it is that they need and want to go. So it's never, ever too late to go after your dreams, was the message that I actually got and took from that story, that awesome story of triumph that you just shared. So thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing that story of how you overcame. I'm sure you blessed a lot of people out there today. So thank you for being here for all 3 days, by the way. So let's give Kendall Myers, Mr. Overcomer, mind you, a round of applause. And thank you so much for sharing that awesome story. And back over to you, Refresher.
Always a special. Hey, it's always a pleasure to be on stage with you, Ramona. Thank you so much, Queen, for being here and helping me out and being so phenomenal as always. So with that being said, guys, yeah, Kendall, one more time, man, before I go to the next speaker, tell the world, tell our viewers how they can get a hold of you and how they can reach out to you, brother.
Absolutely. So you can follow me on IG. That's Mr. Overcomer. You can follow me on Facebook, Kendall Myers. It's spelled KENDELLMYERS. And my website to my company it's called itstimetostep.com. So stay blessed. And it's been a pleasure sharing the stage and sharing my wonderful stories. Because when I share my stories, it's not about me. It's about who I can help. And that's why I'm in this space. I'm really passionate about stepping up and being a better version of myself by being an in-role model and not a role model. Real fast, I'm gonna explain that to you. A role model is just somebody you look up to. An in-role model is somebody that's gonna give you the tools and help you out on the way. So stay blessed and remember that.
I hope y'all caught that. So with that being said, guys, I just want to say thank you again for viewing and being here at the 2021 Healing Motivational Global Virtual Summit that's global around the world. I was like, we got Brazil looking, we got the UK. We got UK in the building last night, y'all. So again, we global. And I just want to say thank you guys, because you guys could be anywhere else in the world watching football. Okay, it is NFL Sunday. So you guys could be watching football right now, but you guys are viewing and getting some motivation. So thank you guys for taking the time out and watching us, So that being said, guys, according to the schedule, our next speaker, I'm gonna go to GT. GT is our next speaker. And then after that, guys, we got Desiree for the sound healing for kids. GT, the floor is yours, King.
Thanks, Refresher. Appreciate that.
Always, family.
Right.
It's good to see you two up Clubhouse, brother.
Good to see you, man. All right, I'm just going to share my screen and then we'll jump into it. So let me know if you see it, Refresher.
Yes, sir, I see it.
All right, so what I want to do today is an exclusive preview of my children's book that's going to be released in January. So it's called Why the Bricklayer Smiles. It's an interactive book. So the first half of it is the story, and the second half of it is a coloring book section for kids and parents to interact together after reading the story, okay? So I'm just gonna go through and read the story for you now. On Friday, it was Bring Your Child to Work Day. Logan was excited to go with his mother to see her job. She was a bricklayer. Logan knew she came home tired every day, but she also came home smiling. So he knew it must be fun work. That morning, instead of being dropped off at school, Logan rode in the car all the way to the dusty job site. His mom put a hard yellow hat on his head and told him he couldn't take it off. Then she made him put on some huge goofy glasses. She called them safety glasses. He felt a little silly in the hat and giant glasses, but then his mom put on her own hat and safety glasses, and they walked along a dirt path to a place where a row of bricks was already laid. There was a man there who was also wearing a bright yellow hat and plastic glasses. Good morning, Aiden, Logan's mom said. This is my son, Logan. Logan, this is Aiden. He and I work together. Good morning, Amelia, said the man. Nice to meet you, Logan. The man didn't smile, but he reached out a hand in a white work glove, and Logan shook it like his mom had taught him. The man stood up straight and sighed. At least it's Friday, he said. Logan's mom smiled and said, we'll make a lot of progress on this today. Then the two bricklayers went to work. Logan watched as his mom spread some gritty-looking stuff on the line of bricks, and then Aiden stacked more bricks on top of it. His mom whistled while she worked, and the man named Aiden frowned. Logan's mom had told him he could ask any questions he wanted to. So Logan squared his shoulders and went up to Aiden. Excuse me, he said. Aiden looked at him. Yes, Logan? He asked. What are you doing? He asked. The bricklayer said, Kid, I gotta come to this job site every day, and I'm stacking these bricks. There are thousands of bricks, and I gotta stack them one after the other. It's back-breaking, hot, time-consuming work, and I'm working to build this wall. By lunchtime, Logan was pretty tired himself and was sighing along with Aiden. The sun was hot, and there was dust sticking to his skin, which made him itch. The work didn't seem nearly as fun as his mom had made it out. He sat down beside his mom as she unwrapped sandwiches. She smiled and asked him what he thought of her work so far. Terrible, he said, frowning. His mom looked surprised. Terrible, huh? What makes you say that? It's back-breaking hot, time-consuming work. He repeated Aiden's explanation of the job. Then he asked, Mom, why do you do this job? She paused for a moment, and her smile came on as bright as it always did when she came home. She said, I get to come to this job site every day, and I'm placing these bricks in their precise locations, one after the other, and I'm working to build this school where thousands of kids are going to come over the years to learn, to grow, to develop, to go out into the world, to live their dreams, and I get to be part of that. Logan felt himself start to smile, just like her. That did sound amazing. She and Logan were building a place where kids could make friends, like he did at his school. One day, maybe he would go to this school and he would look at that wall his mom had built for him on the day at the job site. His mom's attitude shone like a bright light, and it overcame the frowns from the other bricklayer. When the work was done, they could take off their hats and silly glasses. Logan got in the car with his mom, and they went home, smiling and tired. The key takeaway lesson. This story is very powerful. It has been shared with many people of all ages over the years during various gatherings. It helps to emphasize that every job or role is important if you think of it as being important and how it will contribute to society in a positive way. The attitude we maintain while doing any task, whether at home, in school, or at work, is the key to us successfully accomplishing our dreams and goals. It's all about perspective. So with that, thank you for listening, and stay tuned for Why the Bricklayer Smiles coming in January 2022. And Appreciate it. And thanks, Refresher, for the time.
That was a
Back to
great
you.
share. Quincy.
Thanks, man. Ramona?
Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Laura. All right, so who's up next? Ramona, you've got the schedule?
I'll be reading my story, The Moon's Lullaby. Everyone
Awesome.
see this one? Okay, this is my first book, and I dedicated it to my son. Let me share. You guys. Oh, could I have screen sharing, or is it fine? Can you?
We can see it.
We're good. We can.
Yeah.
How it is fine. Okay, great. All right. So I believe that we all are Mother Moon's children, and that we choose our families, not the other way around. The child chooses the family. They choose the family that they're born into. So that's kind of what the story is about. The premise of it anyway. All right, can you guys see?
Mhm.
Okay, so I dedicated it to my son because I believe that he chose us, right? All right, so here we go. Okay. In the night sky, shining bright, there is a moon garden filled with light. The garden is full of star flowers, each unique with its own powers. When you were ready to come into this world, you told Mother Moon. She said to think very carefully, for it would be so soon. Who would you want for your family? Asked Mother Moon. What is a family, you asked? A family is where there is love and safety. Everyone takes care of one another. You asked, would I have a mother, father, sister, or brother? And there goes the different families. There are all kinds of families, which we know there are, said Mother Moon. Think carefully with all your heart. So you looked into different types of families and thought really hard. You searched high and you searched low to find just the right one. For this, you know, could not be undone. One of a kind. Mother Moon explained that when the stars and planets align, this will make you truly one of a kind. You see, you are very special. There can only be one you. You are uniquely perfect. This is inherently true. Be yourself. Go to sleep now, said Mother Moon, as your family patiently awaits your arrival soon. At last, it was time for the great divine. Your family was waiting for you, and they wondered how you would look and what you would sound like. At first, it was dark, and then there was a bright light. Okay? Your family was so excited to meet you, and you were too. They gave you a very special name for all the world to proclaim. Your name was chosen lovingly just for you. Let's say it now and write it too. You write your name right there. Okay?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you. You wanted to tell your family how much you love them, but first had to learn how to talk, right? You wanted to take them places, but first had to learn how to walk. Your family taught you so much about the world, and you discovered way more than you learned. There were happy, sad, and in-between times, which made you color outside the lines. Your family was there to pick you right up, you bright and beautiful buttercup. At night, you would look for Mother Moon to tell her about your day. She would listen as you excitedly told her everything you wanted to say. You told her about your many adventures and how you couldn't wait to learn more as your family looked upon you from the open door. She shined brightly from up above as you glowed luminously in her love. Go to sleep now, said Mother Moon. Your dreams will come soon. Good night. And here you can draw a picture of your family right inside Mother Moon. And she'll always be looking over you and protecting you and guiding you. And you could tell her anything that you want because she loves you so much. The end. Thank you for
That
listening.
is so beautiful, Laura.
Thank you so much.
That was beautiful, man.
That was really
Thank
beautiful.
you.
That's
our
gonna impact so
son,
many
our son
lives.
definitely chose us way before we had a clue. So this is definitely inspired by him for sure.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Round of applause for
Amazing
Laura, folks.
authors. These authors, oh my gosh.
That was awesome. That was
Love your
awesome.
books. I'm so excited for your book, Garnet. I cannot wait to buy it in January.
Thank you so much.
Really
Like
excited.
we'll support each other, right?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes. I want to join the league. I'm like, can I be part of the league?
Totally. David, let's vote her into the league. She's in.
All right, she's in.
Yay, for the good of the order. Yay.
Right on. One of the first 10, right? David.
Hey, I want to be in the league too.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Mr. Overcome. Of course.
Absolutely.
Come on, Overcome.
Don't forget about me.
No, we can't forget. No, we cannot. Is it okay? I'm gonna share my link here for the book. So
That's awesome.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
So Mahatma, I think you've got a couple commercials lined up. You want to go ahead and do the next one?
Bringing it up now.
All righty, thank you. And then I think after that, we're gonna head to, I think, David, you think you're up next for your kids' reads? All right, David, I think you're up next.
Yeah, I'm up next. So wait, can you guys hear me? I hope so.
Yep, we got you.
All right, awesome. First of all, I want to say thanks again for allowing me to be on this summit. It's been fun. The book that I'm going to be reading from is my most recent. It's Hybrid, Being Superhuman Among People. And I'm going to start off with the intro, and then because it kind of paints the picture for what the book is about. So I'm going to start off with the intro, and then I'll most likely read chapter 1 and part of chapter 2. But I'll be quick, no worries. So Hybrid, Being Superhuman Among People. Introduction. Heroes walk among us every day. You may not know it until you're face to face with one of them, but they are there. They maintain a calm humbleness about them, and they won't reveal their abilities until absolutely necessary. You may have noticed one of them staring at you the last time you looked in the mirror. Yes, each one of us has a hero within, and I think it's time for a heroic revolution of the masses. I remember lacing up my outfit for the first time. I was a nervous wreck, and I questioned everything. Did it fit right? Did I look foolish? Would people take me serious? Would any other heroes want to work with me? I wondered if my abilities would kick in during a training session, or would they fail me at the worst possible time? Thankfully, that was long ago, and my abilities have now been highly developed. These days, my cape waves proudly in the wind, even when it is freshly torn from battle. I'm proud of my battle scars and ripped armor because it lets others know that I have skin in the game by now. Having the smooth baby face is cool when you're new to the game, but a grizzled beard is a well-deserved mark of wisdom and a sign that you have earned your stripes. On top of that, I now have a league of heroes in my corner to call on at even a moment's notice. And that is a far cry from how it was when I first started. Let me take you on a journey of epic proportions as I show you around the headquarters and share with you a few war stories and moments of triumph. My hope is that by the end of this book, you will have a better understanding of your own superpower and how you can better the world around you. What will you be known for? Lace up your boots and find out. So that was the intro. Chapter 1, the suit makes the hero. Being an entrepreneur or a creative person in general is a lot like being a superhero. I didn't always look at it like that, but when I finally did, the work was so much more fun. When you first take on your role as superhero, things will probably suck pretty bad since you haven't fully developed your skills. Your outfit is usually ragged and no one knows you. When you approach people, they tend to avoid you or not even take you seriously. Fortunately, that is just a temporary phase that will eventually pass. They call it a proving ground because you're just starting your journey, so it's time for you to prove yourself. The perfect scenario for me would be to have a suit of armor with a lot of gadgets because I love technology, especially cell phones, tablets, and laptops. I love cars, so I would incorporate things like GPS technology into my setup. I also like to be smooth, so my personal color choice to reflect that would be blue and green. My ideal suit would be armor, but you may prefer something different, perhaps geared towards speed or wings for flight. This reminds me of a question I've seen floating around the internet. If you had your choice, what powers or abilities would you choose? I have always loved that idea because it always got my imagination going. I would definitely choose flight as my main ability because it gives me the ultimate feeling of freedom. I could see myself in this powerful armored suit with an awesome wingspan that, when at their fullest, would intimidate even the toughest villains. After you have eventually suited yourself with the right outfit and proven yourself worthy of respect, people usually step back out of your way and watch you work. When it comes to perfecting your outfit, make sure it works for you because any good hero must be ready to change into their suit at a moment's notice. The suit makes the hero. When it comes to artillery, I prefer bullets over lasers. So my arsenal would be sniper rifles, machine guns, some grenades, and every type of handgun available. Nothing would get in my way. Becoming your own hero is all about self-discovery and finding your niche as you go, and I personally love that. Throughout your journey, people will offer you advice and tips on how to handle yourself, but never let anyone fully dictate how your path should be. In real life, my ability to multitask has caused others to consider me superhuman. For some reason, they think I'm awake 24 hours a day. The truth is I do sleep, but I have simply learned to maximize my time. Multitasking is an invaluable skill. I have been able to master this skill because of all the people who made promises to me over the years and still let me down, unfortunately. It taught me to be more independent and self-sufficient. My arsenal of abilities include patience, determination, vision, ambition, as well as finesse. I have the option to choose my super ability for the day instead of feeling overwhelmed with everything at one time. Prioritizing what is most important is a skill I learned from friends over the years. I love being able to finesse my abilities so effortlessly, but it took time to get there. Thankfully, people with other abilities have complemented mine. Superman, Iron Man, and Captain America are some characters in a comic world that I model my life after, alongside Spider-Man, Iron Fist, Wolverine, and Batman. These heroes taught me all about willpower and how far it can take you, whether in your business or personal life. I use their examples in my own life when I'm feeling down or defeated. Their theme songs and movies make me feel like I'm right alongside with them when I need them most. I often envision myself as a mission-driven role model, like Captain America or Superman. But I also have moments where I'm a lone wolf like Wolverine. No matter how different each personality is, they all display the highest examples of strong willpower. It's a dream come true for me when I see my favorite heroes from the comics on the big screen. I still remember my first Superman comic and how it made me feel. I loved what he stood for and how he always saw the best in people, even when they couldn't see it in themselves. I identified with that message even more as I got older, when someone saw the best in me, even when I couldn't see it in myself. Because of that, I decided to pay it forward and help someone that I noticed was doubtful, just like I was. His goodness was genuine, and I could tell there were no hidden intentions with him when it came to helping others. Just like me, he was raised by ordinary people, but never allowed his extraordinary abilities to go to his head. As someone who has achieved much of the great things I set out to accomplish, I'm always careful not to become overconfident in my own abilities. Hardiness is a hell of a drug. All right, that was chapter 1. I wasn't sure how much time I had left. So that was chapter 1 of hybrid, being superhuman among people. Thank you for allowing me to share. I'll post it, if I'm allowed to, I'll post the link for it in the not the comments, in the chat. And again,
awesome,
the
David.
name of that book in particular is Hybrid, Being Superhuman Among People. So if anybody wants to check that out, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon as an ebook and a physical, and then it's also available in Walmart as a physical and an ebook as well. So if anybody wants to check that out, feel free. Thanks, GT, and thanks everybody for allowing me to share.
David, that is phenomenal. And, you know, I've known you for not a long time, but I feel like I've known you forever, and you definitely embody and wear all those superhero costumes. So I just realized that you actually changed them out depending on the situation. So you can be Wolverine, can be, I guess next will be Aquaman. So let's figure that one out. So everybody give David a round of applause. That was awesome. All right. So yeah, so go ahead. Feel free to post it in the chat. Okay. So Mahatma, I think we've got a commercial coming up, and then afterwards we're going to get back to one of our other co-hosts. I think Refresher is back on tap, so we will go after that. Okay.
Hi everyone, it's good to see you all here. I am super pumped for this upcoming Global Summit event held by a few of my friends, good friends, Jennifer Maharaj, Ramona Rogers, and Sean Jackson, who put together a live streaming 3-day summit virtual motivation. Is their second annual summit. The goal of the summit is to encourage healing and living, especially during these times. They will feature community experts and leaders across various genres, uniting to empower motivate, inspire, and transform to positively impact physical, mental, and emotional well-being through music, dance, poetry, fashion, creative arts, motivational talks, and more. So please do join us and other incredible talented speakers who are seasoned in their field of expertise to share inspiration to us all. The world needs this more than ever. I'm super, super grateful to be part of the summit, and I hope you will join me. Thank you, and God bless.
Practical situational awareness in a chaotic world. So how and will situational awareness save my life? Practicing good situational awareness is your first line of defense in avoiding a critical situation. So apply the well-prepared situational awareness mindset to your daily life. Make it a habit by using color codes of mental awareness. You got to apply this and fit it to your mind, ingrain it to your brain system so that you can develop. Situational awareness is a perishable skill, your muscle memory, because that repetition will develop muscle memory. Muscle memory will foster your confidence when you are facing in a split-second life-threatening decision. It is your primordial weapon, if you may, that may save lives. Yours, ours. Applying situational awareness and general staying preparedness should be a 365-day in a year activity. It should be part of your daily life. So how does situational awareness save your lives? A lot of ways that situational awareness may save lives. You have to think about that. It's all about the mindset. The mindset is crucial, you know. Mindset is applying your survival, your combat mindset. Remember this. So if you are out there, plan to go out there from your safe space, from your home front, let's say, to outside that door, there's a lot of things could and may happen. As you know, unpredictable things may happen from your home front, leaving from safe space to be out there in the world to open space. That is what we call the transitional space, which we're talking about. We share all that space with the 7.6 billion other people on this earth, right? Not necessarily that you share with all the time at a given time, of course, with those 7.6 billion people at the same time. However, you have to think about this, and you have to know how to apply that combat survival mindset. And there are skills to apply into our daily lives. Safety is your personal responsibility. You have to apply that mindset at all times when you are in open space. And yes, situational awareness may save lives. It may not help the situation, but it may save lives. So just being aware of your surroundings, your environment, will not stop the situation. We know that. That's my caveat. Just applying the situational awareness with combat mindset skills may not stop the situation. However, it may give you the advantage. It may give you the edge over those people who are not aware. So it gives you all that time window also, the prevention and avoidance that we've been talking all this time about. It may put you in a better situation. It may put you in a better survival situation than those people who are not aware. That is what we're talking about here. Be prepared. Be well prepared. Not just by taking action, but actually start from the mindset. That's what we're talking about. All right, so you don't have to be the victim, obviously. You just want to put yourself in a better survival position so you can win. Not just to survive, but win it, whatever that you're going to be in. All right, take good care of yourself. Stay in condition yellow. if you are being stranded out in the middle of a desert like this? What would you do? How are you going to do all of this? How are you going to survive? If the sun goes down, no outside support, no resources, no cell phone, no signal, nothing like that. Nothing. Now what? What are you going to do? How are we going to do this? Thank you again for joining me. All right, we're discussing about situational awareness in the middle of the desert, such as right now. Here I am, right in the middle of the desert. Still a little bit of sunlight, but soon enough it's going to be a sunset around here. Beautiful sunset, by the way, out in the desert. Think about this for a second. What if a scenario here in the middle of the desert that you are being stranded and your vehicle is broken down? How are you going to do this? Awareness is the key to your survival situations. If not, you should start thinking and applying the survival mindset for your own safety and also for your own self-protection, for your daily self-protection. Look, I am not here suggesting to go back crazy or anything like that, but crazy paranoid in your daily life. With all of these things, craziness and madness these days, I think it's almost smart that we should be proactive, but not being paranoid, right? Anything, just don't be sheeps, grazing down constantly, looking down, eating. Similarly, walking on the streets out there and glued to your cell phones and things like that. Of course, that's not us, right? And not being situationally aware of your surroundings while, all of these lions and other bigger predators are really watching and taking notes, right? What we're doing. All right. So you'll be the next on their menu list, basically. We don't want to be there, right? We don't want to be that way. So when you hear of these words, situational awareness, what truly comes to your mind, right? Many of you who are familiar with it may say, okay, you may say exits. Look out for exits, alternative routes. I mean, I've been talking about this for 2 decades now. Alternative routes, emergency exits, and all of this. Be sure to have your plan B. Situational awareness is developing an awareness is a skill. First off, it is an important self-defense skill by using your body as a weapon system. Yeah, I think that's okay to say that, right? Situational awareness, developing an awareness is a true skill. It is an important self-defense skill by using your body as a weapon system, right? Learning situational awareness is one of the most important skills that you can learn in life. Why? Because your brain is a super calculator capable of analyzing multiple scenarios, right? Reactions, emotions, and hypotheticals using the environment around you. You just need to go through the easy mental cues to analyze a situation, or a problem, an issue. Here's my caveat, however, to situational awareness. Just being aware of your environment, of your surrounding, is not going to stop a situation, but it will give you an advantage and an edge over people who are not aware. Situational awareness is an important skill to learn and practice. Your awareness skills will deteriorate over time without practice or training, just like any other ability, right? Any other ability or skill. So it is important to always train and train and train. The great part about practicing situational awareness is that it does not require any special, fancy stuff, equipments or membership or gym membership. It is simply a change the way you really think. The way that you see, the way that you observe. You can practice anytime throughout the day while going about your normal life. And this is the beauty of just practicing your situational awareness. For example, Well, these days, more like going to the grocery store, right? The lockdown, everything, your favorite coffee shop, I still do. Or even to the park, right? To the open space, out for a run, maybe, morning run, late run, lunch run, no problem, right? I mean, there are some practical exercises that we certainly can apply to situational awareness at all those locations I just mentioned, right? There is a commonly asked question like this, one particular question to me when I do my workshops or, my seminars on this particular topic. Nikki, will situational awareness save your life? Well, the short answer to that is yes. The longer answer, it may not stop the situation, but it will certainly give you the advantage of being aware and take necessary precautions, obviously, right? Then those who are not aware of what they're doing, basically staying aware can literally save your life. I'll use my personal example. And this just happened, recently. Okay, I'll just use a personal example. One day I was just coming out of a building, took an elevator down and walked into the parking lot looking for my car, right? Open space. I noticed from my left eye, I can feel that there's a shadow. Someone was just like following me. And it must have been since the elevator, because it felt like it's the same person who was in the elevator with me at the time. There were 3 of them in there. So, don't want to look right now, but I'm just keep on walking forward, right? As I was walking forward, I can feel him coming closer to me, right? It's kind of creepy. It's one of those gut feeling that you said, okay, what can you do? So I stopped and looked at him, I turned around. Really looked at him and started asking him in a loud voice. And I said, may I help you, sir? May I help you, sir? Just like that. And I drew a few steps away from him as I said those words in a firm, tone of voice. I caught him off guard, basically, right? That's what we call element of surprise, right? So he didn't know, he wasn't aware of that. He wasn't, really, really surprised him. I was already in my orange color code of awareness at the time. And because I saw the guy a little shady looking. I mean, he was wearing a jacket in a summer day, like we're talking about August here. So he stumbled with his words and he replied to me, oh, you stumble like this and stutter. You just look like a girl who used to work here. She is my ex-girlfriend. And I thought that was her. Of course, I sort of, behind my glasses, dark glasses, I rolled my eyes. I replied, immediately thought, this is not good, right? And so I replied, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I used the word sir. It's still in my loud tone of voice, but I'm not. So may I help you? Still in a firm voice, a bit loud. Why? Because I spoke loud so I can create attention to other people, who happen to be there in the same surrounding, right? And so the guy stepped away, and instead of going to my car, the smart thing to do, that I went back to the building, safe and sound. And not today, I said to myself, not today, buddy, not ever, basically. Right? I truly don't care the reason why he followed me. Was it a bad pickup line? Or maybe even worse, it could be, something that's bad intention in his mind. I don't know. I don't want to take any chances, obviously. And I really don't care because my bottom line, my goal is to keep myself safe. My situational awareness may have saved me from perhaps a potential assault or just a bad encounter, in this case, right? I likely would not have noticed if I had my head down or been buried glued in my phone or something like that, right? Looking at texts maybe, or, answering emails, I don't know, or a map. I really don't care. Blink of seconds, could have just changed the story there. As I was leaving, I used auditory awareness to ensure that this person actually had left the surrounding as well. And he did. A few minutes later, I decided I'm gonna walk back to my car. Still had my radar on, of course, my condition yellow, and formulating the what ifs plans, you bet. In my head, it's like, what if this is gonna happen? that's necessary. There are some simple exercises to practice your situational awareness, and I'm going to share that with you. Scan, and take visual notes of your surroundings by expanding your fields of vision. Humans have a field of view about, I don't know, more than 114 degrees, I believe. However, in our day-to-day lives and daily lives, we mostly have a tunnel vision and focus almost exclusively on the objects directly in front of us. How many of you driving that way, especially in LA traffic, right? Tunnel vision is not adequate for self-defense. One way to expand your field of vision is to constantly scan your surroundings, not to be paranoid, but just, trying to see what's around your environment. The easiest way to practice this is by slowly moving your eyes from left to right while walking. I know it sounds easy, but when you do it, you'll notice how much of your surroundings you were missing. I'm telling you that right now. I've done it so many times, on the open space especially, or in the busy walk, roads or stuff like that. Eventually you will be subconsciously do this, and then you eventually expand your world. While that may be a great technique for getting ahead in life, it isn't going to help, it's not going to help you to avoid, whatever it is, like the situation, trouble on the streets out there and everything, what's going on out there. As I always said, situational awareness may increase your chances of survival, but will not stop the situations, unfortunately. All right, so the second thing is observe. You can practice this anywhere you go. You can get your family members, your friends, your colleagues, during this time, maybe your family members, to get involved in this. This is a way of sharing, situational awareness skills. You simply decide on a list of things to notice when going out, and then, look for them. For example, like I said, while you're driving especially, or when you are just walking down the street, right? An example of list is looking for is perhaps a man with that, distinctive red tie, perhaps, or pink tie, rather. These days they do wear that. A woman wearing like a white or bright Reeboks or Puma sneakers. A man with his pant in his, shirt pockets. The items on the list do not necessarily have to be for defensive purposes, but we want to focus on training ourselves to be more observant. I mean, that's the first thing that we need to practice ourselves, to be more observant. With enough experience, we can move up to more defensive-based observations. And I'll talk about that too. Look for people carrying, let's say, a gun in their waistband, or another weapon like a knife clip to their pocket. This is very familiar. It's a great example, by the way. I mean, when you're out there, or look out for certain clues that people are up to no good. Pickpockets, for instance, at the mall. I mean, this is now these days we can't do that, right? But before then, it's it's out there, believe me. Next advanced level, we look at people and try to determine emotions, their career, their emotional state, if they have any weapons. Not only does this make going out in public much more exciting, but also train your situational awareness. You can sit in the park, let's say. I don't know about these days now, but Situational awareness. In an uncertain and often dangerous world, knowledge and preparedness separate the survivors from the victims. Safety begins with 360-degree mindset, because our world is simply not linear. Regardless where you live geographically, most disasters are inevitable, some may avoidable. Planet Earth is an open space, lots of open space. We all share the same open space with 7.6 billion of people. Apathy, complacency, denial are the primary barriers to a well-prepared situational awareness. Therefore, we all must stay alert at all times during our transitional space. Transitional spaces are places where we must be more aware of potential attacks. A transitional space is any location that allows dirtbags to prey on their victims with the element of surprise and provides them with a viable escape. Whether in subway trains, the shopping mall, trails in the park, even busy downtown. Developing an awareness is a skill which you should constantly practice. Stay in condition yellow. Just being aware of your environment is not going to stop a situation, but it will give you an advantage, an edge over people who are unaware. Prevention and avoidance. Using situational awareness to prevent and avoid to be helpless victims from predators. Safety is your personal responsibility. We must take responsibility of our own safety at all times. Stay vigilant and alert to any potential threats that can endanger your life and well-being. Apply your color code of mental awareness and be part of your daily lifestyle. Also, OODA. Orient, observe, decide, act. Our goal is to save lives by minimizing disaster risks through preparedness and awareness. Disaster does not recognize who or what you are. Disaster does not recognize your title, financial status, social status, age, gender, ethnicity. After all, we're all in this together.
Wow, there was so much information in that. Like you said, Laura, lots of great information. David, awesome information in that from Nikki there. I feel like we could spend like the next half an hour just talking about some of those, tidbits as far as scanning and the color coding and all that. So incredible information that I think will definitely serve everyone for sure. So I think next, Mahatma, thanks for playing the video. We will go to next is Desiree is up. Then after that, it's Lekia. I hope I said your name right. If I didn't, please correct me when you come on. But Desiree, you are up next.
All right. Peace, everyone. Can I be heard?
Are you there, Desiree?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Barely. Can you move closer to the microphone?
Yes. Give me just 1 second.
So I think we have, so it's sound healing from Desiree. Is your video on, Desiree?
Hey GT, I'm back. Sorry, I had some
Hey,
issues.
no
Technical
worries.
difficulties. But
No
all
worries.
back. How's it going? I see Desiree is up. Desiree is amazing. She had a great sound healing yesterday. So I'm looking forward to this one for the kids.
Definitely. All right. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. All right, so peace and abundance to all of you. So I am here to provide a sound healing and to also talk about how we can handle our emotions and to make ourselves feel better using sound. And so, of course, we have instruments. We can sing, we can hum, we can clap, we can make silly noises, whatever that is. Because one thing that I have learned over time is that I can't control other people, but that I can control myself, and that ultimately I have the control over my emotions and how I feel in a moment. So if there's something that's making me feel sad or unhappy, um, I can sing, I can clap, I can hum, I can do all of these things in order to change the way that it is that I'm feeling in a moment. And if I'm somewhere where I can't necessarily make any noise or don't want to draw attention to myself, then I can always go into my mind. I can close my eyes and I can think of being in a better place, in a better space. I can visualize sunflowers. I love sunflowers. I can visualize myself in a place that makes me feel what it is that I want to feel, which is joy and happiness. Um, we can also get outside, get in the sun, put our feet in the dirt. There are a lot of things that we can do in order to shift our mood and make ourselves to feel better. And so, talking about instruments, I have my little drum here that I'm going to play. And we can use anything as an instrument. We can play on the table and make a drum. We can get some chopsticks and use them as drumsticks. Wherever we are, we can create the environment that it is that we want and need to, in order to be able to feel how it is that we want to feel. And so with that, I am going to play. All right, and give thanks to you all for listening. My name is Desiree. I also go by Clarity. If you would like to connect with me, you can do so on Instagram at Divine Self Healing. Also, I have a project that I am working on that is going to be released soon. It's called Healing Hearts OKC, and it is a program that is geared towards providing yoga, meditation, and mentoring services for youth who are in situations where they otherwise would not be able to have access to those tools. And so we will be seeking to provide services for homeschool organizations, group homes, community centers, juvenile centers and places like that. And so if you would like to connect with that, then you can go to www.healingheartsokc.org and to get more information. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Desiree. What a beautiful presentation. And I saw your video yesterday, and again, it was so gorgeous. You know, we were talking about how it was so invigorating, and it just gave us the opportunity peace and serenity. So now all the kids out there listening are feeling it the same way. So thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. I hope everyone is enjoying the summit this far. And you know, we have so much more lined up for you. Next, I'm just so happy to introduce Christina Johnson and her family. Christina is such an inspirational person, and her story is so amazing. If you guys missed it the last 2 days, you'll be able to hear a little bit about her story today. She has 8 kids, I believe, and they are all dynamic entrepreneurs, authors, and it's just a fantastic inspirational story that she has to tell. And her kids are actually here with her today to present their wonderful authorship journey. So with that, I pass it on to Christina. Welcome, Christina. Thanks for joining us again today on the summit. If Christina is in the queue, I think I see her. While we wait for her to come on, she can just let me know when she's on. Again, we know we have such a great lineup of speakers and performers, all just coming at us with so much healing, inspiration, and motivation. And like I said before, the first couple hours of today was dedicated to the youth and the community, because we really feel that we have to nurture and embrace that community and give them the opportunity to really gain the principles of how to better themselves in all areas. So I'm so happy to be able to do that. So with that, I know we're still waiting for Christina. Let's see what's going on. GT, is Christina in the queue?
Yeah, Christina is on. Maybe she's having some technical, but I think Leica is also on.
Okay, so maybe we can go on to somebody else then, you said?
Hey, is Leica on? Are you on, Leica?
Yeah, Lakia, if you are in the stage, please come on. You can be our next speaker. Lakia is a dynamic speaker as well, and she has a great talk lined up today, specifically for the kids. Welcome, Lakia. How are you?
Hi, thanks. I'm so excited.
We're gonna get big. I love it.
Are you all able to hear me?
We hear you, Lakia.
Okay, thank you. I want to first say thank you to Queen Jennifer for giving me the opportunity to serve you, and to all the dynamic kings and queens that was a part of your team. I also want to say I loved everything that I've heard thus far. Queen Laura, I'm so grateful. Let me just tell y'all something. My nerves just sitting here waiting. So let me just do this exercise first, because I need you all to be a part of it. I had my camera off, so I'm going to do an activity, and I'm going to count to 3. And as I count to 3, I want you to take a deep breath, because I need this right now for me. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, breathe in positivity and breathe out negativity. We're going to do it 2 more times. 1, 2, 3. Breathe in possibility and breathe out worry. And the last time, 1 more deep breath. 1, 2, 3. Let's breathe in purpose and let's breathe out frustration. As I was saying, Queen Desiree, I love the music, and that was one of the things every time I have to speak, that's one of the things I have to channel in is to that music, because the music calms you down. It brings peace of mind, and that's one of the things that I often use in the classroom with the children, because sometimes you just need that peace of mind. But I want to say, everybody that have spoken thus far, I love everything that you said. A lot of it I can resonate with it. Like I said, Queen Laura, King Kendo, King IPC, King Refresher, King and it was just so many, and I hope I didn't get the names wrong. So like, look, my nerves. Okay, so let me start. I'm so happy to be here. And one of the things I want to ask you first is, what are you thankful for? A lot of times we can focus on everything that's going bad, but we forget about what we're thankful for. So what are some of those things you have? And I thank you for that encouragement, Queen Desiree. So she told me, I got this. And I want to tell you all, you got this as well. But I know one of the things that I'm grateful for is just being alive. You know, there's so many individuals, just to have a roof over my head, just to have food on the table, you know, it's something for me to be grateful for. And what I want to talk about is affirmations. Affirmations are those words that we repeat. We repeat, refusing that negative energy, those negative thoughts that can sometimes come to our mind. And we channel it into that positive language. And I want you to repeat after me. Often when I ask individuals to repeat after me, I'll say, repeat after me, I am a king. And they'll say, repeat after me, I am a king. So I want you to say, I am a king. So I want you to repeat after me. To the kings out there, I am a king. And to the queens out there, I am a queen. Now I want everybody to repeat. I will be what I desire. I will be intentional. I will not be hindered. I will walk into my purpose and destiny. I love me. I am great. I will dream big, and I will have an awesome day on purpose. Whether it's an awesome day on purpose, whether it's a day, whether it's a night, whether it's an evening, whatever it is, you speak, I will have an awesome day. And I see you, King David. Yes, I am a king. And those affirmations are so imperative. A lot of times, like I said, sometimes we could think of the negative and we have to change that language. Yes, we have to change the language, and we got to speak life. Sometimes we're going through so many different things. And I want to just ask you, have you ever said, sometimes you might say, I'm going to have a bad day. And when you say that, what ends up happening? You have a bad day. You may say, I'm going to fail my test. And what ends up happening? You're going to fail the test. Even if you think you're not going to do good, you speak, I got this. I will pass. Even if you think your day is not going to go good, you say, I will have an awesome day on purpose. We have to speak things. I want to introduce myself, but before I do that, I want to ask you, have you ever struggled with communicating? Sometimes you didn't know the words or the thoughts to say. And if that was you, guess what? I was a kid too. I experienced that as well. But what I do now, I help families, youth, and individuals improve communication dynamics. So that's just saying I help you talk to your parents and your parents talk to you. Self-love and healthy mindset. As I said, I struggle with communication. And I heard King David and King Kendall talk about that expressive. Sometimes you can say things and people can make you feel you're not saying the right thing. And even as an adult now, there's times that one person may say they don't understand me, but another person does, like they talked about those circles. And sometimes you got to get in the right circles. I didn't fit in, still don't fit in now. And guess what? As I'm an adult now, I begin to embrace it. You know, I have to say, I, Lakia, am a queen. I, Lakia, am great. I, Lakia, will be what I desire. And I want you to start talking to yourself in that mirror. Sometimes we got to just do that mirror talk. Sometimes you may cry. I did. I, Lakia, love me. And sometimes when you ain't never said that, that can be a struggle. I have had parents, when I say you are a queen, they don't feel worthy of that. But I want you to learn to feel worthy of that. The next activity I'm going to ask you is, if you've ever had to go on a trip with a suitcase, and sometimes in that suitcase, tell me, what are some things you got to put in that suitcase? And you may say, I never went on a trip. I don't have a suitcase. Well, what about a bag? Have you ever had a bag that you had to put stuff in? What do you put in there? And I'm just going to say some things that I have right here. Some of the things, when you talk about the suitcase, we got self-sabotage, That U is for uncomfortableness. Sometimes we got the I, the insecurities. Have any of you ever dealt with the insecurities? We got the T, the turmoil. Sometimes it could be trauma. We got the C, the chaos. We got that A, anger. I want you to pay attention. I got the strap. This is a wallet, but I want you to visualize your real suitcase. Those things that you often deal with. It could be a suitcase. With the adults, I say suitcase. With the youth, I say world. In our world, sometimes we carry the worry. Then sometimes we carry the O, the overwhelm, the R, the regrets, the L, the lack, and sometimes even the D, danger. Have any of you carried this? And you may say, I don't carry any of that. This may not be you today, but you don't know what it could be tomorrow. But we carry it. And a lot of times we carry it to bed with us. We carry it to school with us. We carry it and we don't understand why we're responding the way we do. A lot of times when we hurt, like they say, hurt people. But I also have heard someone say, healed people heal. And that's the thing. We want to get to that healing process. Is it a process? It is. Is it going to happen overnight? It's not. And what we have to learn, I love what King Kendall talked about to the parents. A lot of times we deal with those things from our past. And that was one of the things. I was that self-sabotage. And some of you, sometimes when you're in the classroom, you self-sabotage. Have any of you, you could be some of the brightest students, and every last one of you are some bright scholars. But sometimes we don't always make the right choices. I've worked with over thousands of children for years. I've helped families. And guess what? That wasn't something that I wanted to do. When I finished school, I wanted to just counsel. But God has a way of doing things. I remember my friend, she told me about a substitute teaching position. I said, girl, I can't teach nobody's kid. But guess who knew I could? God did. Normally as a sub, you go into the schools and you go from room to room, but God has something different for me. I first started with children that were special learners. They had special physical needs. Some of them couldn't talk. They had spina bifida. Some were fetal alcohol syndrome. Some had Tourette, and they couldn't communicate with me. But they were 8, 9, 10 years old, but they liked stuff like Barney. And they would blow kisses. That was their way of expressing. But that took me a notch when I worked with the general ed, because it pushed me to say, you can talk. And what's going on sometimes, all of this stuff that we carry in, we allow it to affect our behavior. And I want to ask, are you that student that's in the classroom? You're getting good grades. You're very smart. Sometimes the children say you think you all of that. You're trying to be the teacher's pet. But it seems like the student that's acting up is the one the teacher always focuses on. I want you to continue to be intentional. I want to continue to let you know we see you out there. And we celebrate you. Continue to be your best self. And to my friends that don't always make the right choice, to the kings, queens, princes, and princesses, guess what? I want you to think within yourself, I am a king. I am great. I will be what I desire. Because what happens sometimes, like I said, I've worked with students that's in special education as well as general ed. And a lot of times you allow those patches of you're not going to amount to anything. Sometimes they say stuff like, you're dumb, you're not going to be this, or you're not going to be that. I had a student that was saying he didn't like a girl, and I didn't understand why he didn't like that girl. The young lady came to the classroom and he ended up starting an argument with her. And I pulled him aside and I said, why are you bothering her? Guess what? It had nothing to do with her. It was the stuff that's on the inside. And what we do, we carry it. And he ended up saying, my dad don't care about me. His dad wasn't in that classroom, but some of us, it may be loved ones that's not in our life no more, or that we've never met. And we have allowed it to attach itself to us and allow us not to be the great people that we are. I'm going to show you something. It's a piece of paper that says IALAC. I am lovable and capable. And I want you to look at this piece of paper as a self-esteem. This is your self-esteem. It's like a big poster saying how you feel about yourself. But I want to ask you, what are some words that some people have said to you that built you up, that made you feel good? Sometimes I hear, I'm great. And you all, if you can, put it in the chat. Some things that people have said to you that make you feel good. Sometimes they may say, you're beautiful. I love your calmness. You're a great listener. But I also want to know, what are some things that people say that may tear you down that's not so nice? And if you can put it in the chat. And I'll just show you. Remember, this is your self-esteem. This is how you feel about yourself. But sometimes people can tell you you're worthless. Sometimes they can tell you you're ugly. Sometimes they can tell you you're not going to amount to anything. Sometimes they can tell you you won't be successful. Sometimes they can tell you you're not going to fit in. Sometimes they can tell you you're not smart. This was your self-esteem, remember? But now they tore it down. Sometimes they can tell you you're not pretty. Sometimes they can tell you you can't do this. You're just in special ed. But people told you those great things, and sometimes it's easy for us to focus on the negative things that people say about us. This was our self-esteem, but it's torn down. And it not only affects the children, it affects the adults as well. And remember, we carry this around with us. I want to just say something to you. I want you to be encouraged. I want you to know, no matter what someone say, whether you have, a learning issue, whether you have physical ailments. I had a student that didn't have her limbs, and she used to act out. She wasn't bad, but she wanted attention. And sometimes we want attention in the wrong way. No matter what type of learner you are, I want you to continue to soar. No matter what type of issues you're going with, some of us, we have great parents, but some of us may not have parents that are going to pour into us. Some of us may have parents that treat us just like other children. You may say, I don't live with my family. I'm homeless. I'm in foster care. I live with my grandma. And you know what? Sometimes those people that are trying to care for us, we are mean to them because how we're feeling on the inside. And the people that's not around us are the ones that we'll focus on the most. Embrace the people that's there for you. Continue to pray for the people that's not there. I didn't get here by myself. I have went through many obstacles, but it was prayer. It was my family, counseling, therapy. It was nothing but God. Sometimes you're not going to know how to make the right choices. And one of the scriptures that I like, Proverbs 3:5-6, in all thy ways, acknowledge him, he will direct our path. Sometimes we're not going to know what to do, how to do it. But if we ask, and whatever your religion is, we ask him. I worked with some students that celebrated Ramadan, and they had the fast, and you had the kindergarten fasting, kids of all ages. And they were intentional. And when I say intentional, you're doing it on purpose. You're being positive on purpose. You're making the right choice on purpose. When I said I would not be hindered, sometimes a hindrance is an interference. No matter what it is, sometimes it could be family. Sometimes it could be the school. Don't let anybody hinder you. Be great. This shirt is a part of my son's business. He struggled as a child. Didn't fit in. Children were not always mean. And when he created his business, he thought about that. He thought about how people treated him. And he said, I want to be able to pour into people so they don't have to feel the way I did. He started helping the senior citizens. Sometimes you may not have even talked to a senior citizen, but just saying hi, just smiling. Talk to that friend that may not have friends and be intentional, but no longer carry that suitcase. No longer allow those things that people said about you, because it becomes dark. And even sometimes those things that's in your mind that tell you, I wish you wasn't here. Sometimes it's people that will tell you, I wish I wasn't here. You will have those thoughts and you will harm yourself. Repeat after me, I will live and not die. All of the motivation that has been given to you today, all of the speakers and performers that have spoke to you today. Sometimes, even after this is over, you may say, I don't want to be here anymore. And I hear it from kindergartens on up, but I want to tell you that you're special. I want to tell you that you're great. I want to tell you that you will be what you desire. And I want you to say that to you. So I'm just going to end with speak life. S is speaking life. Speaking life. I will live and not die. Speak those affirmations. The opposite of those negative thoughts, speak that positivity. P, be purposeful, be intentional, be deliberate, make the right choices, be positive. E, embrace you, even when you don't feel like it. It's not what they say, it's not what you see or hear, but you embrace you. You tell yourself that you're special. You tell yourself that you're great. A, ask for help. And I heard someone earlier say, ask for help. A lot of times, y'all know how y'all do before the pandemic, your parents asked you, is everything okay? I'm fine. I'm okay. But deep down inside, you wasn't. And now you got the mask and they ask you the same thing. The teachers ask you the same thing. And you say you okay. But there's a darkness. There's a hole of hurt and pain that you want to be able to release yourself to be able to get the help. Your parents can't help you. Your family members can't help you. The counselors, the social workers, they can't help you if you don't let them know. Talk to somebody that you trust so you don't have to carry the suitcase, the luggage, or the world. Okay, know your worth. Know you're valuable. Know that you're needed. Know that we love you. L, life. I want you to live. I want you to get your laughter. Have fun. Sometimes even myself, I was a class clown because of all the stuff I went through. I ended up joking about everything. People didn't really know what I was going through. And as I got older, I got serious. But guess what? I got my laughter back. And I want you to get yours too. I is not what they say, but how you respond. Sometimes people may say things that's not so nice. But guess what? You don't always have to respond. You know how they say, if you can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all. Again, God can help you. Or, you could just speak it of biting your tongue. Sometimes you might have to just bite your tongue, muzzle your tongue. But it's okay because you're going to have a peace while the other people are doing what they're doing. And E, be encouraged. So I hope you all had a blessed day. And I am a king. I am a queen. I will be what I desire. I will be intentional, and I will have an awesome day on purpose. Have a great one. I love you, and God does too.
Wow. Jennifer, holy smokes, that was incredible.
I know, wasn't that amazing? Lakia, wow, she brought that fire today, let me tell you. I'm definitely feeling that in my heart, right? That was
Definitely.
beautiful. That was beautiful. Beautiful, Lakia. Thank you for that phenomenal talk. And I hope all the kids and the youth out there were taking notes and seriously gonna put that into action. Dream big, walk in your purpose, follow your dreams, follow your heart. I hope everybody was taking those notes because that was definitely some golden nuggets and treasures and gems that Lakia just dropped. So thank you, Lakia. We so appreciate you. With that, once again, everyone, welcome to the second annual Healing Motivational Summit. I am so happy that you've all joined us here on day 3. And we've had a phenomenal start to this summit already. We've had some phenomenal speakers and performers just putting it all together for us. And I do want to see if Christina is still here in the queue because I cannot wait to hear her and her phenomenal kids give their presentation. Christina, are you still around?
Yes, we are here. I'm here and I'm here on their behalf.
Okay, well,
how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us on day 3 again.
Good. I'm so happy to be a part of this. I was told that you do have their video. So I don't know if you want me to introduce it or how you want me to. Just let me know and I'm ready.
Yes. So Mahatma is who's our technical assistant in the background. Mahatma has it. She should be able to cue it up for you when you're ready. Mahatma, if you can just pull up Christina's video, that'd be great.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So do you want me to kind of intro it as she's pulling it up?
Yeah, that'd be great. I want you to give a little rundown of everything that you've been talking about the last couple of days, because there's some new people I'm sure watching, and your story is just phenomenal. Just a quick intro about you, your family, and all the great stuff that you told us.
Okay, awesome. Well, just to kind of introduce my children first, because it is Children's Day. They're known as JFam Johnson, and they've actually decided to work as a unit to write children's books, books for young adults, to start their own clothing line and clothing brand for motivational clothing. They also have different endeavors that they do, music production, graphics and design. So a lot of what they're doing, they decided, yeah, we have our individual talents, but we also want to work as a group to be even more powerful, because just the idea of unity was something that we really wanted to kind of drive home in our household. So as we are getting into their video, JFam Johnson wrote Hip Hop Hair, the book behind me. We also have a publishing company, Testimony Publishers LLC, where we help individuals, mostly established entrepreneurs, to write and monetize their words. So whether it's through a book, an ebook, a print book, speaking engagement, keynote speaking, online courses, anything that involves words, whether it's email marketing, autoresponders, or what have you, social media posts, we help people to do that. And we've branched into, because of COVID, many of us had to pivot and add different things to our businesses. So what I decided to do was kind of step back a little bit from what I was doing with Testimony Publishers LLC, working with adults and entrepreneurs, to working with my children. As we're talking about children and encouraging them and helping them to stay motivated, sometimes as the adults in their lives and their parents or guardians, whoever we are in the lives of our children, we sometimes need to step back from what it is we believe we should be doing for ourselves and them, and then find out what they want from us. And then whatever it is that they want, they probably need that in that moment. So it's up to us to decide, is their need in this moment something that I have to give them in order for them to prosper and to thrive? Or is it something that I can kind of ignore and have it wait till later? Most often I will say, when I do not stop and give my children the attention that I know they need, everyone in the house suffers. And I like to take it a step further and say, when we don't address the needs of all of our children, the children in our community, the children in our schools, we are basically allowing our families, our households, and our communities to suffer. So it's time for us as adults to step up and take the mantle, whether we get everything that our heart desires or not, and pour into our children so that they can have more to give for themselves and continue to build a legacy for all of us. So with that being said, JFam Johnson has a video. They actually wrote the book. They illustrated the book, meaning they drew the pictures, just like IPC, Integrated Tech with Arts. They loved his story, and they actually were inspired even more to go on and keep doing what they were doing with tech and art, because they did that with their book. They used so many different apps to draw the pictures, color them using the watercolors and the other vibrant colors, the oil paintings. They had to outline all of the drawings, and you'll see all of that in the video coming up. So enjoy the video. After it's over, I'll talk a little bit about how you, for the young people who are watching, can use writing just very briefly to kind of express yourself and help you to manifest some of the things that you want for yourself in your life as you continue to grow.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink.
important to know who you are. It gives you power. That's why hip hop hair is waking people up to that fact.
Hi, I'm Abigail. The reason I think hip hop hair is so important is because people shouldn't have to change themselves. They should be empowered to be who they are.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. And hip hop hair, at first I used to have trouble with reading a lot. So then
That's okay. Keep going. I'm not even going to stop it. Just start again from hi, I'm Elizabeth. Perfect.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I used to have trouble with reading. It got very hard because a lot of difficult books my father used to buy. They had a lot of words in it. So then I started to read Hip Hop Hair, the book that we published, and then it got a little easier. My favorite part of Hip Hop Hair was when he said, "I'm flossing space fragments."
Hello, I am Yaya, and I think it was really helpful to be making the music for the book and illustrating and helping illustrate the book because everybody had so many ideas and we just all put that in the book.
I'm Phoebe, and Hip Hop Hair teaches you to love yourself so you don't have to look pretty for other people. Hi, I'm Sarah, and the reason that I love Hip Hop Hair because it teaches children that they're awesome, and if they look too skinny or chubby, then they don't have to worry about any of that. Hey, my name is Zuda. And my name is Joshua. We love Hip Hop Hair.
Okay, well, come on. Just look here. Ready?
Zuda.
Okay, ready? Go.
My name is Zuda. And my name is Joshua.
And?
We love Hip Hop Hair.
Hip Hop Hair, written by J. Fam Johnson. Illustrated and designed by Abigail C. Johnson and Yayo K. Johnson. Published by Testimony Publishers, LLC, Jackson, Wyoming. Dedication. To all these children who want to be more and are more.
I'm more precious than diamonds, more valuable than gold.
I'm hip, I'm hop.
My afro don't stop. I'm more than 3/5 of a person. I'm divine, one of a kind, and eternally beyond time.
I'm hip, I'm hop.
My braids don't stop. I'm not ego tripping. I'm afro picking and hawk spitting.
I'm hip, I'm hop.
My coils don't stop. I'm more than my body. I'm intergalactic, leaving traces on comments as I floss space fragments.
I'm hip, I'm hop.
My locks don't stop. I'm the definition of royalty and wealth. I'm pure happiness and health all by myself.
I'm hip, I'm hop.
My curls don't stop. I'm higher and I'm infinite. I'm power to my people.
I'm hip, I'm hop.
My plats don't stop.
My hair defies gravity, but I'm more than just my hair. I'm soul and spirit, even the sun, moon, and stars have to stare. I'm hip, I'm hop.
My Bantu knots don't stop.
I'm hip, I'm hop. Hip hop hair don't stop.
The end.
Thanks for reading along.
That's a wrap.
All right, all right, all right. Thank you so much for tuning in to Hip Hop Hair Storytime. Speaking to the youth who are watching, this is a children's book, but it's more than that. What I hope you got from all of this was that you have something within you, and that something is more powerful than any other person because it's specifically and uniquely designed to you. And that's what they wanted to highlight in their book. They wanted to highlight their individual personalities in the video, and they were able to do that. And you can do that through writing as well. In the video, you saw them have their little personalities, their little quirks, and they wanted it to be fun, kind of fun for you and spunky. So all of it was designed the way that they saw fit. So when they kind of messed up, I had to go with the flow and put away my mama, this gotta be perfect, because life is not perfect. You're gonna make mistakes. So all of that you can put out in the open and just be you, be who you are and who you were made to be. And hopefully you were able to do that. If someone's watching and they may have a question or something like that, definitely put it in the chat and we'll try to answer that for you. If you are interested, go to their website. They communicate back and forth via Instagram, or you can email them if you have questions about how they enjoyed it. Yes, it was kind of difficult to write the book, but it was worth it because they spent time together. They got out what they wanted to. And all of this came about because of COVID. We had to realize, okay, we don't need this. Okay, we could do this a different way. And it helped us to see what was really and truly important. And that was really getting into who we are and what we need as people, as adults and children alike. So we thank you so much for the opportunity. And if there are no questions, continue to enjoy the summit. Jennifer, Sean, Ramona, Kenya, Mahatma. Oh my goodness. Hats off to you. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of it.
Thank you so much, Christina. That was such an awesome presentation. I love it, love it, love it. My daughter was here and she's like, wow, that's so cool. Who are those kids? So I'm just so floored and amazed by all the great talent that your family has. And thank you for sharing that with us. So with that, because it's Kids Day still, I have 3 children's books that I wrote in the midst of the pandemic, and it was really inspired by my 2 daughters, Bishana and Valana. Bishana is my older one who's here, and she would like to read the book to you. So the first one she's going to read is called I Am Grateful for Magic, and this is really about gratitude and how to really understand that all the things that we're grateful for, especially in the midst of the pandemic as we were experiencing. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Bishana. This is actually her favorite book that she wanted to read today, and we may read a couple more as well. So I'm going to pass it on to her and get out of her way.
Hi, my name is Lashana and I'm 9 years old, and today I'm going to be reading I'm Grateful for Magic. Shauna sat on the old swing set out in the backyard, rocking her doll back and forth. It sure was old. The swing squeaked, but that didn't bother her. Her dad had cleaned off the rust and repainted it a bright pink. It looked brand new again. Papa, Papa, we love it, Shauna had shouted when she first saw it. Lana sprawled out on her blanket on the grass, surrounded by daisies and tulips. Her favorite blue baseball cap sat snug on her head, blocking her oval face from the bright sun beaming down. Eva, their mom, tossed the green frisbee at Dudley. Dudley was the newest member of the family. She never wanted the responsibility of a pet, but she couldn't resist the frown and large puppy dog eyes. Please, please, we promise we'll clean up his poo. Why do we need to stay home all the time? Asked Lana, jumping off to chase a butterfly. She also chased bunnies. Also, do I have to go to Tina's birthday party on the computer? She has like the biggest pool ever. She can't have the biggest pool ever. Nanny's pool is way bigger in Florida, shouted Shauna. Lana ignored her. When we are going to visit Nanny and Nana, asked Shauna, twirling with flowers. She was the glittering little princess out of the 2 sisters. Girls, we have to be patient, answered Eva. We don't stay home all the time, but we are going to be safe. We just have to stay positive and believe things will get better very soon. Eva and Dudley were thirsty from all the playing. Dudley loves cold lemonade. Both of Eva's sisters were doctors and helped the girls understand we need to protect our bodies from germs and help keep others around us safe too. It was important to follow the rules. But they were still kids. They wanted to see their friends, spend time with their grandparents, and go to actual birthday parties. So did Eva. What are some things you can do to stay safe? At least I have my skateboard. Woohoo! Lana bounced up with a burst of energy and hopped on her skateboard. Who wants to go to a magical place? Asked Eva, with a big bright smile. A beautiful place with magic. It has flowers, rainbows, a big castle, and lots of ponies, and even fairies. Shauna's eyes brightened, and she jumped off the swing into her mother's arms. As Eva tightly hugged her daughter, she felt like the luckiest mom in the world. Of course, Dudley wanted hugs too. Magic. I love magic and ponies, fairies, screamed Shauna. Well, look around, girls. There's magic everywhere. We live in a castle, said Eva, pointing to their house. The flowers are blooming and colorful butterflies flooded like fairies. If you close your eyes and believe, you can see a rainbow. Dudley is our playful little pony. We get it, Mommy. We have everything we need right here. Yeah, Mommy, and Dudley is a great pony. Do you think we can color him pink? Asked Lana. Eva and Shauna laughed so much their bellies hurt. Lana was always a silly comedian. Things are a little different now, but we still have so much to be grateful for. We should appreciate what we do have, Eva said. We should be happy that we got Dudley, said Shauna. Yes, being grateful helps us remember all the things that make us smile, like Dudley. Being grateful is enjoying the moments right now. Shauna felt her heart warming and Lana smiled. Girls, I have an idea. Eva spotted at the crate of toys near the tool shed and spotted a box of chalk. Shauna followed her. Mommy, as Lana skated up and down the long driveway. What's Mommy? Tell us, shouted Lana as she almost skated into the garbage can. Don't worry, I'm okay. We won't worry, shouted back Shauna. Eva took out a blue-colored chalk. You know how Mommy keeps a gratitude journal? Yeah, you write everything you are thankful for, answered Lana. Yes, exactly, Lana. So let's make our own list right here, said Eva, pointing to the driveway. Lana, you go first. What are you grateful for? Lana thought for a moment. I'm grateful for FaceTime with Nanny and Nana and Grandma and Grandpa. Even though I can't give them big hugs, at least I get to see them. Also, I'm grateful for all the presents Santa brought me for having a Christmas tree last year, even though Papa said you were a little naughty and couldn't have one. Eva smiled. Christmas was her favorite holiday. My turn, screamed Shauna. I'm grateful to go to school and have a cool teacher and talk to my friends. Shauna always did enjoy school. The girls each began making their gratitude list as Eva watched and enjoyed. Mommy, what about your list? Eva was grateful for so much. She had everything she needed. She grabbed a purple chalk. I'm grateful for Shauna, Lana, and Papa. Mommy, the girls both chorused. They wrapped their arms around her in a tight bear hug. Before Eva knew it, the entire driveway was filled with words and colorful pictures. Hear the birds chirping, hear Papa read me a story, eat ice cream, make s'mores, pick flowers, talk to Grandma, dance and laugh, have family movie night, parties on the computer, watch the sunrise, Netflix, Mommy and Papa, my cousins, food on the table, water to make lemonade, hot chocolate, playing outside, rainbows, rain puddles. Our car, make pizza, breathe, exercise, say prayers, talk to friends, do yoga, talk to Mommy, playing in the snow, drawing, looking at the ocean, our castle. Eva was so proud of the girls. They were really learning to appreciate all the small things, although they were missing out on some of the big things. Being grateful is opening your heart to accept all the kindness around us, see the beauty and hear the laughter. It's okay to feel sad sometimes, but it feels better to be grateful and smile. I'm grateful for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Good job. What are you grateful for?
Good job. She did such a great job. Good job, Shauna. So this one, I just want to read the last page again. Being grateful is opening your heart to accept all the kindness around us, see the beauty and hear the laughter. It's okay to feel sad sometimes, but it feels better to be grateful and to smile. I am grateful for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So that is just one of the books that I wrote called I'm Grateful for Magic. And of course, as you can see, it includes my two beautiful daughters because they definitely inspire gratitude within me. And it's so important for everybody listening. You know, I know we all go through challenges and hardship, but we always have to remember to be grateful for the little things that we do have around us. And my children are learning that every single day. So thank you for giving Shauna the opportunity to read. We do have another book she wants to read a little bit of, which is called Star Player. Star Player is another book that's about forgiveness. So forgiveness and gratitude are two very important principles that we want to embed in our children from a young age so they understand how they can really live a better life by being grateful and by being forgiving towards people. So I'm going to pass it along to Shauna. She's going to read this one book and then we'll be done. Thank you for giving her the opportunity.
Let's go hustle. Let's go, gang. Hustle, hustle, shouted Coach Jerry. Move those feet, keep control, and let's win this game, boys. Bradley picked up in speed and kicked and turned and ran down the field as quickly as his legs could carry him. The mid-afternoon sun hovered over the field, hiding the shade. He was so hot he could feel his shirt sticking to his belly. His cleats swished on the grass. He quickly wiped away the sweat with his elbow. This was the Rally Cats' fourth game of the season, and they were 4-0. Bradley had been playing soccer since he was 3 years old. It was his favorite sport. His dad signed up for all the soccer camps and training and would always tell him, as long as you have heart, spirit, and sportsmanship, you're always a winner and a star player. Go, Bradley, go. Score a goal so we can get ice cream, screamed his little brother Nick from upstairs. Nick jumped up and threw his hands in the air. I want chocolate ice cream with sprinkles, he shouted. Nick was 5 years old and baseball was his favorite sport, but he's always liked to watch Bradley's games. Nick, Mom gave him a stare. I'm not sure you are getting ice cream today, little man. I saw your dirty underwear on the floor, and your room was all over the floor. Nick sat back down, looked at his dad with a frown, and folded his arms. Really, Nick? Dirty underwear? Asked his dad, shaking his head. Couldn't you at least left up clean underwear on the floor? He gave Nick a friendly punch in the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Tell Mom it was Dylan." Nick's face lit up. Mom, I forgot. It was Dylan. He came into my room while I was asleep and took my underwear out of the hamper and knocked my toys all over. Marcia raised her eyebrows at Nick and glanced over at 6-month-old Dylan chewing on a rubber zebra. John smiled and high-fived Nick. See, told you it would work. Score! Bradley got the first goal in the game. Marcia, John, and Nick all jumped off the bleachers chorusing, "Bradley, Bradley." Bradley gave his family a thumbs up. He looked back at the field. The mid-wolves looked so bummed, especially Timothy. Timothy had been playing just as long as Bradley, and they were always competing. Okay, team. Head up and eyes on the ball, shouted Coach Jerry. Marcus passed the ball to Bradley. Bradley jumped into action and moved into position. Then Bradley spotted Timothy. He was coming towards him full speed with wide eyes and quick feet. He was close, real close. Bradley could see the goal. He could make it. He turned left and he shot around to his right, cutting the ball in the net. Bradley planted his feet and set in motion the drop kick his dad taught him. Timothy was ready to. He went for a tackle and blocked Bradley's drop kick. Bang! Timothy's cleats collided into Bradley's knees and heard the pop. Bradley felt a stinging pain all the way up his leg. He fell to the floor, tears streaming down his face. John jumped up from the bleachers and quickly rushed into the field. Marcia, in a panic, nervously grabbed Nick and Dylan. Coach Jerry and the team surrounded Bradley and sat in pain, gasping, his knees tightly. Timothy stared in shock. He didn't mean to hurt him. He felt really bad. The next morning, Bradley sat slunking on the couch with his legs stretched out on a soft pillow. The doctor said it was a torn ligament and he would be out for the rest of the season. To an 8-year-old, that felt like forever. Hey, pal, how about some pancakes with bananas and whipped cream? Asked his mom. Sure, why not? I'll be stuck here forever anyway. Might as well eat. Can you add a glass of chocolate milk too? His mom smiled. I think forever sounds a little long. You will be back on the field in no time. You just need to heal that knee. I can't believe that Timothy, he gets to play and I don't. He gets to go on the annual soccer picnic too. I'll never forgive him, never, shouted Bradley, folding his arms. Bradley outburst of interrupted Nick. Bradley, be quiet, shouted back Nick. I'm watching TV. Bradley gave his little brother a dirty look. John walked over to Bradley and sat down beside him. I know you're upset, but you can't be angry forever. Why not? He tackled me, hurt my knee, and now I can't play soccer or ride my bike. It was an accident. Sometimes people do things that they don't mean to do. Plus, you can be playing again real soon. Yeah, but I'll miss so much. It all felt awful. Remember when you accidentally threw Mom's watch in the sink that Grandpa gave her? Bradley slumped down on the couch. He surely did remember. His mom wasn't happy. Well, didn't mom tell you it was okay and she forgave you? Yeah, she's my mom. She has to. What if she told you she was still angry? Wouldn't that hurt your feelings? Bradley nodded. Yeah, I guess, he said with a frown. You have to let go of your anger and move past it. How do I let go of it? Asked Bradley. I can't forgive what happened. Not forget, but forgive, said his dad. You can be strong inside and not think about those anger feelings anymore. Bradley, whatever happened on the soccer field happened yesterday. Today is a new day. You can choose how you want to feel today. Also, can you talk to Timothy and let him know how you feel? Said John. So I'll tell him I'm mad and how much my knee hurts. I'll tell him that it's not fair he gets to play and I don't. Yes, exactly. It's important to let out your feelings when you're angry. If you keep them bottled up, you can explode at the wrong time. Like how the Coke bottle exploded on Grandma's lap. Bradley laughed. That was funny, Dad. John smiled. Yes, the Coke bottle exploding on Grandma's lap. He thought it was funny, too, but his mother didn't think so. Forgiving Timothy has to be your choice, Bradley. Mom, I won't force you to do anything, but you'll feel so much better if you do. It takes strength and courage to forgive someone. Forgiveness shows kindness, and I know you're a kind little boy. Being a sharp player is important on and off the field. Nick came running up to Bradley. Bradley, I forgive you for yelling when I was watching TV, he said, as he threw himself on his brother's belly. Bradley and his dad burst into laughter. The next weekend, Bradley and his dad went to watch his team play. His champ, how's his knee? Asked Coach Jerry, patting Bradley on his back. Good. How's the team without me? Coach Jerry laughed. Why don't you go hop on over and ask them yourself? Bradley made his way over to his teammates, who were super excited to see him. As they talked and laughed, Bradley watched them do warm-up drills. Bradley felt a tap on his shoulder. Hi, Bradley, said Timothy quietly. Bradley swung around. Hey, answered Bradley. How's your knee? It's okay. At least I get to sit on the couch and watch TV all day. Timothy laughed. I'm jealous. I'm sorry, Bradley. I didn't mean to hurt you. I guess I need to practice my tackle a little more. Bradley glanced over at his father. John smiled at his son and nodded. I know, Timothy. It's okay. Maybe we can practice together. Timothy's face lit up. He and Bradley shook hands. Bradley missed the rest of the season, but it was back on the soccer field a few weeks later, practicing his drop kick. Timothy joined him to practice his tackle. They now practice together twice a week. Steps to forgiveness. Let go of anger, move past it, forgive, and show kindness. What are some things you can do when you feel sad or angry at someone?
Hey, good job, Shauna. Thank you, everyone, for giving her the opportunity. So this last book is going to be the last one, Steps to Forgive, Let Go of Anger, Move Past It, Forgive, and Show Kindness. I hope you guys enjoyed all the books, and we do have another. We're not going to read it, but all my books are available on Amazon. This was the first book that I wrote called Why the Rain Isn't So Bad. There's Star Player, and of course, I'm grateful for magic. So please go check them out on Amazon. And thank you to my daughter, Vishana, for reading so beautifully today. With that, I'm going to pass it along to Ramona or Mahatma to take the mic.
Thank you, everyone. Uh-oh, am I on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Awesome. Oh, I was just frozen on my end for a second. Now I'm back. So it has been an absolute awesome day 3 of the Healing and Motivational Summit. I am so excited that we were able to accomplish as much as we have with all of these awesome speakers, awesome performers, the readers. Can everybody give it up for all of these babies, the gems, the real stars of the show, the Johnson family babies, as well as the Maharaj babies. They were so adorable. Oh my goodness. The next generation, right? So we have to nurture them and we have to love them and we have to give them this platform right now and definitely show them the way by leading and guiding them so that they understand that they too have gifts that can still inspire and motivate no matter how young or old they are. So with that said, we would like to go on to let me let Deja in. And we would like to go on to our next speaker because I believe that there are 4 or 5 more, Jennifer.
Yes, we have a couple more. I don't know if I know you said Deja is here. Let me just see who's
Deja just got here, and Dave. I also let Dave in a little bit earlier while the kids were doing their reading.
Oh, great. If Deja just came in, let's let Deja get on stage. Just to give a little intro for Deja, she is just a beautiful soul inside and out. I actually met Deja. She has a club on Clubhouse called Dope Ass Book Club. And when I went into that room for the first time, I felt so comfortable, and everybody in that room just totally embraced me. It was a room to go in and just reflect on your day and really just have the opportunity to, pour out your feelings in a safe space. And it was amazing. And Deja is a beautiful, beautiful soul inside and out. So Deja, welcome. I hope you are able to come up. Let me see if I can pin you up here. I would love to just talk with you a little bit and see how you are. Hey, Deja. You're on mute, hon. You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How are you?
How are you? Oh my gosh, my dog is like excited.
I'm so excited to see you. I'm so excited that you were able to make it. I'm so happy that you're here with us, Deja.
Oh, I'm happy too, girl. It's been such a day, but I'm excited. Congratulations on this whole second annual experience. I'm so excited. Hi, I'm in the spotlight.
Yeah, you got the stage, girl. The stage is all yours. Take it away.
All right, well, hi everyone. My name is Deja. I am the founder of Dope Ass Book Club and also just Too Dope for Rehab LLC. One of my missions in general is to teach people how to love unconditionally. That's something that I champion everywhere that I go with everything that I do. Some of the rules I have for the book club in of itself is when you arrive here, just understand that this is a safe space. And you have to arrive there and decide hey, this is how I want to show up. I want to show up as my full authentic self. And not only that, it's welcome. So being honest, open, and transparent is welcome. Because I feel like we should arrive that way in every aspect, in every element of our lives. And then that's how we're able to learn and grow. So what I decided to do today is I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about unconditional love. I think that's a very expansive topic in general. I'm so excited to be here. Okay. So it's just a very expansive topic in general. And I've just come across a lot of people who like to argue me down in relation to unconditional love. Do people really love you unconditionally? Is that something that really can happen? And most times they say the only type of love that can be unconditional is between a child and a mother and a child. But I really just kind of want to dig deep into this whole experience. I want to dig deep in what does it mean to love, right? So we can move from loving, then we can move into the different conditions, and then we can move forward. All right, cool. So first of all, is love definable? A lot of people would say, no, it's indescribable. It's unique to every particular person. Anybody can feel love in any way, right? So I personally believe that love can be defined. I do come from this Christian background, so I do believe ultimately God is love, but there's this idea that the word love is a verb. In Hebrew, the word love is an action. It's a decision. It's a choice, right? So one of the books that I refer to, I thought I was going to have it right here, but it's over there and I don't want to get off camera. One of the books I refer to all the time that has to do with love is All About Love by Bell Hooks. In that book, she borrows a definition from Eric Fromm, who is another researcher on unconditional love or love in general. And the definition that they use is love is the willingness to extend yourself to nurture the spiritual growth of another person. So I'll say that again. Love is the willingness to extend yourself to nurture the spiritual growth of another person or yourself, right? So a lot of times something that can like really stand out in that definition is spiritual growth. What does that mean? You know, is this like hooty hoo or like, you know, is this like religious or whatever? And, you know, I think I live in the spirit of both and rather than either or. But I think that it has to do with understanding that what your spirit is what makes you alive. You know, that is our breath. Like we live in these shells, like these are our shells that we have, right? This is how we arrive. This is what brings us to arrive at whatever lessons that we're learning. However, or and both and, there's something in us that drives us, that moves us, that pushes us. There's something that when you are in the depths of your subconscious, you can hear me?
Are you okay?
Can you hear me?
I'm mute. You're not on mute, Ramona.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was like, oh my gosh, did I miss something? Yeah, no.
You're gold. We just had a mic off. Hot mic.
Okay, cool. No, I'm glad. I'm happy for everybody being here. So let me get back to where I was. But unconditional love, yeah, it's the willingness to extend yourself to nurture spiritual growth and spirit. Okay, so we are here. We arrive we're here to what is going to enrich our spirits, right? So there's another woman. Her name is, well, I can't actually tell you her name. She wrote the energy codes. Sorry about that. No, it's Dr. Sue Johnson. She wrote the energy codes, and she had this idea that I really kind of, I really have borrowed a lot of people's thoughts and ideas to develop my own philosophies. But she has this theory called the bus stop theory, right? That all of our souls come here, or have been here or been on this planet or in this realm or dimensions. They go through various dimensions to continue to increase and be the infinite, right? So I do believe in infinites, and I believe that we're all infinite and we don't stop necessarily. We have different segments of time and space, but we don't stop. So as we are gifted the gift of time, this particular time or this time of your life, all your spirits maybe were at a bus stop. They're like, oh, what are you about to go down there and do this time? One person's like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna master courage. The other person's like, yeah, I'm gonna master, I don't know, forgiveness. Other person's like, oh, really? I'm trying to master self-forgiveness, right? So everybody's all at this, we're all at this bus stop, and they're like, hey, what are you, how much forgiveness are you gonna master this time? I'm like, I think I'm gonna go a whole 10. I'm gonna get all the way to 10, not just like a 30%. I'm gonna go full blown 100% forgiveness. So in this life, it happens that you come into this life, you have a child, maybe your child is, I don't know, driving down the road late at night. There's another car that comes, crashes your son or your daughter's car. Let's say it's your son, your only son. His car, is fatal. Your son is not here anymore, right? And in this life, you were supposed to master forgiveness. How could you possibly forgive somebody who was careless, who was not looking at where they were driving, or maybe they, I don't know, were smoking or did something or drinking, they were under the influence that was a mistake. They were a mistake, and they came into this life and they took the life of someone that you loved, right? So this particular life is about mastering how do I manage to forgive someone? How do I manage to forgive this particular person? And I think that the reason why all of our spiritual assignments tie to unconditional love is because I think that unconditional love provides us the space to master whatever it is that we came on this earth to master, right? So it gives you the space. Unconditional love is practice, it's grace, it's ground to fumble, to figure out like, dang, how can I forgive more? How can I I thought that I mastered forgiveness because when they said sorry, I said, okay. Or we're getting to another point where it's like, this person they're apologetic. So they're showing themselves like they're coming to my house every day and they are writing me letters and they want to, mow my lawn. And I'm like, yeah, I want them to serve me, but is that really truly forgiveness? And then you have to go through some other level of self-discovery. What I'm saying, and I hope that you're able to follow, is that whatever your assignment is, all of us have come on this planet to have an assignment, and we're not going to get it right. I'll never forget I have my degree in philosophy from Spelman, and I remember my philosophy teacher telling me like, holy moly, you are trying really hard and you're not going to get it right the first time. And I think that another element of love is giving yourself the space not to get it right the first time. That this whole life is about growth. It's all about growth. It's all about reaching infinite and perfecting whatever it is that you came in this life at this time to achieve. And unconditional love is a tool or a space or the parameter to allow you to do that. So a question that I really want to ask people is like, think about what is it that you came on this life to master. If you find that you're having these various experiences in your life that always lead to this one lesson, what is it? And then when you think about that lesson, when you finally get to that conclusion, think about all of the things that had to happen, all of the things, all of the people, all of the circumstances that had to happen in order for you to continue to get better at that particular thing that always seems to be in your face. And oftentimes I think that you will find that there was grace, there was forgiveness, there was trust, maybe breached and rebuilt, even if that's with yourself, So ultimately, I think that a lot of times people think of unconditional love in a one-dimensional manner, like, oh, if you're married and your husband ceases to be who you want them to be, then have y'all fallen out of love? Or, like whatever it is, like people will tell you that because love is changing, or you have changed, or the person that you love has changed, that maybe you no longer love them. And that was the condition. If they behave in this way, then they will be this particular way. But truthfully, I think that love is the breeding ground to accommodate growth. And I think that once our physical bodies cease to grow, that all that, like when we are fully grown, like our bodies are fully grown, there's so much more growth for us to do, to have, to experience. And the love that we extend to others is also the love that we attract for ourselves. And that allows us a space to grow towards the most infinite, full, complete, and whole element of ourselves, or aspects of ourselves that we can experience this time around. So that's what I wanted to share about unconditional love. I think that's my time. I practiced. I think that's my time. I think that was a full 15 minutes. But yeah, I don't know what's next. How do we do that? Do you guys have any questions, or comments or anything? I please let me know.
Deja, that was amazing. I told everybody you are an amazing individual. Good job. I loved your talk.
Thank you.
So it was so insightful.
I really was trying to bring it together, because I think that unconditional love is so expansive. And I think that people write it off so simple, like it's like this kumbaya, like, oh, some kind of lemon poppy flower world. And I think that unconditional love can be the most dramatic, darkest, and brightest of places, because it really requires you to break open constantly and go through a metamorphosis constantly, and that shit stinks sometimes. I don't know if you ever seen butterflies like actually go through metamorphosis. It's all cute and stuff when they fly out, but they stink when they're in that
Yeah,
goddamn cocoon.
it's a process
It's
that just takes a
gross,
minute.
it's nasty, it's slimy, it's like, ooh, what is that? It's not cute. And we go through that multiple times often. When you love people unconditionally, or you love yourself unconditionally, you create space for that growth, you know?
Amazing. Such gems you're dropping here. Oh, I'm so happy that you're able to join us, Deja. And I know you're also a performer, you have so much going for you. So thank you for blessing us on the stage today with your presence. We love it. Thank you.
Oh, praise God. Yeah. And there's no question and answer after, right? There's just like a moving on, right? I'm not trying to.
Oh no, if anybody has any questions, please. And we do have the YouTube comments, so you can go check out the YouTube page and see what comments were dropped there, and we'll definitely respond there as well.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's all, folks, I just want to say thank you, Jennifer, for having me. This is super cool. I've only done a couple of talks like this, like at colleges, like like in college or grad school. So I'm really grateful to be a speaker today. This is my first time like speaking to a conference audience. So thank you so much.
It was amazing. You did so well, so amazing. And you're going to be part of everything that I do from now on. So be ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Rising Pages tomorrow. If you guys want to come through on Clubhouse, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jennifer, for having me. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Deja. Take care.
All right, peace.
Thanks so much, Deja, and for all the speakers this far. We are just having a wonderful time today. This summit has been amazing this far. I'm just blown away by the amount of speakers and performers that have just really been bringing the fire and the power today. It's truly, truly amazing. So with that, I know we have a couple more speakers in the queue. I do want to queue up. We have a video that was done by a really compassionate individual who lives in South Africa, and she wasn't able to unfortunately be here with us, and we were supposed to play her video yesterday, but we didn't get it in the queue. So I definitely want to give her the opportunity to play her video today. Vaishnavi Karana, she's from Mindful Trinity. So if I could have Mahatma queue up Vaishnavi's video, that'd be great. And that is the next speaker that we will go to. I know it's already approaching 7:30, but we just have so many people that want to bless the stage and talk to everybody, and it's so healing, it's so motivational. So be patient with us. We're going to get through to everybody. For those of you who have been patiently waiting in the queue, I appreciate it so much, and thank you so much to everybody. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Mahatma to queue up that video.
Hello, everybody. Firstly, thank you to Jennifer for inviting me to be a part of this very prestigious event. Let me start by saying the past few years has been such a challenge for, I think, all of us around the globe. I remember in 2018, I was retrenched from my full-time job, and at that time, fear took over my mind. I was wondering, what will my next step be? Do I really want to go back into the corporate world? And how long will it take for me to get a job? Because in South Africa, the unemployment rate is quite big. So I was actually, applying for jobs day in, day out. It became a career looking for a job. But I then thought, whilst I'm looking for employment, let me use this time to reinvent myself. When we are faced with adversity, growth actually happens. And for me, it definitely did. So I use my setback as an opportunity to reinvent myself. I made my life more purposeful. So 2020, 2021 has been a bittersweet year. I think a lot of change happened within this time frame. More death happened. I think everyone that we meet will tell us they lost a loved one. Losing a loved one is traumatic. It is life-changing. And at the same time, a lot of good came out of this year for me personally. So I'm here to talk about overcoming adversity. Our challenges should not hold us back. It should be our number one motivator. I'm sure you may be thinking, how can negativity motivate us? You just have to do a mind shift, and it comes with practice. When you train your mind to think in a certain way, it becomes natural for you to think like that. You don't have to force yourself to think. So just like exercising, when you go to the gym and you get into your routine of exercise, whether you're actually doing cardio or picking up weights or even running on the treadmill, you're building stamina, you're building muscles. So just like that, adversity is meant to build character. So we all have a choice in life, whether we want to be a spectator and watch life pass us by, or be a part of the change. With me personally, I always like to choose the latter and be a part of the change, because I've come to this conclusion that whether we like it or not, whether we believe it or not, we always will be faced with adversity. Once this finishes, then something else will start. So why not use it as an opportunity to learn from it, and use it as building blocks to strengthen you, to reach your goal. Like I said, in the past, there was other challenges, and recently I actually had COVID. In fact, 2 other members of my family, my dad and my brother, also were infected with the virus. So I used that time to reflect and build my immunity. I did my level best not to go onto social media, because I know with social media, all of us use it for different reasons. I use it because I have a podcast and I have a business, so I reach my students and my clients on social media. But other people use it for different reasons, and some people actually use it to spread fear, either by spreading fake news or any news for that matter. So again, I actually became more mindful, and I made it a priority for me to take care of my mental health. So some of the tools that I actually used during this period that I used in the past, and it's become more of a way of life for me. So it's not something that I introduced only now, because I introduced it into my life over the years, and I've grown more accustomed to it. I think that is why my mind actually protected me during this time, and it helped me to recover. And I'm still on my way to recovery. You can hear by my voice, but I'm much more better off. And I think I'm in a better place. A lot of people weren't as fortunate as me. So I like to share all of these tools with you. One of them being gratitude. Gratitude rewires the mind, which shifts your energy to happiness in abundance. It enhances your sleep quality, and it also improves your emotional health and increases feelings of cheerfulness and creates more of a positive mood. And it also increases your hope, especially when I was going through some days were very, very bad, where I couldn't get out of bed. But because I actually practiced gratitude on a daily basis, I had more hope. And I knew even if I actually come out of this virus, I'll come out a new person. And even if I don't make it, it'll just mean my time on this earth has come to an end, and I have to go to a different place, because there is that's a different topic altogether anyway. Gratitude also reduces stress, anxiety, and also depression. And another tool that I used was affirmations. Now, affirmations, again, all of these tools that I'm going to be that I'm going to be mentioning is something that I do on a regular basis, and these are only some of the tools. It's not all of them. The affirmations are actions or a process of affirming something, and it could be like maybe you have a problem with digestion, and you could say, I digest life with ease. So it's just also training your mind. It's also rewiring your mind to speak a certain way, to think a certain way. It's because, your thoughts, it actually all manifests in your mind. Your thoughts become your words, and your words become your action. So, yeah. And so it also, it helps you to feel positive about yourself and boost your self-confidence and immunity. And there's so much more to it. I actually wrote a blog on this recently, so if you want, you can actually go and read up on that as well. Journaling is another tool. Journaling helps to control your symptoms and improve your mood by prioritizing your problems, your fears, and your concerns. It helps to track your symptoms and get it under control. It aids your mindset shift from negativity to positivity by seeing the good in every situation, including the bad. Breathing techniques is a big one. Not only does it help you to open your lungs during COVID, it also helps you to relax the mind, relax the body. When the body is relaxed, healing takes place. Another one that I used was mantra meditation. And again, this is on a regular basis. The meaning of mantra is basically a Sanskrit word. Man meaning mind and tra meaning release. So mantra means releasing the mind. So it's a tool. It's a tool to free the mind from negative emotions that weigh us down. Most of the time, we're actually thinking negative thoughts. Majority of the time, without us even thinking it's a negative thought. Naturally, you think negatively unless you are rewiring your mind. Think only positive things. You also need to be realistic. Certain things happen in our life that unconsciously we think bad thoughts. If you actually look for the good in even the bad situations, you're on your way to recovery. It's not about brushing it under the carpet. It's dealing with it, acknowledging it, and moving forward. So there's various mantras that you could practice. So it could be a word or a phrase you repeat during meditation, and it's actually repetitive. It can make a lot of difference. Well, for me personally, it made a lot of difference, especially if you practice it attentively and constantly. I'm going to just mention the mantra to you. And again, this is what I practice. So there's no hard and fast rules to it. You can actually maybe practice something else that you are accustomed to. So the mantra that I practice is, as I mentioned, it's in Sanskrit. I'll give you the meaning. Okay, now I'll tell you the Sanskrit words first. It's actually 3 words: Hare, Krishna, and Rama. Hare is the energy of God, and Krishna and Rama are different names of God. So God has many names in different religions or in different languages. His name is different. Okay, so it's 16 words. It's a string of 16 words. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And this specific mantra means, O energy of God, please engage me in your devotional, loving service. You're just asking him to engage you in service. When you engaged in service, you become more happier. And it's more selfless. I don't know what it is, but I know with me, when I'm actually engaged in service, I feel more happy. This whole summit is actually a service, and that is why we are willing to do it, because we feel happy giving or giving ourselves and also giving our knowledge to everyone else. And when we actually gain knowledge, it feels much more better when you share it with everyone else. What's the use of learning if you don't share it? So thank you so much again. Thank you once again for the opportunity to, educate you with my knowledge, which is not actually my knowledge, it's actually knowledge from my teachers and people that came before me. I'm actually nothing without them. So I'm very grateful for all of them that they imparted their knowledge very kindly onto me. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to share that knowledge with all of you. Thank you once again. All the best for the rest of the seminar. And I hope that we do meet, whether it's virtually or even in reality. And I pray that we can have a nice, strong network and we all can help to change the frequency, the vibration of the world. Bye.
That was amazing. Thank you to Vaishnavi for doing that for us. I am actually excited about this next performance that we have. I'm going to see if Ramona can come up and actually do the intro. Ramona.
Hello, everyone. I am getting more excited as it's getting closer to the end of this summit. I don't know if it's just me or not, but oh my goodness. Why is that the case? After we've been here for 3 days, I am getting more and more excited. I don't want it to end, in other words, right? So we're
getting a little sad that we're getting to the end, to be honest. Yeah. It's been so great, so exciting.
It's been awesome. And I guess because of the pandemic and so many people have not really had a good opportunity and a regular opportunity to get together, I am just thoroughly excited to see all of your lovely faces and to hear all of your awesome stories of triumph and overcoming and how you have won and how you continue to grow and thrive and survive in this pandemic. So with that said, it's exciting news. However, I am going to, with pleasure, introduce our next awesome performer. I met this gentleman in a room about a week and a half ago, and it was an awesome room, of course, with awesome professional individuals, and he was performing on stage in a room with all of these professionals talking about a business that had nothing to do with performing, but they loved him. Obviously, he had a great relationship with them, and he also pitched himself in terms of his music and his performance, and it was phenomenal. It was the most beautiful on one of my favorite instruments, I just might add. It was one of the most beautiful renditions of a couple of my favorite songs that he actually played, and it was on the piano. So this gentleman is even more exceptional because he is blind. So his name, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and just introduce him and give him the floor because we want to be respectful of his time as well. And we are so grateful that he actually offered to share his gift with us tonight in the Healing and Motivational Summit. So hopefully you find this rendition of his performance on the piano healing as well as motivational, and just his story alone will definitely move you. So Dave Leo Baker, and please do not call him David Leo Baker. It is Dave Leo Baker. So with that said, hello, Dave. Welcome. Everyone's here and waiting and listening. We are streaming live on YouTube. They are waiting and listening. So give us what you have to offer tonight. Leave it all on the stage.
Do I have the 15 minutes or do I need to shorten it?
David, go ahead and take your 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to start with something cool. We're going to start with something off of my album Planet Rising, and this is going to be my version of Wayfaring Stranger. And I'll introduce each piece as it comes through, and I'll be playing on several different instruments while the backing tracks are going. And next, in the spirit of the next generation, this is a song, Oh Danny Boy, and it was really written for somebody's father, by the father to the son, and it could be a parent to any child, and it is on my album, Vision and Purpose. And next, we have a little bit of a medley between Tree Lungs from my album Meditation and a little bit of an improv with Native American flute, percussion, and strings called Gaia's Climate Fever Dream. And now for a few commonly known Scottish and Irish harp tunes. I'm using a Celtic harp sample on my keyboard for those of you trad people. It's not quite as trad as you would probably know. I've got synthesizers under my feet, so I'll be doing those. A couple down by the Sally Gardens, and maybe we'll switch over to My Irish Rose. And the frogs and the wolves were brought to you by Yellowstone National Park. Basically, those sounds are available to any artist who chooses to use them. And you will find those featured on my album Scenes from Yellowstone. So if you ever look up as artists, as everybody on this platform is, and there's been a great bunch of acts today, it's been awesome. If you look up Yellowstone National Park free audio sounds, you can use the same geysers and all the beautiful things in your audio productions and in your paintings and everything else. So if that's where the frogs and the wolves came from, and my album Scenes from Yellowstone has a whole bunch of that stuff featured. This is Dave Leo Baker, and I want to thank you for having me here. And I forget who's up because actually I thought the video was coming first, coming after me, so I had that one known. Deja did an awesome job. Everybody's been doing awesome. I've been kicking it in and out this afternoon, and I want to thank you all for coming in. And if you like what you hear, please find me on all your platforms, Dave Leo Baker, on all your music platforms.
Awesome, 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 David. Thank you so much, Dave Leo Baker. And we definitely thoroughly enjoyed each one of those selections, and we enjoyed all of your expertise, experience, and it was absolutely fabulous, just as fabulous as I actually witnessed in that room as well. And could you please just unmute yourself and tell everyone how to follow you, where to connect with you, as well as where to hire you if they so choose or am looking for someone like yourself?
Well, thank you. Actually, I'm Dave Leo Baker, wherever you find Dave Leo Baker. So it's on Instagram, iTunes, YouTube, Spotify, all that stuff. Instagram.com/Dave Leo Baker. There's actually a DaveLeoBaker.com website out there, and it happens to be mine. So you can find me on there. You can find me on Clubhouse. I'm Dave Leo Baker on there. A lot of people ask their Amazon Alexa to play Dave Leo Baker, and my social media manager does that with all 6 of her kids. They have little Alexas in their rooms, and she has it when they go to sleep at night. Also, there's an app in the App Store that's free to you that's great for people like you who are heart-centered entrepreneurs and such. It's called Body Soul. It's a beautiful community of beautiful souls like you, like everything I've seen on this stage tonight. It's been awesome. And I am their in-house musician, audio producer, and all that stuff. So I deliver the musical content for her meditations. And the beautiful part about that is she actually delivers me the voice, and then I compose around the voice. So if any of you who have been in studio know, that's an unusual way to do meditation music. We usually just write the music and then we mix it later. But I literally record with her, if you will. I compose around her voice, so that's how her meditations are done. That's basically it, and I want to say thank you, and I hope you are going to be able to stick around and follow the next act coming up. And I'm sorry that I don't remember who that was, because I thought it was the video. So
no problem, no problem. Well, thank you so much, Dave, again, and back on to you, Jennifer. And surely somebody was motivated and inspired by that awesome selection and music that Dave Leo Baker just shared with us. And his story is absolutely phenomenal. So please go and follow him, and definitely reach out to him on Clubhouse and listen to him play, because he is phenomenal. Thank you. Back on to you, Jennifer.
Yes, that was so great. Thank you. What a phenomenal performance. We do have a couple more performances lined up. We have a great poet who's in store for us, Angie. She's coming up soon. We also have another performer from Trinidad and Tobago. It's coming to us, so stay tuned for that. But now we have a dynamic speaker, motivational, inspirational speaker coming on board. Cheryl Rogers, if you are still in the queue, and thank you. I have to say thank you for your patience. I know we've been, going back and forth with the schedule, but we just have so many people who want to come on board with us. So Cheryl, if you are still here, I would love to bring you up to the stage, and I'm so happy that you are with us. Let me bring you up. Hi Cheryl, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How is everyone?
We're doing well. Thank you so much for your patience. The stage is yours, Queen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much. And good night, good evening to everyone. Good morning, wherever you may be on this green planet called Earth. I have the privilege of trying to share my screen with you. I'm going to be talking about empowering. Okay, so can I share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Host disabled participate screen sharing. Okay. So I'll try it again. Okay, it's still not working. However, let's see. Okay.
Try now. It should be okay now.
Okay. Let's see what we got. No, it's not working.
Mahatma, I think we had changed the settings, but let me, I just went in and changed it.
Okay, so we're going to share the screen. I'm going to share. Okay, here we are. Here we are. It's called Empowering Resilient Youth, and my name is Cheryl Rogers. From the earliest childhood to modern day technology is not changed. Resiliency, in its simplest term, is the ability to bounce back. No matter the setback or the knockdown from hard times, being resilient means that you are prepared to come back. And I have little pictures here, the little egg-shaped pictures. Let's see, only probably the grown-ups know what that's about. Those are called weebles. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. They're shaped like eggs. And what they generally do, if you tap them, they'll act like this girl on the other side that's moving. And the reason why I picked these pictures is because life happens, things hit you, things try to knock you down and prevent you from your goals. But resiliency, or being resilient, will cause you to bounce back and come upright. I have a question. Are you resilient? Are you strong and resilient within so that your resiliency will have positive effects on your life, your family, and your world? What does resiliency look like to you? Now, I asked quite a few people if they knew what the word resiliency meant. Some did, some did not. When I explained it to them, they said, yes, I know what it meant. But some people had never heard of the word resiliency. So I'm asking you, if you've never heard of the word, or if you don't know what it means, to please pay special attention, because resiliency will play a big part of your success and survival in life. In order to be resilient and successful in life, you must be empowered with information, and most importantly, you must have a plan. Although you may be a child or a young adult, you still have power over your choices, even though you may not have control over your circumstances. And no matter where we may be in life, we have to realize that we have a creator. This creator loves us. Some people call him different names, but he loves us, and he has a purpose for us on earth. And no matter what happens, we must feel that purpose, okay? And some people pray, some people meditate, some people give thanks. Whatever suits you, you must engage in that as far as a survival mechanism. What does resiliency look like to you, your family, and your community in the event life happens and your world seems to be filled with bad things? And the pictures I've chosen, hopefully to inspire you. Who knows, you may be the next president. You may be the next CEO of a business, or the owner, the starter of a business, which will be called an entrepreneur. Or you just may be, you want to have a family, a happy family, a 2-parent home. Whatever you want to be, you have to be resolved. You have to make up in your mind that no matter what comes, what goes, you're going to stay focused. In order to be resilient when bad things happen to you, you must stay focused on your goals and be determined not to let those things stop you from doing what is right. You must not take shortcuts or allow bad influences to make your decisions for you. It is so important, because the decisions you make right now will have consequences that will affect your life in the future. Self-esteem, self-worth, and self-respect, those play very, very important roles in your life, in everyone's life, whether you're a youth or not. Because, when I speak to the child in you, you are not just a bunch of unruly kids growing up to buck the system. The word kid is a goat. And I am speaking to that human inside of you, telling you right now that you can achieve your dreams. You can be that man or woman that you were destined to become in life. You can be successful. You are very valuable. You're talented, and most of all, you're unique. Though you may not be able to run very fast or sing, whatever, you have a certain talent and a gift that's uniquely given to you. And it's for you to, how shall I say, it's for you to make a mark on the world in a positive way. So be you, be proud of who you are. So what if you don't look like the next? So you may not live in the same type of house. You may not have the same type of clothes. You may not have parents, but you are valuable. And if you believe that, then that will boost your self-esteem. You can go forth with a boldness and a resiliency that no matter what happens, what comes or goes, you are going to make it. There is only one you, so represent yourself well. And if you respect yourself, you will represent yourself well, because you can't very well respect others when you do not respect yourself. I was around a group of teenagers and they were using a bunch of foul language. And I said, hey, what's going on? Oh, I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm sorry. And I looked at the young man and I said, you know, if you don't respect yourself, you cannot respect me nor anyone else. So I say, please love yourself, respect yourself, and honor and obey authority. And I realize that things may go crazy, but do what you need to do to survive. Then another thing of resilience, family structure is a big issue that may affect your resiliency. Nevertheless, we can't let it stop our plans and goals. If it's not our fault, so don't let it stop you from achieving your dreams or goals. You may lose your mother, your father, or whoever in your life, whoever in your family may not be there, but you cannot let that stop you, because you have a goal, you have a purpose, and with your determination and positive decision-making, you can do it. That's why there are people on this earth that are here to help you. These 3 days, 24/7, 24/3 almost, people have given their lives, given their opportunities, showcase their talents, their time, their love and effort just for you, because they care about you. So please don't let misfortune stop you. Reach out to someone that you can trust. If you pray that God will send someone in your life that will help you to achieve your dreams and goals, that'll help lead you to the right place, that'll help you to the resources that you need. Okay, then the next one, resiliency is the ability to bounce back. Resiliency is an attitude born of strength and empowerment. No matter how strong you may be or a person may be, if they don't have education, it can only strengthen them and let them go so far. Some people may not be cut out to go to college, but you do need some type of education. Even if you start your business, if you start your own business, work for yourself, you'll be labeled as an entrepreneur. And that's a good word. That is a good word, because that's what it's called. But if you're an entrepreneur, you still need education. You'll need to know how to run your business. You'll need to know how to count. You'll need to know how to do math. You'll need to know how to read. How are you going to order the products if you don't know how to read? You're going to need some level of education. So please, at least get a high school diploma if possible. And if you can't get a high school diploma, guess what? There's someone out there that can teach you how to read. There's all kind of apps on the computer and different programs. One that I can think of is Khan Academy. It'll help you to learn different things that you need to learn. So please, do not let anything stop you from achieving your God-given ability, talents, and goals. One thing I will ask is this: make sure your goals are right. They're valuable, they're valiant and honorable. It's not an honor to have a goal to rob a bank. It's not an honor to have a goal of see how many babies you can have strode or how many daddies you can have, baby daddies. Get a good, honest, integral. Integral means good value, good morals. Have one of those type goals. And while we're talking about goals, sometimes your parent may want you to be a certain thing, but you're just not cut out to be that. So you have a choice in your decision making. You have a choice of your reactions or your actions. Go to school if that's what it takes. But most of all, please, respectfully, talk to your parents if at all possible. And if you don't think you can talk to your parents, how about praying first and asking God to help you to talk to them and let them listen to you, or have someone intervene on your behalf whereas you can do what's in you to do. If I wanted my child to be just an architect, and they wanted to be an artist, they wanted to be an abstract painter. So there was a decision that had to be made. I had to realize the ability that was in him and what his natural tendencies was. So I had to give. But I realized all parents aren't like me. Some may have would have insisted he had become an architect. And then if he'd become an architect and was not good at it, he would have wasted his life. So I say this to say that. I say that to say this. Talk to your parents. Talk to who's over you and ask them and share with them what you like to be and what your talents are. Talk to them. There are always people around somewhere that will help you to obtain your goals and your dreams. Attitude of resiliency is born from undefeat. I said an attitude. If you have an attitude that you're not going to be defeated, you have that attitude that you're not going to lose out or give in, then chances are you will accomplish those goals and those dreams. No matter the path you take in life, you must have the attitude that you will not be defeated. Resilient youth. Being resilient, you may take a couple hits, things may happen, life may happen. You may feel bullied or pressured or whatever, peer pressure and trying to keep up with the next person. But you know what? Don't let that stop you. Don't let that detain you from reaching your goals, because those are your goals, your dreams. When that person that's the leader of the pack, shall I say, the one that's, the leader of the gang, when they say, well, let's do this, let's do that, and the other, and what's inside of you said, no, I don't think so. You have to have the resolve. You have to have that made up mind, not to follow the crowd, but to do what you know is right to do. You have to. If you're going to be resilient, if you are going to make it, you can't follow other people. I'm not telling you to be a rebel and be a goat and buck the system, but do what's right. When life happens, make the right decisions. You have to be empowered with a goal. You have to be empowered with a dream. You have to have wisdom and understanding. And wisdom, a lot of time, most of the time, comes from people who have lived a while, some age. So pray and ask for somebody with wisdom and knowledge and understanding to help you, a guidance counselor or whoever. The Lord will send someone to help you. And when life happens and things go wrong, being resilient, you won't fall. You'll just bounce back. And with that, I say, be empowered, be resilient, and don't give up. Thank you so very much for listening. Thank you so very much for listening. And I pray that you will succeed in all of your God-given talents, desires, and activities. Good night.
Wow, that was such a powerful, powerful message. What an amazing message. Be resilient. You will fall down, but you will bounce back. Love that, Cheryl. Thank you so much for that powerful message that we must send the youth of our community. That was an amazing, amazing talk. Thank you so much for that. Like we said, it's all about the motivation for the youth today. And with that, I'm just so blessed to bring up the next, thank you. The next performance. Angie is a spoken word artist. I actually went into a room and I heard her doing her thing, and I was like, oh, she's so amazing. And I had to grab her up for this summit. So without further ado, I'm so happy to bring up Angie. Angie, you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, Angie, I'm gonna bring you up to the stage. How are you?
I'm doing great, Queen. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much for joining us today. The stage is all yours, Queen. Take it away.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn on my camera real quick.
Your camera's on.
Okay, okay. Can you see my phone? Can you guys see me? Okay.
Yes, we see you.
Okay. So my first piece is gonna be called, actually, you know, I'm gonna introduce myself like I would do on stage. So when I talk my shit, you will listen to me speak, dismiss me of words that come in negatively. Listen to words embedded in me. With that being said, my name's Evangeline, but you can call me Angie. And I'm gonna jump into my first piece. No, don't shoot shots like Kobe. And my last name was never Brian. Although my words leave marks like Gigi, I can barely get a ball in basket. But if you take what I've been dictated, mold into a circular image, I convert these human hearts into basketball hoops. I send straight shots through these hearts instead of these hoops. Call me Lyrical Mamba, but the fuck y'all brings up that Kobe fuck a gamer. Taking on a legacy from two angels who left this earth. He fulfilled his prophecy while she was just beginning hers. Flying sky through heaven and earth, leaving us a motivation and inspiration to achieve our dreams. If you told me I wasn't good enough, well, fuck you, cause I'm good enough. And that's all I really need. I've been through thick and thin, and I'll be damned if I let this light dip. I know the numbers 8 and 24, I tattooed in your hearts, but if you make some room, I'll be the sedative to your center. And just in the agony you exercise over time, they tell me I'm too transparent with my poetry. But what's the point of being a poet if I can't be me and my own poetry? Kobe, practice 4 hours a day to be the greatest God that plays. Gianna, practice 7 times a week to be like a dad, the greatest. I pray 6 times a week to be the best version of me. So like I said beginning, from Lyrical Mamba, but the fuck y'all brings up that Kobe, fuck the game of Sign EV. And that's my first piece. Excuse the background, please. My second piece is going to be called Hands Up, Go Shoot. The background about this piece is I was marching last year when everything's happening out with the Black Lives Matter in that time. And I made it a promise to myself to always speak my truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be, I'm going to speak it. So here it is. Hands up, don't shoot. But I almost died anyways. Marching with kings and queens, causing fear to intimidate these streets, my voice will never be silenced. As long as my feet walk on this concrete, I will never be finished making those against black and brown skin suffer with remembrance that we walk with the blood of our ancestors engraved deep in our flesh. Hear me speak, stating while staring at the eyes of the enemy that this world belongs to us. No more whips, no more being sold to the white man or those who hate our black skin. Our melanin has gold embedded in it. Do you know the price of it? It's actually priceless if we stop them from abusing their power beyond the law enforcement, creating a separation or even a division against those who wear my same colored skin. Hands up, don't shoot. I'm talking about, did you know that back in the day that even the world today, our skin is actually being sold to help those with pale skin live a little bit longer than they were actually even expected. Don't let that go over your heads. We are worth more than we know. It's just our enemies created bars or worse that allow us to know what they do with us in secret. They hate to see us winning. Well, baby, we are watching as we gentrify our streets towards the blood of our ancestors that you're erasing. The ground that we walk on, where so many kings and queens are buried with a story from a different century. No more enslaving us, like there was to Harriet, Edmund, Betts, Andre. I see, so now it's time to seize them. Let's take back our government, eliminating our imprisonments. We are not slaves, we are the chains. Hands up, don't shoot. And that's my second piece. I got one more for you, and then that'll be my time. With this being said, my third piece, I like drill music, so I'm gonna hit y'all with a freestyle. It's a poetic freestyle. I'm not a rapper, but it's for Sleepy Hollow, and he actually commented it like this, so this is the piece for him. Sleepy started preaching, if you can't take the heat, better get up the kitchen. I told him, chill. I'ma listen. Dusty, last name, locaine, no cocaine. So the first words that came to his brain and Sleepy told him, don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Shut up and listen. Say never ever let a nigga think that he can make you break you. All your mama made you when she ain't watch your edgy. Clap back and show that haters. Words don't hurt, only stick and stones can break my bones. But even then, my goals are hard, cause I got smoking blue cheese. I do this shit with no team. Murder should all see states when I finish spitting. Those against me, call them enemies, treat them like the scrubs. Call me left eye from TLC. Half of y'all niggas only have 90% of intelligence, wishing I could be like Evangeline. I leave these niggas bitter, only worried about my chicken. I'm blessed with the sauce. I like CP2 sauce, call me Miss Sauce. Only rocking with real niggas, having fake niggas, wishing there was some real niggas. Sleepy senses, the tension reminds me that I'm great at somebody. Don't worry about these niggas. Half-ass persona, hiding behind their own penmanship. Keep being blunt, the water ready for the truth to be spoken, even though your truth is all you have spoken. Using your words as medicine, healing the innocent, shorting you different. So sleeping from now on, we ain't playing. Take on the game with originality. No need to imitate something I know I never want to be. Tell your friends, Angie's coming, and you better be ready. And that's my time. Thank you for listening to me. If you rock with me and you want to follow me, my IG is ANGIIE3200. I make poetic music. I also make poetic visuals, and that's my time. And I'm timing out. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Angie. Amazing, amazing. You spoke, I told you be you, be real, and you definitely did that. Thank you so much, Angie. We look forward to hearing more from you. I know you were always performing, so be sure to check out Angie. Go visit her on Instagram. She is definitely a glamorous one. Thank you so much for those words, Angie. So next, I know we have a couple more speakers in the queue. Sharika is still here, I believe. So Sharika, actually, if you are still in the queue, I do want to bring you up because I know it's probably getting late for you. So I want to say a special hello to Sharika, the Mindset Strategic Coach. Hey, Sharika, are you still with us?
Yes, I am still here.
Hello, how are you? Thank you for your patience. Let me bring you up.
Oh, hold on. Let me, I want to come in from my phone because the image is clearer. Hold on.
No problem. Take your time. So again, check out Angie. That was such a powerful message. And just so Ramona said that in the chat, it definitely was. Angie has an amazing way of putting out her message, and she's definitely true. You know, she texts me, you know, can I say certain things? I say, Angie, be yourself. Just be true, be you, be real, which she definitely was. So thanks again to Angie. Let me see if I can. Oh, there you go, Sharika. You're up on stage. Yeah, no problem. So Sharika, you are on stage with us. Welcome to our summit. How are you doing? I think Sharika's still getting ready.
Are you hearing me?
Oh, you know, let me mute myself. I might be.
No, it was me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The stage is all yours.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so, all right, let me get mentally prepared. I was prepared for another 19 minutes or so.
But we're not seeing your face, Sharika.
Can you now?
You may need to probably put the screen up or sit, one or the other, because we only see your bottom half. Yeah, I think, is it better? No, not better yet.
Now?
No.
Interesting.
Oh wait, do we see her now? You guys see her?
Yeah, I can see her. I see her. She's good. She's good. She's centered. She's centered. I perfect.
Yeah, now I'm seeing it. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Awesome. All right, just 1 second. Let me just take a few breaths. Okay, awesome. All right. Hello, everyone. I am Sharika Swaby. I am a mind reset strategist. And today I want to share a story. Well, I want to give a talk, but I want to share a story before I say what I have to say. So this is a story about myself. So I grew up in a
We lost you.
I just let her back in. Sharika, are you there? Okay, I see you again now. You're good.
Okay. Are you hearing me as well?
Yes, you're good.
Okay.
Go ahead, take it away.
Not sure what happened. Okay, so I wanted to tell a story a little bit about myself before I said what I wanted to say. So this story is gonna help to bring the message across. So I grew up in a small little mountainside community called Rowlandsfield in the parish of St. Thomas in Jamaica, right? This is a fairly poor community. Most people are below what you would call average, and just a few people are above that. My family was no exception, but my dad had a farm, and we also had a chicken coop at home. Now, we used to raise chickens and sell to the members of the community as well as people in neighboring communities. And when we have leftovers, we would have that for ourselves. Now, one day, after we were through selling what we were selling and what was left over, we were gonna have roasted breadfruits with chicken, right? So my mom and dad were still together at this time. My mom was gonna do some washing and my father was gonna do the cooking. So he put the breadfruits on. I'm not sure how many people know what a breadfruit is, but it's mostly available in the Caribbean. Now he put those on the wood fire outside and he headed to the kitchen to prepare the chicken. Anyways, he was ready now to peel the breadfruits and share the dinner and all of that stuff. So he sent me to get the breadfruits. It was more than one, and naturally they just came out of the fire, so they were hot. And because I didn't want to make 2 trips, I decided that I was gonna carry both of them at the same time. That was not a good idea. One of the breadfruits fell, and when it fell, it cracked. Now, it fell under a big breadfruit tree, the same tree that the breadfruit came from. Now, this tree was so big that unless we had several days of sunshine underneath the tree, wouldn't dry. And on this particular day, it wasn't dry. So when the breadfruit fell, and on that surface, my father didn't think it was a clean space, so he was so angry. When I took the breadfruit to him, I stood at the kitchen door and I was looking at him in fear because I knew he was furious and I knew it wasn't going to turn out well for me. Anyways, he took one breadfruit and then as he took the other one from me, he slapped me on the wrist with his knife. Now, my father was a fisherman, and if you know anything at all about fishermen, their knives are always sharp. His was no exception. My wrist sliced open when he slapped me, and I was like 8 or 9 years old. So it was a big cut and the blood was spraying out all over the place. And I started to scream. And my mother, who was sitting not too far away from there, saw what was happening, and she got up with so much rage that she turned the pan of clothes over and she came to my rescue. And as she cleaned up my hand, she stopped the bleeding, she dressed it, and so on. And I tell you that story to give you an idea of the type of person that my father was. In addition to that, he never cared much about us. He never helped my mom because after that they separated sometime after that. So we lived with my mother, and he never helped us much with anything. Now, because of all of that, I had a story. This is a story that I would always tell, right? About how horrible my father was and all the horrible things that he had done to me. So when I was about 30 years old or so, I started diving into personal development and I started working on myself. And one day I told this horrible story about what a pitiful life I had. And I felt so horrible. I felt like garbage. And I imagine that it's because I started working on myself why I had felt that way, because I had always told that story before. And it would make me sad, yes. And I felt like a victim, yes, but I never felt so terrible like I did that day. And on that day, I decided that I was never, ever, ever going to tell that story
I'm good.
again.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm so sorry for all the craziness.
Right.
I was just checking. So I think
Jennifer, your mic is open.
Guy's video, I don't think Kimberly's video. And I know the Empowering Mind didn't go. I know you didn't go.
Yeah.
And I know we still
Hello?
have Matthew Babicha, which I have to play.
Anyways, so yes, I decided that I wasn't gonna tell that story again. That story was my victim story. That story was my powerless story. That was the story that I told when I didn't know who I was, how powerful I was, how valuable I was, how much I had to offer. The day when I decided that I wasn't gonna tell that story again, I had to find a way how to not tell that story again. At least if I had to tell the story again, I needed to tell that story from a place where I was healed, where I was powerful, where I wasn't crying, where I didn't feel like no one loved me, where I wasn't hurting. And how did I do that? I did that through forgiveness. The question people always ask about forgiveness is, why should I forgive when I didn't do anything wrong, right? Why was I supposed to forgive my father when he was the one who had caused me all of this pain, all of this trauma, all of this hurt? Why was I the one who was supposed to be forgiven? Well, I needed to forgive because me forgiving my father was not for my father, it was for me, right? It was for my healing. It was for me to find my strength. It was for me to learn to love myself. It was for me to accept the things that had happened, not because they were okay, but because there was nothing else to be done about them. They're over and done with. I cannot change anything that had happened. They may have caused me some pain, but the magical thing about forgiving those things is once I started forgiving them, I understood the perpetrator. I understood my dad more. I understood the blessing that those things gave me, because now I have a story to tell that I can share with someone else that is going to help them out of their situation, to know that they're not alone. Their story may not be directly related to what happened. It may not have been a story like mine, right? But in one way or another, someone caused them pain, and that pain is keeping them trapped where they are. It's keeping them in a box. It's preventing them from growing. It's preventing them from expanding. It's preventing them from becoming the best version of themselves. I'm here to tell you to change your story. So if you're like me or the person I used to be, and you used to tell a story that made you sad. You used to tell it. If you're telling a story that makes you sad, if you're telling a story that makes you feel powerless, you have the power to change that story. You have the power to write a new chapter. It's your book. You have the power to change that. And understand that every time you retell your story, you are reliving the experience. Because your mind It does not know the difference between an experience that is happening now and one that you are rehearsing, imagining, or remembering. It doesn't know the difference. So every time you relive your story, you are recreating the trauma that you went through. And not only that, you're also giving up your power. The more you rehearse the hurt and the pain, it's the more power that individual has over you, even though they probably don't even know it. But whenever you do that, whenever you hold on to these situations, you are trapped and that person has your power. You are fearful, you are doubtful. Forgiveness is deciding that I don't want to be associated with the situation anymore. It doesn't suit me anymore. It's time for me to make a change. It's time for me to move on. It's time for me to live a new life. So change your story. And then take complete responsibility for your life. Know that life is happening for you and not to you. Yes, you may have gone through some hard times. There's not one person who has gone through life without some horrors, because those horrible situations, once we learn to come out of them, that's where we find our own little magic. It's, I think, a diamond in the rough is the best way to put it, or even a seed. A seed can't grow without dirt. You have to put it underneath some dirt in order for it to grow, right? And when you water that seed, it has to push through the soil in order to germinate and all of that stuff. That is you. You are that seed. And the things that you're going through, that's the dirt that is required for you to shine. So whatever pain you're going through, understand that every single experience was designed to help you to become the best version of yourself. So take responsibility for your life. You have the power to choose who you are from today moving forward. And no matter what anyone else tell you, it can be done. Every single thing that you can dream of is possible because you are happy. That's the only reason it's possible. It's possible, right? I think the Bible says creation is finished. What that means is you can't create anything new. Everything that you can dream of, everything that you can imagine, it's already a possibility. So don't let anybody tell you that you can't have anything. Once you know what you're about, you take responsibility for your actions, whether it's the past ones or the present ones or the future ones. Just remember that everything is up to you. And more than anything else, this is one of the most complicated things for people to understand, that you have to forgive yourself. Because what you did then is what you knew how to do, is what you understood, is where your level of consciousness is. But whatever you did, it allowed you to grow, it allowed you to expand, it allowed you to become a better person. So know that nothing is wrong with you. Not because you made a mistake, it doesn't make you a horrible person, right? And that mistake that you made, there was a lesson in there somewhere. And the moment you forgive yourself, it becomes magical. All the traumatic experiences that I had, that I went through, all the situations that I faced with my dad, the mornings when I was lying on my living room floor and writing them down and asking God to just take them, I no longer need them, those were magical moments for me. Because not only did they allow me to let go of the pain, those moments allowed me to be grateful. Because when I was able to let them go, I was able to understand what was there for me. In every single situation that you're gonna face, the ones that you've already faced and the ones you're coming up against in the future, remember that every moment was designed for you to shine. It's gonna be hard. It was hard. It's probably hard right now, but just keep your head above the water and know that life is not here to pull you down. It's here to pull you up. And no matter what you've done or what someone else has done to you, nothing depletes your value. You are worthy just because you are. No matter what you went through. I know people go through some really horrible things that cause us to feel less than we are. But I'm here to tell you today that nothing, absolutely nothing, takes away from your value. A $100 note is a $100 note no matter what you do to it. If you crush it, you stamp it, you throw it away, you wash it, it doesn't matter what you do to it. It's still a $100 note. You, no matter what you've been through, no matter what you've been caused, no matter what punishment you faced, no matter how you feel dirty and depressed, angry and frustrated, lost, cold, nothing at all takes away from your value. You are worthy just because you are. You are worthy just because you were born that way. And if you're feeling like you're lacking something, you aren't. There is nothing that you're lacking. All that you have is all that you need to be who you are supposed to be. So don't let anyone tell you that you're lacking of anything, or you're short of anything, or you're too tall, or you're too dark, or your lips are too full, or your eyes are too wide, or your forehead is too big, or you're not smart enough. I promise you, we all have our own little bit of magic within us. There are no exceptions. It doesn't matter how you might not feel like you're normal, or you might not look like everybody else. I promise you, there is something out there that is designed exactly for you. You just need to look inside yourself and find what that thing is. I implore you today to let go of everything that does not serve you. Let go of every experience that is a burden. Embrace everything that makes you laugh. Embrace everything that makes you feel joy. Embrace everything that makes you feel happiness. Because your natural nature is to expand, feel joy, is to explore, is to rise, is to accomplish, is to be the best version of you. And that's how you grow. My name is Sharika Swedi, and I hope that you found some value in this message. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful spotlight. I absolutely enjoyed it. I'm sure everyone else that was tuning in has enjoyed it. One of the things that I want to definitely highlight is how you took that breath and you allowed yourself to remain focused in your being. That's one of the most infinite things that we can do for ourselves. And before we throw into the next speaker, I'm going to take this moment and share some of my yoga sounds, some of my yoga vibes, and just provide some friendly reminders. This is definitely good to do with your children, without your children, in the office, in the chair. Yoga in the chair is definitely something that you want to do. You want to be able to get comfortable with moving around your body, engaging with your body. Remember, this is the age of awakening. This is the age of healing. We've had so many amazing speakers that have definitely spoke about the breath many, many times. And those of you that are looking to get more engaged with your breath practice, you definitely are going to want to go and touch base with a yogi. Anyone that is practicing those philosophies are definitely going to be able to give you some breath work. Breath work is something that I engage in all the time. you will find me taking a moment to take a breath, because it allows you to breathe in fresh new energy, fresh new air, especially when you feel at that mode of like depletion. So, you know, use this moment, what we're going to go through the next 3 to 5 minutes. You want to look to incorporate that with your kids, without your kids, especially those of you that have your kids, you're homeschooling and you're working from home. You want to plug into your phone, put a reminder. A lot of people have them already in their Google Watches. Every 40 minutes, you want to get up and move. So what you can do to incorporate the kids, because we're sitting a lot, we want to be able to do some counter moves. So I'm just showing you the top side of myself right now so that you can see that there's a lot that you can do just by sitting down. One of the things that you can do is, because we're on the cell phone a lot, we're looking down a lot, we create that bend in our spine, and we want to really help bring some support and straighten up our body. So what we can do is we can start by putting our hands on the shoulders. And everyone can do this. Y'all are sitting down, y'all are watching. If your hands are not busy, jump in and join Mahatma. Get yourself some flexibility. Remind yourself that you're alive. You can put your hands on your shoulders. You can do the rotation back, pulling your scupulas to the back. You can really feel, you should get that crack in your back, pushing your chest open, opening up your breastplate, pushing it forward. This is really teaching the kids. At the same time, you can talk to them about their lungs, you can talk to them about their heart, you can talk to them about their ribs, you can talk to them about the ability of their arm being able to fully rotate, because it is not this part of our bone, they're not completely attached to each other. They're hanging on by the grace of the ligaments and the muscles. So we have the ability to fully rotate our arm. And those of us that are seeing that we don't have the ability, that just means that you have some work to do. Doesn't mean that you can't get there. Some halfway things that you can do is you can have your arm closed halfway, and you can do that rotation, and you can really help move this energy. So remember, these things are really good for when you're at work, sitting down a lot. If you find yourself having to hold your breath, hold your tongue, it's really important. I'm switching to the other side. We're going to rotate to the front. It's really important to practice allowing your energy to move around. So many people trigger us throughout the day. They bring us into a lot of emotions. Sometimes people, instead of activating us, they trigger things that are not really helpful for our now moments. So we want to allow ourselves to do something to move that energy throughout our body. And as you see, I'm doing opposite motions with my arms folded. Then you can do full open arms. And this is allowing your ligaments to know that they are flexible, they're mobile, they're movable. You can come and clasp your hands together, pull your palms out, bring your arms up over your head. And you see, this is where we get to learn how to position our arms in the right place. When we are able to do full yoga standing poses, maybe we're working on getting into warrior, and we want to know how to put our arms in the right place. And oftentimes clasping is something that can help you put your arms right and straight when you're straightening it. And then it helps you to see where your arms are lining up with your ears. It's really important that you lock those elbows, because what that does, it helps to create the stretch all in the underarms, the forearms, and it allows you to keep moving that energy. That's what we're doing. We're healing our energy. We're healing our mind state of how we engage with this body. Remember, we are spirit, not this body. Those of you that don't believe that yet, please go do some research. It's just a thing that we need to understand, because this body is having its own experience. And we want to be able to utilize stretching as a time to encourage that for our children, and also apply some more reinforcement for ourselves. So some other things that we can do, sitting down is that we can practice doing the cat-cow. A lot of us practice that on the mat, but you can definitely practice that on the table, on a chair. If you have a table in front of you, you can put your arms on the table. I have my laptop right in front of me because we're here going live on YouTube. So these are the things that you can do. And what you can do is you can just round your back out like you were doing cat, allowing yourself to pull your shoulders down, right? Opening up, pulling them away from your spinal cord as much as you can, and allowing yourself to bend back, put your head down. Take a deep breath, and you'll feel yourself round out a little bit more. And then you want to go the opposite way and go cow. What I do, I bring my shoulders, I wrap them around, pulling my chest out, put my arms on my knees, and I'm looking up. I'm just looking up, pulling up. And what this does, this really helps for those who have any sinus issues, because sinus cloggage happens because we do a lot of indirect passageways. So if we create things that help the senses to be able to filter through, we create much more better circulation for our body. Remember, yoga is helping to massage the inside parts. We're gonna get our liver massage, our spleen massage, our lungs massage, our heart massage. So work that body as much as you can. Right now, I'm sitting in easy pose. Another thing that you can do is with your legs flat on the floor. You can open up your legs. Now, I'm gonna back up just a little bit. Hopefully you can capture this. Open up my legs. This is how we practice doing squats. A lot of people don't know how to get into squats. So for those of you who think you can't do it, I'm here to tell you you can. And this is something fun to get the kids to do so that they can learn to be more still in their seats when you want them to get a little bit more focus, a little bit more attention. What you can do is have them open up their legs on the side. And what you can do is push up off the ground. You can use your hands to push on it to hold the chair, or you can just have your hands to the side and lift up. So I'm gonna just put my hands to the side, lift up, bring myself up, just like this a little bit. So we're hovering over the chair, and this is practicing goddess pose. This is goddess pose. So the chair helps us to see like how much we're able to really come into a wide-legged squat. And then we can do our hands like this and practicing to go a little bit more, not actually sitting down. And then you can bring some muscle strengthening into the thighs. So that's a little bit of sitting on the chair yoga with Mahatma. And if you are looking to get more information and find out more about stretching your body, you can definitely find me on YouTube. It's Elite Motivation 411. I have a mix of inspirational self-realization videos as well as yoga. I have my High Vibes Yoga 2020, where I'm going to be posting a lot more of my asana and some light body strengthening videos to help us to get engaged with our body so that our mind can be clear and so that we can hear all of these amazing things that we are providing for ourselves motivationally. So I'm Mahatma. Thank you so much for everyone tuning in. Thank you for all of the speakers that have been here and everyone that has been writing along for the last 3 days. Y'all are stellar. Keep doing this amazing, amazing steps for yourself. And thank you so much, Jennifer, for having me a part of this show. I am so thankful and appreciative. And I will hand it back over to you, unless you want us to just jump into Mary. Much love.
Hey, thank you so much, Mahatma. That was awesome. Really good job. I feel like we definitely a de-stressor there. Thank you so much for that, Mahatma. Just so everybody knows, Mahatma is the one behind the scenes queuing up all those videos. She's doing a wonderful job making sure that we have everything set and ready to go. So thank you so much for that wonderful set, Mahatma. So with that, I want to just tell everybody again, thank you all so much for joining this last 3 days, and thank you for your patience. for everybody who's been on with us for the last couple of hours. I truly appreciate it. And I'm just having such a blast. And we're coming on to the end, Ramona. I'm getting a little sad over here. It's definitely feeling a little sad, but
yes, oh my
you know
goodness.
what the good thing is that we're planning to do this another one coming up in March, so
Yes.
maybe not as big, but
Well, they get bigger each time, so you never know.
That is true.
But we have a couple of other resources and platforms that would definitely be a lot more accommodating and easier to use. So that would be awesome. So we can definitely accommodate a bigger audience and a bigger platform. But this is the thing: if it's truly, if COVID is gone and everything's opened back up, who knows? This might end up being a live event. Where we rent,
which would be awesome. I would love to plan for a live
where
event.
we rent a space and we actually have the entertainment, the whole 9 yards, and have a few days of nothing but inspiration and motivation with all of these awesome certified public professional speakers, artists, and performers. So that sounds good. Yes.
Mahatma's over there saying, I hear you, Mahatma.
So we might be on to something bigger, in other words.
Yes. Yeah. So we have the support of everybody here. We have so many people still in the queue, so many people still tuning in on YouTube, so on the live stream. So thank you to everybody who's been waiting. With that, I definitely want to bring up Mary. Mary, I don't believe you didn't go yet. I thought you went in the beginning. And Mary Kim is still here. Mary actually presented yesterday. She had a phenomenal inspirational story.
Yes.
I'm just so blessed to have her come back today. I think she's doing a poem for us. Mary, are you still with us?
I am here.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Mary.
Mary.
Up to the stage.
Hello, my son is with me too. Does you want to say hi?
I saw him earlier. How cute. I saw him earlier. Adorable.
You gotta wait, Desi. Give mommy 10 minutes. So thank you, Jennifer, Ramona, Sean, and everyone else behind the scenes and all the speakers. This has been amazing. And I'm so blessed and lucky to be part of this. My name is Mary Kim Farkas, and I'm going to share with you a little story, a journey about my evolution, evolving, which when we heal, we evolve. And it has to do with my son, Desiderio. So
Adorable.
Grew up. Thank you. I grew up thinking that I can control or prevent a child with Down syndrome. Because I grew up and the kids who were in the special needs class, we never saw them. We never integrated with them. We would see them on the side of the room, of the lunchroom cafeteria, walking by to the next classroom with their heads down. And you could tell because the lunchroom went silent instantly. And you knew that they were moving to the next room. That haunted me for my life. Doesn't be my best one, please. And so I thought if I ate good, if I didn't smoke, didn't drink too much, didn't put any medicine in my body unless I was on the verge of I just needed it, I can prevent that. I was ignorant. I was uneducated. I assumed a lot of things. So long story short, when I decided to I was pregnant at 40 years old. So if any women here know, when you get over 30, you do a zillion tests when you're pregnant. During that process, my fetus was diagnosed with Down syndrome. I could not believe it. I went for several second and third tests to prove, and yes, I had a child with Down syndrome. And they gave me 6 weeks to make a decision. I was devastated. I mourned the child that I dreamed about for 6 weeks. Literally ugly cried every second, every minute in those 6 weeks that I was not in the office. Ugly cried. I don't even know how I got home, back and forth from the train station, but I did. During that time I mourned, I educated myself. I researched, I talked to people. I learned about Down syndrome. I learned about everything and anything I could because I had to make a choice. Do I keep him? Do I not? At this time, I didn't know it was a boy or a girl. And I left it up to my faith that if this is meant to be, then it will be, because God always knows in my life what's best for me. Desi was born February 15th. I was induced on Valentine's Day. And when he was in nursery school, all the ladies in there said he was born on the 15th to make love last longer. And that describes him to a T. Oh, I'm funny. I have this heart shirt on. Desi, come here. Oh, he had it, and my son had a puzzle piece shirt on here. Anyway, so he was born to make the love last longer. He's the best decision I've ever made in my life. He's a gift that keeps on giving. And I was determined. Of course, my circle of friends who helped me get through my trauma of mourning a child that I dreamt of, because I wasn't really sure what a child with Down syndrome would bring me. Of course, my tribe knew the story. I was okay telling my tribe. They needed to know. They needed to help me go through that journey and that process. But I was adamant about not sharing it with the world. I did not have to say, hey, here's my child with a disability. Here, look, my son has Down syndrome. I didn't think that was my job. I didn't feel I needed to like point that out, because he's my child. I need to love him. But my advice from my friends that have like 4 or 5 kids are like, just love your kids and they will show you and guide you. So I felt I'm fine. My people know I don't need to share it with the world. Desi was born February 15th. World Down Syndrome Day is March 21st, which represents the 3 copies of the 21st chromosome. I did not know about this day that existed until Desi was born, and I discovered it. It was about a week before March 21st, and I felt obligated as his mother that I needed to tell the world how amazing he is, how my journey helped me become who I needed to be before he was born. Mm-hmm. And God does amazing things. He knew that if I found out the day that I was pregnant and had the baby, that I would probably mourn that time versus celebrating his life. So God gave me that grace period to figure it out before he was born. So I had to write it down. I'm a big journaler. I journal, I write. That's how I express myself. That's how I get things out of my head, good, bad, or indifferent. And I had to write about him so I can showcase the world what a child with Down syndrome is and my journey of that. So today I'm going to share that poem with you. And I don't read it out aloud a lot, so I may get emotional. And I do have it written down so I don't forget it. But I wrote it and I sent it on Facebook. You know, that's the world back then. It was before Instagram, like 5 o'clock in the morning. And I was like nervous as anything. And I don't think Desi's ever heard this, but you can say, Dee. So today, here I go. So today on World Down Syndrome Day, March 21st, 2013, I honor and celebrate my son, Desiderio Quan Farkas. I shed a tear today, not for the heart-wrenching news that haunted my soul for weeks, but for the joyous moments he will bring me and all those around him. I am hopeful today, not for the perfect son, but the extraordinary person who will make a difference in this world he could not wait to be a part of. I am no longer ignorant today, for he has already taught me the importance of pure and honest knowledge. I am no longer fearful today for the boundaries others will set for him, and I know he will be surrounded by loved ones who will inspire and encourage him. My life is enriched far greater today than yesterday, for the change in my life my son has already brought me. On October 7th, 2012, I vowed that day, today, and every day in the future, that it is a time to celebrate a life, not to mourn the possible limits of a blessed soul. My world has changed far greater than I ever imagined, and yet it has only begun. I am grateful for the life the Lord has blessed me with, as I was the chosen mommy to make a difference in his life. I believe in the pureness of faith and knowing this is where I am supposed to be. I know he was brought to me for a reason that still has yet to be fully revealed. The love I have for my son is far less than the love he will continue to give me. I stand taller and stronger than ever before, for I am honored and proud to have been trusted with this little life called Desiderio Quan Farkas. And Desiderio Quan Farkas means strong, desired one. And 8 years later, I can tell you that what I wrote is what he is, like in every sense of the way. And what I want to say is sometimes we are giving these situations because we have to grow and evolve and heal ourselves and educate ourselves, because we are given that gift to showcase to not only to yourself what is true, but also to the world, and to showcase that everybody, no matter where you are, that our differences make us who we are. Our differences make us special. And my son has taught me the most outside of love. He has shown me patience. He has shown me resilience. He has shown me that moments and seconds count more, and to see the possibilities, not the impossible. And I have 3 things that I try to showcase every day about my son, and it's helped me to be the best mom for him, is to see him for who he is, meet him where he is at, versus me trying to make him be more than he can be right now, but also celebrate where he's at and where he is going, and love the heck out of him like there's no tomorrow. Like, the kids cannot get enough love ever. And for those who are just unsure about someone with a disability, someone who may look differently than you, act different than you, what I can say from any disability or special needs community is that we want you to know that embrace our differences, because even if you are not special needs or a person with any disabilities, that your friend, your best friend who's typical, who's normal, even though no one's normal, we all have our differences and we celebrate who we are. And so I want to encourage you to celebrate anyone who's in the special needs, differently abled, or disability community. Just celebrate who they are, get to know them, versus staring at them and trying to understand them. Say hello. They are exactly who you don't know until you ask. And everyone that I know in this community wants to share, wants to get to know you, and we want you to be encouraged to get to know us, and vice versa, because together we can make a difference in this world and get to know each other. So that's what I share. Desi, what do you think? Is that good? Yes. That means yes, hello, thank you. I can have my tablet now and eat. So I am so grateful to be part of this, and I hope that you all took something from this, and that's it. So he's my greatest blessing, even though I cried over him. I love it. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen and everyone. And I can't wait to see what else is happening for tonight. And this has been a blessing. Thank you.
Mary, that was so beautiful.
Thank you.
So heartful. That was gorgeous. And Desi, you are an amazing little boy. You are so beautiful.
Say thank you. He communicates Vera like a computer, but it's in repair. But yes, he understands and reads everything, right, Dean? And it's perfect. You wanted to show your face. I love it.
Love it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for your patience in waiting. We appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you. Hi, Dee.
So with that, wow, what an amazing performance from Mary. Thank you, Mary, so much. So the next one we have up is the Empowering Minds team. Hey, Jenny. Hey, Laura. How are you guys doing?
We're great.
Wasn't that a beautiful, beautiful poem? Wasn't that a beautiful performance?
It was amazing. Mary, you are so strong, and I feel your love even through the screen. So you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Great mom.
Desi has an amazing mommy. There are no mistakes. There are no mistakes. He is yours and you are his.
Yeah, I agree with that, Laura, 100%. And, I think our conversation sort of flows after Mary's poem because we're talking a little bit about motivation today and how we can really stay motivated. And Mary just gave us a perfect inspirational story of how to stay motivated because she has that belief in her heart and she has that warmth and in her soul. And I think that's what it's all about. So ladies, once again, the Empowering Minds team, for those of you that don't know, the Empowering Minds team was formed about a year and a half ago. And we've been doing monthly webinars on different topics to bring awareness to the community. I'm gonna let you ladies introduce yourself, Jenny and Laura. Please go ahead, tell the audience a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Laura, you want to go first?
Sure. Okay. I am Laura Ramburrows and I teach psychology, professor of psychology, and almost like 15 years now, I think. Yeah. And I also got into these mental health webinars with Jennifer and Jenny, and it's been awesome because I really believe that mental health is really at the core of what it is that we're trying to work on and emphasize and just reach out to whoever it is that we can. In addition, I'm also a mom. So there's, the balance and just trying to figure out things as life progresses and it goes, which it will. And I also published my first book as well. So I'll just a little promo. We have the Moon's Lullaby on Amazon. There it is.
We were so proud of you, Laura.
Thank you very much.
Love it.
Jen?
Yes.
And Jenny, yeah. So just so everybody knows, I've known Laura since we were
oh my gosh,
5, 6.
Our parents know each other. Our mothers grew up with each other.
Right.
So this was destiny. This was just.
It truly was how we connected back again. Yes. And Jenny, I've known for 20, 25 years as well. Yep. We all have such a long history and look at where we are now.
Yep. I'm so grateful to be able to be doing this with you and Laura and the Empowering Minds team. Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Volino-Manzone. I am a full-time employee, but I am also a full-time business owner. I own DM Digital along with my husband. We are a digital marketing agency in Northeast Florida. I also started recently my own business as well called She Loves Social, specifically for social media marketing, Instagram Reels, content creation. I am a big believer in mindset, motivation, striving for greatness, investing in your personal and professional development. So of course, being a part of the Empowering Minds team and this amazing summit has been so rewarding for me and to learn from everyone. So thank you so much, Jen.
Right. Thank you, both of you. So with that, let's jump right into this topic. So we're talking a little bit about motivation today, which we've always talked about in lots of our webinars. How do we stay motivated? When life happens, when the unexpected happens, when you're thrown something that you just don't want to deal with and you don't want to handle, when adversity and challenge comes your way, how can we make ourselves build that mindset muscle to really stay motivated? What are some tips and strategies that we can offer all of those listening? For me, one of the things that I think is so important is just to keep at that pace where for yourself what needs to be done. So yeah, we all go through things on a daily basis. We get up in the morning. I think it's important to have a good morning routine, because that helps you stay consistent, to stay a little motivated. So whether you're listening to a podcast, whether you are exercising, which I like to do in the mornings too, or taking a walk, writing in your gratitude journal, which I know Ramona always tells me she has a gratitude journal that she writes in every morning, which I think is awesome. And I think it's the consistency and having a good balance and having a good routine in the morning is definitely something that we should invest in. And that's called investing in yourself. And that's one of the ways that I think motivation is definitely encouraged.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything you said is spot on. I mean, it's about developing those healthy habits because obviously the more you do things, right, the easier it will be to just make it a part of your routine, right, your daily routine. I think also knowing your why, like why are you doing something, right? Because that's going to be the driving force in the end of why you're going to get up every single day, and do what you're supposed to be doing, even though you don't want to be doing it. Because, life gets in the way, we're all busy people. So knowing your why, I think also writing down your goals, your SMART goals, and looking at them every single day so that you can progress in it, right? So those are just a couple of things. One other thing that I wanted to mention real quick is having accountability partners, just like you two. You both have inspired me so much, to just keep moving forward, because I don't want to be left behind when I see, you two like running, towards your goals and like achieving all these amazing things, which also we should celebrate our wins along the way. And I've talked too much. Laura, you go ahead, please.
No, not at all.
Jenny, you never talk too much.
No,
Always bringing value.
Yes, always. Exactly what you were just saying. I think incentives is a lot. You have to like find ways to incentivize yourself, right? Because sometimes it's kind of like, just starting is the hard part, right? And then once you get into it, you're like, okay, yeah, you know what? I could probably go a little bit more with this, but it has to be, you have to connect with something, that's obviously driving you, right?
Right.
And then I think when it comes to, motivation, it involves like goal setting, but you have to be really, really clear, very specific with what it is that you want. It has to be with intent. It has to be with purpose. And you have to like clearly visualize it. Like, for example, what would your office look like? What degrees would you have, for example, like on your wall? What would be the name of your practice, right? Things like that, as if you already have it, right? It's sort of like, what would that feel like, right? I think it was one of the speakers mentioned that to write yourself a congratulations letter, and I was like, oh my God, how motivating is that? Like, what would that feel like? And be very detailed with the wording, right? And I was like, wow, that's wonderful. Like, what would it feel like to have that letter, that letter of recognition, of award, and to be so motivated and so appreciative of it because you're already at that point where you want to be. So I guess in a way you start at the end, right? And you're kind of like working your way backwards.
Right.
Challenging is another thing. If it doesn't take blood, sweat, tears, and sacrifice, you're not going to appreciate it, right? So I think it's a matter of welcoming the challenge, exerting effort, right? And meeting yourself where you are, but knowing that, okay, don't get too comfortable either, because I think there's a term we have called in psychology called learned helplessness, right? And it's like where we get too comfortable and we tend to get stuck, but it's purposely meant to kind of get us out of our comfort zone so that we can say, you know what, I deserve more, I want more, and I should have more, right?
Yes.
And so we have to keep pushing, right? Keep going. And then, right, we're able to be like, oh, okay, I didn't see this for myself, right? But obviously the universe wanted me to have more, right? And here I am receiving that. But you have to see yourself in that light as well, right?
Yep.
And
it's like about manifesting it. I love that, Laura. Yeah. Is Laura freezing a little bit?
Yeah.
I think you were freezing. I don't know if you're back with us.
You're back. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You're good to go.
Good. Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. No, I love what you're saying.
Thank you. You have to be receiving of that. It's kind of like I'm just going to like with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the very top of the pyramid, there's self-actualization, which is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like you finally realize why you were born and your true purpose, your calling, and what you were meant to do. Right? It's like, okay, this is what I was destined to do. This is what I was destined to become. Right? And that's really what we call the self-actualize, which is very challenging, to attain. But you have to move through the levels. Every level serves as motivation for the next and the next. And that's what motivation entails. It's kind of like, okay, I have this now and I want to be here. How do I get there? Right.
Right. No, I love that. And it's so great that you were talking about manifesting what we want and visualizing it. And that's something that's so important, getting up in the morning and saying, this is what I'm looking forward to. This is what I'm going to become. I remember having a conversation with someone the other day, and she was telling me she always wanted a Lamborghini. So she said she actually went to the dealership and she took her kids there and they went to test drive it. And everybody around her was like, well, why are you going to test drive a Lamborghini? You can't afford that now. She's like, I will afford it and I will get it. And years later, she was able to purchase that car because she truly manifested that. And this is a conversation that I have with a lot of people on here, that you truly have to think about your goals. Like you said, goal setting is so important, but with intention, with a clear purpose and a defined why. Anything that you do has to have a defined why and a clear purpose. And you really need to have an understanding of what you're going out for. And I think that's part of the motivation, staying motivated. And I love what you said, Laura, about challenges. So yes, we have to welcome the challenges. And I think Jenny said this yesterday about you have to be uncomfortable to get to that comfortable place. So you always have to go through some seasons of uncomfortable and being in pain or suffering, whatever it may be, to get to the next phase of your life. And we always say it's a process. It may be a slow process, but you have to be patient and persistent with the process. And that's all about motivation, is staying persistent in that process. So these are all great nuggets you all are dropping here. I'm loving this conversation. And one of the great things is that, Jenny, being an entrepreneur, and I know for myself, staying motivated, staying on top of our goals is definitely something that is really important and vital into how we, conduct our business and how successful we are. What are some tips that you can sort of provide as an entrepreneur that helps you to stay motivated? Because you're juggling a 9-to-5 job and doing this afterwards, and a family, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's tiring, but like you said, I listen to motivational podcasts, when I do go on my walks, I like to plug into that because I like to multitask as well. So I do that, almost on a daily basis so that I stay focused, and positive and ready to take on the day. I have my, my calendar that I have everything on there. Also, I think it's about giving yourself grace, and being self-compassionate, don't be too hard on yourself, because there's only so much you can do, in a day. So like you said before, you have to be patient, and just like have your eye on the prize, and know why you're doing it, and also people, they also make vision boards. Like you were talking about your friend.
Yeah. I think yesterday we had a couple speakers. Yeah.
Yes. So vision boards are very important as well. So you can look at that every single day, like every morning, and know why you're getting up every day.
Right. And it's so important. I love what you said about the podcast, because we always say what you feed your mind is exactly what you will become. The people that you surround yourself with also plays a huge role in how you're staying motivated, how you're speaking to yourself, but how other people are speaking to you as well. All plays a huge role in your mental health, physical health as well. So it's important that you understand what you feed in your mind and brain every single day is exactly what you will manifest and exactly what you will become. So Laura, for you, I know as a professor of psychology, you teach a class, and I'm sure you have to keep them motivated throughout the day as well. What are some things that you kind of do to help them stay on that motivation?
Well, we talk about a lot of different things. Like there's another theory called expectancy theory. So it's a matter of, okay, what do you want from this course? We always start with the beginning. I always ask, okay, what are your goals? What's the outcome, right? What do you truly want and expect from this course, right? And so I try to make the expectations clear, right? So we talk about that. And obviously it's a good grade, right? Besides an A, I always say, okay, besides an A, what do you want, out of this course, right? Is it to develop insight? Is it to learn more about yourself and others?
Right.
Is it just for growth in general, right? And so it's just a matter of knowing exactly what it is that you want. And sometimes I know that's easier said than done, because it's just like, well, how do you know exactly what it is? I mean, some people just know, it's clear. They just feel like, yeah, I know exactly what it is that I want. But then for others, it's challenging. It is, so it's a matter of, I think, taking the time to sit with yourself really and to be like, okay, what is it that I truly want? What do I want for myself?
Right.
What are my hopes? What are my wishes? What is it that I really truly desire, for myself? So what are your motives? What are your intentions?
Right.
That may take some time to really think about, to really discover about yourself. So I think that's really what it is. We talk about like all kinds of things, but it's a matter of like knowing and understanding your own expectations that you have of yourself, and maybe also changing that and realigning from time to time, because you may say, okay, this is exactly where I'm going. This is the path, and it's direct, and it's okay. This is exactly what it is that I want to do. I know this, and then life happens, right? There's
Yep.
it's just kind of like, and then you're just
Never
like,
prepared for that.
exactly. And you just kind of just like, wait a second, no. I didn't plan for that. I was not, I was not prepared. So you kind of have to roll with it, go with it, right? Or find another way, right? So it's a matter of, all right, this is a hurdle for sure. This is something that I'm supposed to, and I know I will overcome this obstacle, and I'll figure it out somehow, because I know I always do, right? So it's about finding out those tools, your effective coping ways, resources, right? Because I think in the moment we kind of get stuck in that sense of, okay, what do I do? And we start to panic, but we have to really trust that everything is happening for a reason, and it's going to bring you more into alignment with who you are and what your true intentions and goals are. As right now, here we are right now, day 3, of this event, and it's been incredible, and it's been motivating, uplifting, healing.
Yes.
It's, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it has been amazing.
Yes.
I have to tell, yes. And this is just a true testament of it, of us 3, together here talking about this, because we were planning our webinars every month, and for us 2 to be here together doing this, it's an amazing experience. And again, I love everything that you said, and it's about setting those expectations in the right way, maybe not setting them too high or too low, but making sure you honestly set them with intentions, and what your outcomes are. So ladies, thank you so much for all these golden nuggets. I love you ladies so much. You guys are always supporting and helping out, and you've done so much for this event. So I just want to say a special thank you to both of you. Any lasting remarks before we head out? Because I know we do have a couple more speakers in the queue, and we have a really cool performance coming up also.
I love you, Jen.
Love you ladies too, and thank you.
Thank you for motivating me to write my first book.
Oh yes, Laura wrote her first book. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I inspired you, but you inspired yourself.
You inspired me for sure to write. I was like, you know what? If Jen could do it, I can surely do it. And you were with me. You were like the first person I think I was trusted enough to like, edit it.
You did. We all have it within us, Laura. You just needed a little push, which is what I did. But we all have that inspiration and motivation within us. We all have that. We can make the impossible possible. I always say that. Just keep believing in yourself, and that's the important takeaway of this message. Keep believing, stay motivated, stay confident, and you will accomplish all your goals.
Yes.
So thank you, ladies, so much for joining me today. With that, I'm so happy to bring on this next performer. Nati Ramatar is a performer, soca chutney artist performer, coming to us from, actually he lives in Florida, but he is originally from the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, which is my descent, my heritage. So I'm so happy to bring on Nati Ramatar. I think you guys are gonna love this one. Get ready to get your dancing shoes on. With that, I'm gonna pass it on to Mahatma.
Welcome to the 2nd Annual Global Healing and Motivational Summit. My name is Nati Ramatar. My musical director today is Mr. R2, and we are going to take you on a musical journey. So kick off those dancing shoes, grab your partner, and let's have a good time. Me coming to you from my living room to yours. Let's have a good time. Music is the food of love, and it's time to play on. Come join me. Yeah. I've been along with you inside my mind, and in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello, is it me looking for. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all I ever wanted. My arms are open wide, 'cause you know just what to say and you know just what to do. So let me start by saying I love you. I love each and every one of you. And let's spread that love. I long to see the sunlight in your hair and tell you time and time again how much I care. I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello, girl, I've got to let you know I can see it in your eyes and I can see it in your smile. You're all I ever wanted. My arms are open wide, 'cause you know just what to say and you know just what to do. So let me start by saying I love you. I love you. Mr. Ravi. Yes, music is the food of love, and I'm bringing love to you in your home. Come heal together with me. Here's a lie, a certain kind of lie that never shone on me, and I want my life to be with you. To be with you. So there's a way. Everybody say to do each and every little thing. But what good does it bring? Say if I ain't got you. Said I ain't got you. Baby, you don't know what it's like. Honey, you don't know what it's like to love somebody the way I love you. Yes, listen. In my brain, I can see your face again. You know my frame of mind. But I ain't got to be so blind. But I'm blind, oh, very blind. 'Cause I'm a man. Can't you see what I am? I live and breathe for you. So what good does it do if I ain't got you? Yes, I ain't got you, baby. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to love somebody the way I love you. Mr. Ravi, let's go. Yeah. Hold on to that someone. Because you know what? And you gotta tell them like this. I'm missing you. I'm missing you. See? Talk to you, but it's not the same as touching you. And every time I whisper your name, I wanna run to you. We've been together, and it won't be long it won't be long, but it feels like forever. Then it's hard to go on, baby, 'cause I'm missing you now. Said it's driving me crazy how I'm needing my baby. I'm missing you now. Can't wait to be alone with you, baby, 'cause you're missing me now. Music, yeah. I'm missing you. So how about we change up the music just a little bit for you all? I'm gonna take you on a musical journey. Like I said, kick those shoes off. Get those dancing feet ready, because we are gonna take you on a musical journey. Taking you to the Caribbean one more time. This is a little bit faster. So get up, let's have a good time. Mr. R2 in the mix. There we go. Yeah, man. Woo. Now, if you love spice, you're gonna love this one, right? I'm the spicy alive. She pack up all her curry and she run away. Yeah, man. Leaving me to worry myself sick each day. Huh. See, I went and roamed from dusk till dawn. I come back home to find me curry gone. I don't know why she broke our vow, and so I feeling a how. I have a tabanka, a curry tabanka. I have a tabanka, curry tabanka. For her sweet palori, dalan kuchela, baigan kalonji, saffron masala. I have a tabanka, curry tabanka. I have a tabanka, curry tabanka. Tabanka like gopar, burning like a jar in mega. Oh Lord, let me jam them. Aha, lie die dee die day. Woo. Aha, lie die dee die day. My Uncle Sonny never ceased to amaze me. Since he picked up this Indian bait, he lived in Caroni. And what she give him to eat, I really don't know. But on the 10 would be sweet that your life, 9 is about go low. He stopped practicing African traditions. He tell himself he choo-choo Indian. I die doom damn day. I die doom damn day. I die doom damn day, die dee. He stopped eating bread, he eating roti. Doesn't wear no jeans, he wearing dhoti. He showy hat and put on a turban. And he showing up with the Indian woman. At an Indian wedding, if you see Uncle dancing, when the tassa hit him, he shouting, go low, aha, go low, eh, go low, go low, go low. And he singing, go low, aha, go low, eh, go low. Yeah, man, we jamming. We're gonna take it up a little bit for you all. Kicking up the speed like this, in the living room. Let me see you. Let's go. Hey. Well, oh, 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 oh. I wonder if you guys can do this dance. I wonder. Tiny whiny, this chick from country, come home this season, looking for fun. Tiny whiny, went away so long, now she back home, wailing down the tongue. She want to run, she want to jump, she want to, yes man, she want to rumba, bounce to the soca, she want to, ayo. Tiny whiny, whine your boom boom boom. Tiny whiny, whine your boom boom. Miss Tiny whiny, Wine your boom boom. Miss Tiny Whiny. Wine your boom boom. Wine Miss Tiny. Roll back Miss Tiny. Wine Miss Tiny. Roll back Miss Tiny. Hey. Boy. Yes, man. I have another one for you guys. Tell me if you remember this one. Tell me. Let's go. Oh, Lord. This could have been a true story, you know. Yes. Listen to me very carefully. It's the power of healing through music. Boom be do, boom be do, boom ba de. Oh. Hear me now. In the heat of the jam, she want to go home. She say all she family gone, we go be alone. Yes, just as we reach, she take out she costume and put on she robe. Has something to eat, pass some of this food, all this meat is yours, all yours. And I tell she, I don't mind, honey, I don't mind. If you want to give me, I won't refuse it. I don't mind, baby, I don't mind. If you want to give me, I won't refuse it. I'm a greedy guy, cause I eating all. I am a greedy man, young man. Too much is not enough, darling. I want you to understand. And I tell you, I don't mind, baby, I don't mind. If you want to give me, I won't refuse it. So, baby, I don't mind, honey, I don't mind. If you want to give me, I won't refuse it. Yeah, man. Well, my name is Nati Ramuta. I'm gonna change it up for you a little bit. Gonna make you reach for the skies and turn this waist round and round. Here are some of my songs just for you. Let's go. It's an oldie, but a goodie. Listen. लाखों है यहाँ दिल वाले और प्यार नहीं मिलता आँखों में किसी की वफा का इकरार नहीं मिलता लाखों है यहाँ दिल वाले और प्यार नहीं मिलता आँखों में किसी की वफा का इकरार नहीं मिलता Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, boy. Come on, you guys can have some fun right in your living room, in the car, in the work, wherever you are. Oh, महफिल महफिल जा देता अरे दिल में समा कर देगा अरे सांस पे गा कर देगा ओ महफिल महफिल जा देगा अरे दिल में समा कर देगा अरे सांस पे गा कर देगा दिल्ली को कहीं चैन न मिला अरे दिल्ली को कहीं चैन न मिला मैं तो दुनिया में प्यारी अकेला ही रहा लाखों है यहाँ दिल वाले और प्यार नहीं मिलता आँखों में किसी की वफा का इकरार नहीं मिलता लाखों है यहाँ दिल वाले और प्यार नहीं मिलता आँखों में किसी की वफा का इकरार नहीं मिलता Yeah, man. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? How is these hips of yours? Are they able? Let's take it up. We're gonna make you whine right now in speed. Hey. Come now. ऐसे हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा जीवन जलकर हमारे बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर wine and wine and wine wine take out your shoes and let me see you get out the wine रोज रोज सांस मोड़ी दारू पियत है रोज रोज सांस मोड़े दारू पियते हैं रोज रोज सांस मोड़े लकड़ी को जते हैं रोज रोज सांस मोड़े लकड़ी को जते हैं हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा जीवन जलकर हमारे बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे let's go wine and wine wine and wine wine and wine just wine hey 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 रोज रोज रात मोड़े दिखावे ऐसे रोज रोज सांस मोड़े खिंचवा दिखावे देख के सासू ना जिया ललचावे देख के सासू ना जिया ललचावे हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा जीवन जलकर हमारे बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में ओ बाबा हम न जाइबे Let me go, wine and wine, just wine, 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 wine. Well, it was nice being here. I am Nati Ramota, and we are going for one more, right? सासुर पी के सासुइया के बाबा अपनी अपनी लतनिया से बाबा अपनी अपनी लतनिया से बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा जीवन जलकर हमारे बाबा हम न जाइबे ससुर घर में बाबा हम न जाइबे everybody wine and wine just wine 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 and wine just wine wine it was my pleasure being here for the second annual global virtual healing and motivational summit. My name is Nati Ramota. I represent the Don Entertainment family. I got with me my brother, Mr. R2, and we are Don Entertainment. Thank you for enjoying our performance as much as we enjoy performing for you. Thank you.
How did you guys like that? Ramona and Mahatma, I saw you dancing over there.
Oh my gosh. I was enjoying watching Mahatma.
I know, right? Wasn't that awesome?
Absolutely loved it. It gave me a boost of energy at the end of the summit. Oh my goodness. I'm like, okay, now I'm ready to go another 8 hours.
I know, me too, right?
That was awesome, awesome, awesome. Loved it. Oh my goodness, that was awesome.
That was a little taste of my world. That is Nati Ramata is a wonderful performer coming to us, and he's from Trinidad and Tobago originally, and that is the Caribbean representing. So that was just an awesome, awesome performance, and I appreciate the whole We Sing Radio family for giving us the opportunity to highlight that particular artist.
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful. Thank you.
It was. So I know we have a couple more speakers in the queue. We're coming down to the end.
And I see Emil just joined us too, right?
Oh, Emil's here. So we
just
have
showed up.
another one for
I was like,
Tristan. I'm so excited.
Good
So
evening.
I think we have 2 more pre-recorded videos that we have to put into the queue from what I recall, right, Mahatma?
Is it 2?
We have looking for my paper, but I think there's 2, Mahatma. I think we have
Sky and Kim.
Yeah, Sky and Kimberly Taylor. So let's pop in Kimberly Taylor and then Sky, and then we have one more dance, and then Emil's gonna close out the show for us.
Oh.
So with that, I'm passing it on to Mahatma, and thank you all once again for those of you who are still on, who are tuning in live. We appreciate it.
How are you doing on today? Well, I am so excited to be joining you. We will be discussing cultivating the formula. Yes, cultivating the formula. Let's explore this a little more. You have 3 main base ingredients. And the ingredients we're going to be using in this formula is unlimited faith, breakthrough words, and consistency in God. When you hear the word cultivate, I know we usually think of farmers and the word agriculture. The definition for cultivating is to prepare and use. You may have heard similar words as to plow and till, and we're going to use those skills to cultivate. When you hear the word formula, we always think of chemicals and mathematics. The definition for formula is a list of ingredients. It's usually connecting 2 or more components, and we're definitely going to be combining components. Connecting the base formula consists of unlimited faith, which is the confidence in something or someone. Breakthrough words are using powerful words spoken in authority just designed for the breakthrough. And consistency in God is applying a way of doing something all the time in God. Now, when we start cultivating this formula, what it's doing is preparing you for every area of your life. It is definitely preparing you to have an expectation of shifting higher. And a great thing about each ingredient that we just spoke about, they're very powerful all by themselves. Now just think about combining them, how so explosive they can be. They can be explosive in anything that you're trying to achieve, overcome, or any challenges that you may be faced with. The formula can appear to be in any place at any time. Now you want to apply this to your personal areas or your business areas. You also may need to add and take away some ingredients during this process. It's okay. It's part of the process plan. And it does depend on what areas that you're needing it for. Let me give you a few examples. If you need a total healing, mentally or physically, you have the base formula now. Then you may just need to add some more things like meditation, affirmation. You may need some prayers, some scriptures, or you may also need some inspirational hymns to get you through. Another example pertaining to your business, you may need to expand. You definitely have your base formula. Then you may need to add some more networking. You may need to connect with other business groups. You definitely may have to do some research. You might have to add a little more couple of questions. And then you might have to just see what other people are doing in your surrounding areas, or see what other people are doing in other states. Ingredients that you may need in one area, you may not need in another area. It's definitely okay to combine some ingredients. So don't be afraid of what to add and subtract. You definitely don't have to worry of which ingredients to use and how much. And you definitely don't have to be stressed out about it. Because guess what? You have the base formula. With unlimited faith, breakthrough words, and consistency in God, this can be a part of you. It starts to mold your strength. It becomes your tools and your guides. It becomes your base that you need no matter what comes your way. I need to tell you a story about me to let you know how I had to cultivate the formula in my own life. And this is how it started my healing process that I didn't even know was being created. Finding the formula in every area of my life brought me the best results. So I know we're looking for the best results when we're cultivating our formula. I had to be honest with where I am. I had to be honest with what I was doing. I had to be honest with where I really wanted to be. And I had to be honest about my results. I wanted my life to be more than just a temporary memory or an experience here and there. I wanted lifetime change in so many areas of my life. Words and stand consistent in God was a healing place for me. It gave me the feeling just like the tree that's planted by the river of waters that bring forth its fruit in its season. I shall not be moved. Creating these types of formula and cultivating those things helped me stay motivated. It helped me understand that I am healed, and it surely showed me how I am free. Now I'm so excited because you are able to be free and healed as well. Go ahead and find your formula. It's time for you to cultivate it. It's time for you to apply it so you can get the best results, so you can rest in a peaceful place. And I'm so excited about this part because guess what? Your formula grows with you. As you find inspiration with revelation, your formula is unique to your process. And yes, that's the awesome part about it. As you grow, your formula will grow. Now, how awesome is that? Let's get started. I know you're going to be awesome. Thank you for spending time with me on today. Thank you. And I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Amazing, amazing talk. Thank you, Kimberly. We're gonna move on to Sky. Sky could not be with us, but she did send in her pre-recorded video. So Sky, and we have a dance, and then Emil's closing out the show. So stay with us, everyone.
This is just so absolutely amazing. I just wanted to add that was very touching. I'm loving all of this. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sky McKenzie. I'm a lifestyle coach and the creator of the 5-Star You system, a system that marries your personality type with your lifestyle and your life purpose so that you can show up in the world as your true, authentic self and create optimum performance in all that you do. My talk today is entitled, You Are Not Broken. A friend came to visit me the other day, and as we were walking along the beach, she was concerned about the fact that she was feeling superior in her relationship, and her partner, she knew, was feeling inferior. I knelt down in the sand and I drew 2 X's side by side, and I explained to her that feelings of inferiority and superiority are not opposites. They are, in fact, from the same energy source. They're like 2 people sitting on a seesaw where one is up and the other is down, but they are both sitting on the same piece of wood. Feelings of superiority and inferiority are actually both operating out of the same energy frequency. So what then is the opposite of these 2 ways of being? The opposite of both inferiority and superiority is I am divine. Now, when I said that to my friend, she looked at me as though I was crazy, and she said, well, what the heck does that mean? Well, feelings of superiority and inferiority operate out of our humanity. They operate out of our human consciousness. Yet we are both divine and human at the same time. Without our breath, of our divinity, we would not be alive. And without our human form, our spirits would no longer have this experience here on earth. Our divinity and our humanity are not separated. We are both at the same time beautifully integrated. Our divinity and our humanity are one. And when we understand this truth, that we are first of all divine beings who have been given the gift of life, then we can never feel superior or inferior to anyone again. Because we understand that all of us are divine beings. We are all exactly the same. And I don't use the word equal because that implies that there's a calculation. And there is no calculation here. There is the simple truth that we are all divine beings that have been given the gift of life. Therefore, we are all of the same substance. Theologians back in the day debated this, and in 325 AD, they came up with the Nicene Creed. And the theologians of the day debated and discovered, agreed upon, in fact, that we are of the same substance as our source. Take a drop of water from the ocean, and it is still the ocean. Take 7 billion drops of water from the ocean, and each individual drop is still from the ocean. In fact, there is this wonderful story about how a man went to his spiritual guide and he asked him the question, how should we treat others? To which he gracefully replied, what others? So where do these feelings of superiority and inferiority come from? They come from our human consciousness. They are born out of guilt or shame or fear, anger, even pride, and they're mostly formed in our early childhood. And according to the scale of consciousness created by Dr. David Hawkins, they are on very low levels of frequency. They are on the levels of frequency that keep us operating out of force, striving to be someone, striving to feel loved, striving to feel accepted, and yet never doing so. When we live in guilt, we are constantly blaming others. And when we live in shame, we feel miserable. In fact, the difference between guilt and shame is guilt says I made a mistake, whereas shame says I am a mistake. But because we don't feel, or we don't want to feel, these emotions of guilt and shame and fear and anger, instead of dealing with them, we try to cover them up. And we either overcompensate, so we begin to feel superior, or we undercompensate, playing the victim, resulting in us feeling inferior. But neither of these two states of being will heal what's really going on inside of us. We're not going to be free of them when we cover them up. We're not going to be free of guilt. We're not going to be free of shame, free of anger, free of pain, free of fear, if we cover it up with feelings of being superior or inferior. We're simply putting a Band-Aid on that is creating a persona that enables us to survive these states of being. But there is a way in which we can heal, a way to move up the ladder on that scale of human consciousness into those higher levels of frequency of acceptance and peace and love and joy. There is a way to become free from living in guilt and shame and fear. But firstly, it's allowing us to feel them. Emotions come in many forms. Some are darker, like fear and anxiety and anger and resentment. And some are lighter, like courage and joy and compassion. But all of these emotions enrich our experience of life. Can you imagine what it would be like if we felt absolutely nothing? When we die, we don't have the option to feel good or bad or happy or sad. So feeling this whole range of emotions is part of our human experience. We can't come to Earth and say, I only want to feel good feelings. We have to learn how to feel what we call bad or negative feelings. They're literally just feelings that are on a lower level of frequency. And we have the option to feel them, allow them to pass through our body, and deal with them. and I'm going to show you how to deal with them. We are not here to stop feeling emotions that label us as bad or as good. We are here to learn how to integrate all of our emotions, to stop and ask the question, why am I feeling this? What's going on in me or in my circumstances right now that is causing me to feel this way? And then to take the appropriate action. It takes courage to face our emotions and to ask these questions. But most importantly, it takes an understanding that we are not broken when we decide to look at the issues that are causing us to feel in certain ways and to deal with them. This is the journey of life. It's easy to feel that we are broken because we have this idea that we need to fix something in order to live our lives. But we are not broken. This is our life purpose. This is what we came here for. Some of us have come here to overcome insecurities and develop confidence, to get over this need for approval from others and the fear of rejection. Have you ever wondered why some people struggle with this while others don't even begin to understand that struggle? Because it isn't their struggle. But they came here to deal with different issues. They came here perhaps to deal with understanding their boundaries and creating balance in their lives, defining responsibility and learning to take responsibility for their own lives, instead of feeling responsible for everyone else's. Some may have come to learn discipline and how to patiently follow a process in order to achieve their goals. Why is it that for some people that comes so naturally? For others, that seems so difficult. That's what they've come here to learn. Others may have come here to learn how to access the intuition and to listen to the voice of their heart. We are all here on our own path, on our own journey, and none of us are broken. We are simply learning to develop and grow according to our personalities, our life purpose, and how we express ourselves and show up in the world. To see ourselves as broken, wanting to become whole, is to imagine ourselves as if we took this vase and it fell on the floor and broke into pieces. And now we have to try and pick up the pieces and patch it all together again. This is not how we are living our life. We're not trying to glue some broken pieces together. We're not trying to glue back the pieces of a broken life. We are not broken simply because there are some things that we want to change or things we want to get better at. That's what personal development is. Personal development is an understanding that we're not broken. We simply have to be broken open in order to heal. It's not an idea that once we were broken, we now need to be fixed. We will always be growing and always be learning and always be changing as long as this human body is alive on planet Earth. That doesn't make us continually broken or only waiting to do something in life or feel good about life until we can feel whole and complete. It doesn't make us any less than anyone else when we are going through a time of transformation and being broken open, and what is inside of us is being revealed so that we can deal with it. And it doesn't make anyone else any more when they are not. Remember the words of Leonard Cohen. Being broken open is to let the light shine in. This is our journey. This is the process of life. To walk our own path, not judging others for theirs, and not judging ourselves for our choices, the choices we've made up until now. I used to believe that we had to go back into our past and to dig it all up in order to deal with it. We had to access it and to understand it. We had to understand where all our issues came from. I don't believe that anymore. I now believe that all we have to do is choose in the present how we're going to view life and move forward. And when something shows up in our life, we deal with it. We don't have to go digging for things At the right time that we need to deal with something, it will be revealed to us if we are open to that. So are we going to see ourselves as broken, as victims of our past, living in guilt and shame, as inferior or superior? Or are we going to see ourselves as divine beings, the divine beings that we are, the divine beings that have been given this gift of life? What tools can we use then to move up the ladder on the scale of human consciousness? If we are operating out of those levels of shame and guilt and fear and anger and blame and perhaps pride and pain, what tools can we use to start to move up that ladder? The first one is gratitude. Gratitude is the number one tool that we can use to move up the scale of human consciousness and change our frequency level. When we feel grateful for something and someone, it is impossible to feel anxious. It is impossible to feel angry. Tony Robbins says this. He says, trade your expectations for appreciation and your life will never be the same. I've been practicing this for the last few months, and I'm amazed at how my life has changed. I don't sit and stew anymore about situations that have taken place in my life. I don't stew on events or what people said or what people did. And believe me, I could do that for days or weeks or months. Now, I immediately trade my expectations for appreciation. And instead of saying, they didn't do what I asked them to do, or they didn't behave the way I expected them to behave, what can we find to appreciate about that experience or that person? Esther Hicks teaches that we have 17 seconds to change our thoughts. We can train ourselves to trade our expectations for appreciation within 17 seconds or less. And then we can change our lives. We can change the quality of our lives. We can change the quality of our days. And then our true, authentic selves are given the space to show up in the world. We only have this life. Now, even if we believe that we will come back in another life and we have been here in past lives, this is the one that we have right now. This is the one that we are living right now. Today is a new day, a day to leave the past behind and to live in the now. We only have the present. Even if we're thinking about the past, a situation in the past, we've chosen to think about that situation now in the present. Even if we're thinking about a situation in the future, we've chosen to think about that situation now in the present. We only have this present moment. We only have this present day. We only have this present life to learn the lessons that we need to learn. Decide today who you want to become. A human being filled with sadness and misery and pain and anger and going through life feeling broken? Or can you trade those expectations? Can you trade those images for gratitude and appreciation and live a life filled with acceptance, love, and peace and joy? As Adyashanti puts it, let everything be exactly as it is without the need to change it. You are not broken. You are a divine being that has been given the gift of life, and how you live that life is up to you. There is greatness in all of us, a divine plan within each of us, as Plato called it, a divine pattern. And this pattern is who we are, our personality, our lifestyle, our life purpose, our clothing style, our interior design style. And we join all those dots, we can create this beautiful picture of who we are. And when we marry our internal and our external worlds, we show up with the radiance of being, the radiance that we came here to express, and magic happens. Can we trade that view of ourselves, of broken and needing to fix something, to this beautiful picture of a crystal divine being that has been given this gift of life to bless, to love, to experience. You're an amazing, incredible, powerful, talented, fabulous, gorgeous human being. And you have a divine pattern, a divine purpose for being here. Don't allow dealing with issues that we will always deal with. Don't allow dealing with those issues to stop you from showing up in the world, to make an impact on those in your circle of influence. We will be dealing with issues until this human form takes its last breath. Don't wait until you are no longer broken to show up in the world. You are not broken. You are not broken. I'm Sky Mackenzie. Thank you for allowing me to share this message with you today. And thank you, Jennifer, for this incredible opportunity to be part of the 2nd Annual Healing Motivational Summit. Be blessed. Have a wonderful day.
Wow, that was so good.
Wow, what an amazing presentation by Sky, right?
Is GT still here or no?
GT, I actually think GT just started the Clubhouse after party room.
Oh no, okay.
I don't see GT on. I don't. Maybe
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he is on. I see GT.
I'm here.
GT's on. Let me bring him up. Hold on.
Okay, awesome.
Hey, GT. How
How are you
was
guys
that
doing?
presentation?
How are you guys doing?
Good. We're still here, going strong. How are you?
I'm doing well. That was quite the presentation by Sky. Loved it.
Right?
Yes,
Wasn't
you're
it
always in
awesome?
the room with her.
Absolutely. She's fantastic for sure.
See that?
Yes,
I
she
always
is.
thought she was, but that was phenomenal. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, that was a powerful, powerful speech. It really was.
I took a screenshot for her and I just sent it to her with some major takeaways. So she's gonna love it.
She'll be very, very happy.
Yeah, just sent it to her. I'm like, oh my God, where's GT?
I thought I just got a notification from you that you started the after party room.
I did. I'm getting all set for us.
All right, nice. Well, we're coming down to the end, everyone. We're almost at the end. We have one more dance left, and then Emil comes on. And then we do have one video, a thank you video. So the next performance is actually a really close friend of mine. I used to be an Indian dancer years ago, and Davina is a dancer as well. And she agreed to do this video for us. She pre-recorded it. She's an amazing, beautiful soul, and her dance is so meaningful and so powerful. And that's one of the great things about this summit, is that we can learn to heal through dance and music and all these different talks. So with that, I'm going to pass it along to Mahatma. I know she's queuing up the dance by Davina. Here we go. Thank you all.
Radhe
that was so beautiful. Thank you to Miss Davina for putting that together for us. So we are coming down to the end, and I know we have Emil in the queue. And after that, I do have one thank you video. So I'm going to see, Ramona, do you want to do some closing remarks, and then we'll have Emil and do the video after?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That sounds like a plan. I will be more than happy to do so. But one thing before we actually go to the closing remarks, did you just say that you used to dance, or you did?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with this picture? How did we do a 3-day summit and you had that still, and you never gave us the opportunity to see you do singing and dancing?
Because it wasn't about me. It's about everybody else. It's about everybody else out here.
We need some entertainment. I'm like, well, what? Worthy entertainment.
I wanted to give everybody else the opportunity and highlight everybody else.
Well,
it's not about me. It's about everybody else out here who's doing a phenomenal job.
You will not get away with that the next time. In fact, opening and
I know.
That is amazing.
We'll talk about that next time. But Ramona, oh my God, it's been amazing, epic.
Yes.
The last 3 days. GT, you're still up here with us. Let us know how you thought too. You can't just keep your video off, GT.
Yeah, you have to
hang out here. Come on.
There you go. Laura, come on. Open up.
Where's Laura and Jenny? Come on, let's get everybody back up here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my
Jenny,
goodness.
Where are you?
Oh,
Right here.
let me tell you, I'm answering messages. So if you're wondering what I'm doing while I'm looking down, people who participated, as well as who saw and had the experience, they're leaving messages everywhere about the experience that they had these past 3 days. And I am just honored. It was a privilege to be amongst such awesome talents for one, musicians for two, speakers for three, and thought leaders. Just the sheer, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm just in awe at all of the value, the mad value that was shared. And what else I really am touched by, honestly, is how many people's lives were impacted in some way, shape, or form by somebody's speech, story, share, or something that they actually said or heard over these last 3 days that might have just shifted their mindset, no matter how small or how big, but just something that resonated with them that they just needed to hear. And that was the whole point of Jennifer doing the first summit to start with, because it was where she was at a point in her life and exactly what she needed, which drove her to actually do the first one, which was all pre-recorded. But wow. And look at where it came. But look at where it came to, and look at what we have done and accomplished all together. There's this saying that I have to actually have to use right now. And it says, if you want to go fast, then you go alone.
Yeah.
But if you want to go far, you go together.
Yep.
And
I love that.
together is one of her themes on her attire or her gear that she created for the actual summit.
Yeah.
But I thought about that throughout the entire 3 days of the summit. And I'm just like, wow. And I saw how your friends, your long time, for 20-year relationships and friendships that you have, and they have come together with you on this summit as well as the first, and they too expressed how surprised and in awe they were of how far you've come and how much you've accomplished. So I cannot say another word without first saying we are so thankful and so grateful and so appreciative of you, Jennifer Maharaj, for your diligence, your persistence, and your commitment to making this happen. So with that said,
thank you, everybody.
that is still on, definitely unmute, scream, cheer, clap, cry, whatever.
Yeah. I feel like crying because it's all ending. All this hard work.
I'll go ahead and dance some more.
Yeah, where is Mahatma? Come up here, Mahatma.
Yeah, she was enjoying the music and dancing, and I was cracking up and loving every minute of it. I almost got up and started dancing myself, Mahatma, watching you. But anyway, with that said, the value that was shared here was worth money.
Yes.
And the funny thing is, you couldn't even put a value of how much money we would even charge for an event this size with over 70 plus people of all different professionalisms, backgrounds, educational backgrounds, cultural backgrounds. You could not get this for free anywhere in the entire world, to be perfectly honest. It was that powerful, it was that inspirational, it was that motivational, and it was definitely impactful. And I am just privileged to be a part of it and to say that I too made just even a small, minute difference in somebody's life through the Healing and Motivational Summit, second annual, I should say, Healing and Motivational Summit of 2021. We are all blessed beyond measure anyway. Just the mere fact that we can be here healthy and just in this space and share this space together, because there's a lot of people that wish they could and can't for whatever reason.
Right.
And there's a lot of people, the world definitely needed more healing, more motivation, inspiration. And if we just all could have played, which we did, a small part in that, then we definitely should also be blessed, feel blessed and grateful and thankful that we were able to do that. So with that said, never, ever underestimate yourselves, and don't ever underestimate the power of you collaborating with other people, professionals, like-minded individuals, and doing something positive for the good of those people who need it. So with that said, that is all that I have right now. I don't want it to end, so I'm trying to think of things to say.
Yeah, I think everybody wants to go to sleep eventually, but no.
What else can I add to make it go a little bit longer?
You have been truly amazing. Everybody has been amazing, but I don't think all of you know the behind the scenes that Ramona and the work that she has put in behind the scenes with me. Every day she would call me, we would be on Zoom together. I mean, we'd have these long talks, and she would always be prepping me up and saying, Jen, you've got this. We're going to do this. We're going to manifest this, because I got to tell you, I had my moments where I'm like, Ramona, this is getting too big. Ramona, we have too much stuff to do.
You got this. And then I hang up and go, oh no.
And then Jenny over there, oh my God, she's the reason that this whole situation began.
But it was awesome. It was awesome.
Jenny actually did her first summit last year she can tell you a little bit about it. And after I saw her do her summit, I got inspired to do mine last year. And she's like, yeah, you can do it. You're good to go.
Awesome.
And she totally inspired me. And then GT, oh my God. He's always the one with his motivational quotes, always dropping gems, always telling me to stay after my goals. So all of you have played such an integral role in everything that has happened here today. To all the speakers, all the performers, everybody, the support was so amazing. And I am just so filled with gratitude that all of you have come on board to support this event. And the magnitude and the power that we've learned here today will always stay with all of us. And we've been impacted so deeply.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I think I've given my thanks a lot. I don't want to say too much because we do have a thank you video at the end. So I'll pass it along to GT and Jenny if you have any closing remarks. But I just want to say again to thank you to each and every one of you. For those of you who have stayed on with us, for those who are watching the live feed on YouTube, thank you so much for your support. And I hope that we've impacted you and brought some value into your lives. And remember, all the things that you were hearing here today, please put it into action. Don't just listen and use it, but actually put it into action. So with that, I'm passing it along. GT, Jenny, any final remarks?
Yeah, congratulations for a very successful and inspiring summit. Jen, Refresher, Ramona, Mahatma, you all did a fantastic, fantastic job. I know this was not an easy feat, and I know how hard you all have worked on this summit. So I am just so grateful to be this much a part of it. So thank you so much. And just to see your vision come to fruition this weekend has been so amazing. I cannot wait to see what you all do in the future, because I know if any of you all are doing something, I'm showing up to it, even as an audience member, because I know it's going to be pure value, pure gold. So thank you, and congratulations to all of you guys.
Oh, thank you,
Thank
Jenny.
you.
Thank you. GT,
Pleasure.
on to you.
Absolutely. No, I definitely second that. So for yourself, Jen, Ramona, and Mahatma, and Refresher, you guys did a fantastic job pulling together so many speakers, so much value and pouring into people's lives. It's incredible. So well done to you. Your vision came through, and it was an epic event for sure. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
GT,
you.
and thank you for stepping in and hosting with us today. You did a phenomenal job, by the way.
We
Well,
had them
we
on.
did what we could.
Yeah, we had them on the list as a backup the whole time. Just didn't know it.
I told him that. I was like, "You're gonna be talking a lot." He's like, "No, I'm not." I'm like, "Watch,
He
I'm
said,
gonna
well,
put
what
you in the
happens
queue."
if, I said, well, you always have David and GT that'll be there anyway. So just grab them and let's go.
GT always has those gems to drop, so he's always there.
Yes, absolutely.
So Mahatma, you're up with us. What's going on? How did you feel everything went? You were the technical support behind the scenes, making it all happen, girl.
Wow, I feel like it went amazing. And this was a pure indication that healing can go on and on and on, and we can all withstand it. And we have the power and the ability to have a consistent conversation that can be fully healed. So all we have to do is just keep riding this wave, keep riding the healing vibe, and keep loving ourselves and knowing that we are divine. Having that self-realization aspect is one of the most important things for us. So as we grow more in our consciousness, that was the key. Like, that's what I heard over and over again. Grow your consciousness. You want to get out of the rubble? Grow your consciousness. You want to uplift yourself from the dis-ease to please? Get out of your state of being that is diseasing your mind state and bring yourself some ease into your life. And this dynamic unfoldment, global healing at its finest, I completely know that all of our lives are going to be changed from this day. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to be the spiritually technical support. I love doing it. I will do it again. I love you all. I appreciate you all. I am excited for a meal. Thank you so much.
Yes, we all are. Thank you, Mahatma. Thank you, all of you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Without further ado, let's bring on the man himself, Emil Fortune. Emil, take it away.
Hey, I just want to say congrats to everyone, everyone that played a major role, all the panel. Thank you for inviting me. What I'm going to do now is a short piece. I'm going to do it in the key of A because A is the first note that was recognized, in music, and it has a certain healing aspect to it. And then I'm going to transition into a song that everybody knows. So when I get to that song, I hope everyone will start to sing, right? So let's go. Let's take it on a journey. I'm going to use some rhythms and some healing in A and then move to another key.
Okay, I'm warming up right now.
Okay, good. So this first aspect, I just want everybody to kind of relax, take your breaths, get your energy settled, and just enjoy. Let's do this. Thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Oh my goodness, that was a blessing. Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So when are you playing for us again? You're not waiting for the next summit, right? I
You'll
think
be hearing-
Jennifer has put you on the schedule weekly.
Yeah, you think?
On Zoom.
You're always playing for us, Emil. Are you kidding me right now?
Look out for my band's album. It's coming up very soon.
Oh, you just
doing
dropped the
one-
link.
Yes,
we got you.
So look out for Effects the Band. For those that don't know, Effects the Band, EFX the Band on Instagram. My name is Emil Fortune. You can also check me out on Instagram, Emil Fortune Music. So I'm always around and, you know, willing to contribute value. And of course, I cherish relationships, and that's why I'm here, because you guys are awesome. And, you know, I learned something recently that you attract what you are. So this is a good sign. I'm attracting greatness.
Absolutely.
You definitely are, Emil. You definitely are. We
Oh,
appreciate you.
look, Mahatma already found you on Instagram. You beat me to it.
Yes.
Awesome. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So with that, Emil, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I don't know, does anybody see Gershom in the queue? Because he was supposed to be on and he just texted me. Mahatma, is Gershom on? Gentlemen, let me just give him a quick call.
I don't see him in the I know you told me he was coming, but I didn't see him come in. And I'm looking right now and I don't see him. But I remember him saying yesterday he was coming back today. So
Moment of
He
silence.
didn't pick up. So if he decides to come in, we'll see.
Well, let's see.
But then we can probably just go to the thank you video. So this is just a
Let me
short video.
see if
You see him?
hold on, let me just take a quick look.
I just FaceTimed him. He didn't pick up. So I don't know.
No, he's not
Okay.
in yet.
All right, well, if he comes in after the video, we can end with him, that's fine. But if not, this is a video just to highlight all the speakers and performers and just to give you all my thanks and just say, you know, thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that all of you have done. And I appreciate you and I hope you enjoy the video. And again, I love you all. Thank you so much for your support and stay tuned because we will be coming back at this again in March. And please be on the lookout for everything that we have coming up. And again, if you guys can support my business as well, Simply Healthy and Organic, all natural and organic vitamins, supplements, skincare products, clean beauty products as well. You can visit my website at simplyhealthyandorganic.com. And I'm also going to be launching my Simply Global Media Company, which is all about global summits like this one. So for those of you who may be planning your own summit or engagements, please reach out because as you see, I have the experience and expertise now. And I also do marketing communications. I also have my own podcast, Simply Real. I do monthly webinars with the Empowering Minds team. So if anybody wants to be a guest speaker on a webinar or a podcast, please reach out to me as well. With that, again, thank you all so much for your support. And on to you, Mahatma, to cue up that video. And after that, we will probably stop the live if Gershom doesn't come in. So once again, thank you all for your support and thank you for being here with us for this long.
but that we had each other. And we will rise, we will rise, we will thousand times again, and we'll rise up. I like the waves will rise up in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. Broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Mountains, bring it to its feet. Mountains, and I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the sponsors speakers, performers, and to everybody who participated and watched the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. I am truly blessed and feeling so grateful to have had this opportunity to present this wonderful 3-day life healing event. We will continue to rise up as a community. We will continue to support one another. We will continue to fill our hearts with hope, faith, courage, and determination. Tomorrow is never promised, but we will live today for our best life forward. Continue to thrive. Continue to elevate. Continue to motivate. We are here to support one another, and as a community, we will continue to be there for one another. Thank you all so much for supporting this epic, magical event, and you will definitely see us soon again. My name is Jennifer Maharaj, the founder of the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. And once again, my heart is so filled with gratitude. And I want to just say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And all you can do for me is continue to heal, continue to inspire, continue to motivate. But above everything, continue to believe. Believe in the power that you have within you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all so much. I do believe we have one more. Is Gershom in the house yet? Anybody see Gershom?
No, I did not let him in, but let me look at the list.
He's in.
Oh, okay. Gershom.
Oh,
Is he?
so I
Why
didn't-
would I see him?
Yeah. Oh, I see him now. I'm sorry. I had to scroll the
Oh,
other way.
you know what? I kept putting in Gershom. I had to put
Oh,
in Dr. G.
okay. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Let me get him.
Okay.
Gersh, what? You so late today? Hold on.
And we
I'm
thought
not
our
hearing
blessing
you,
was
Gersh.
over. He probably was here the whole time.
We're not hearing you, Gersh.
You?
He's still. Can I hear? Talk. Let me hear. Nope, I don't hear you.
I don't think his mic is connected.
Oh, there it is. I think, oh no, never mind. That was Laura. Hold on. I don't see him now. Hold on a minute.
Let's see.
Might have to come out to come back in.
Oh yeah, he might have had to go out and come back in.
Okay, so with
Oh, my
that,
goodness.
Grisham.
Jennifer, you are out at 11 o'clock at night. I just you're still outside. Oh my God.
I'm still outside.
The crickets or frogs or whatever
I
they are.
know.
Oh my
I live in New
goodness.
York. This is New York for you.
Wow.
All right, so with that, everyone, Gershom will be the last speaker, so he will close it out for us, which is a great thing if he gets back in here. Let's see if he's in. And I hope you all enjoyed the video.
Yes, absolutely. It was beautiful.
Yes.
Absolutely beautiful.
Just my way of saying thank you to everybody who participated and was here today. Let's see, is Gershom in?
Let me see if he popped back in really quickly.
Okay.
My Zoom acts that way sometimes too, where I have to just log back out and come back in to get my sound
Right.
connected. So
Well, you see, you didn't want it to end, Ramona, so you got your
there
wish.
you go. Got my wish.
And you know what's so funny? We're all still so
Into
energetic.
existence.
At
That manifestation
11:15.
thing is real.
Let's see where he's at.
Oh, goodness.
Oh wow, amazing. What's going on? Let's see if I can get him. Let's see. I think I just, yeah, there he is.
Okay. So I don't see him.
I see him.
Okay.
Hey,
yeah, there you
Gersh.
go. Okay, his audio. Oh, there you go.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, his
You
audio
good?
is back now.
Yeah,
Yep.
so yes. Just unmute. No.
Yep. Now you just have to unmute. There you go. Okay.
Gershom, what's going on? How are you? You are now closing out the show because we have finished for the day. So you are our last speaker, last but not least. And of course, we always save the best for last, right?
It's amazing to be able to be back again. You know, as I said, it's now 4 a.m. in London, England. So you could imagine. I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I can't really see everyone. I was on my laptop. And today I coaching call. She took me over my time. Usually I spent 4 hours with her. And I thought about summit and I was right here waiting. And I nodded off. And I had everything ready and something in my heart said, just rest. And as I was thinking about how I felt in my pain, in my body, because I am still not well, I thought to myself, every time I go through pain, is that I'm getting better at what I do every single day. So this summit has been a privilege to be a part of. Whenever I speak, I don't take it. Get to a place where I understand there are listeners to my voice, and it just takes one word, transform your mind. It takes one word to be healed. It takes suddenly somebody in back on Instagram, and I want to share it with you, after speaking yesterday and said, how you get, you should be getting paid if you're not. And I want to bless you. Whenever you open your mouth, good to see my brother Emil. Like, it's a reason I've been thinking about you. Yesterday we didn't get to interact as much. Nothing happened. I'm about to enter into a sacred place, and I know something is about to happen. Wherever you are, in the sound of my voice, if you're watching this on the replay, I want you to know that you're not junk. I want you to know that you're not junk. You are special. You've got something that this world needs right now in 2021. This summit has been amazing. And even though we are different time zones, and even though we are pushed to our limits to execute, I must say that you have executed on the highest level. I want to tell you this, that something is about to happen in your healing space. If that boyfriend let you down, if that girlfriend let you down, if that husband let you down, if that dream seems as if it's been stressing you out, if that dream has put you in a position where you have to give up on some friendships, you have had to spend money and invest it, and you've lost a lot of money along the way. You are broken, you are frustrated, you are in that place where you're thinking about, do these people understand what it means to go through pain? I want to tell you, the first day showed up, spoke, I walked away in tears because I understand that the gravity of changing somebody is not something that we take simply. And for me, it's more than money. It's more than diamonds. It's more than gold. It is. I remember that place in that room when it seemed as if my best friend couldn't get to me, my mom couldn't get to me, my dad couldn't get to me. From a broken heart, just wanted to exit life. I'm talking to that individual right now. Like, seriously, I'm talking about you going through this pandemic. And yes, I went through COVID, and they've told me I've got underlines. They say I've got heart deficiency and lungs deficiency because I'm damaged now. I've got to take insulin every afternoon. Now, I don't share this too personal on my life, but something is telling me I want to pull you in. That I want to tell you that whatever you're going through, it is for your good. It's tailoring you for purpose. It's cutting you for that point where you bend, but you become unbreakable, but you're about to slingshot into a position where he. I know you've been jumping, like I know you've been working, I know you've been flying, I grinding, but you've been going through the process. Your steps are not just ordered, but your steps are designed for you. I want you to embrace the pain. I want you to embrace it to the point that you understand whatever it is that you're going through. He's preparing you, but protecting. Somebody write that down. He's preparing you, but he's protecting you to a point where he knows that if he just gives too much, if he puts you in the top right away, like, you might just exist life. You know, there are darts coming at us at every angle. But can you go under the microscope at the top where you're in the papers every single day, can you imagine your dream to actually be at the top? So can you imagine getting paid $1 million in your account every single day? And there are voters that want to take it from you. Are you ready? The dream is valuable. It is priceless. It will put you in that position where you are blessed so much with abundance that who is blessed must bless others. I want you to prepare, and I want you to prepare your heart for what you're thinking about. Yes, you want to write, you want to be chauffeured. I want to paint that picture that you understand that, yes, he told you that you're going to become unbreakable. But guess what? It's not just being unbreakable. I'm going to take it to a next level. He wants you to be sustainable. He wants you to understand that no matter what you're going through, you got to be able to sustain yourself the pain. You got your wife depending on you. You got your husband depending on you. You got children depending on you. You're a single mama. You're trying to put this thing into the pipeline, so you're working every single day. You grinding. But he wants to give it to you, but he knows it can break you to the point you want. So he wants you to be sustainable. He wants you to know that I'm okay. Whatever you're going through, this summit was designed for you to heal. And I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to exit this. I don't want you to finish this live. I don't want you to finish this video without healing. I want you to be completely healed. So I'll need you to think about the next step. There's always a next step. And the next step is quite simple. That you're going to let go of that pain. and you're going to trust God with it. You're going to let go of that hurt. Yes, he lied to you. I know. He cheated on you. I know. Like, seriously, I mean, I know what you're going through. I know you've invested too much. You have come too far. You've been broken and bent, and they're in a position where you don't understand why. Sacrifice time and effort. Time and effort. You've grind. Somehow, she can't see you for your worth. Like, somehow, he can't see you for your worth. Somehow, you show up to this job and you be grinding, and manager just can't see you. Today I declare, I'm about to break something. Today I declare and I decree that you are being seen. The door is about to open. The abundance of blessing is about to pour. But I need you to know that you're sustainable. You can take that weight. You can take that weight. You know why? Because he had to carry it. He had to carry this cross. So I'm going to tell you, now you got to carry your own. Yeah, this summit is not just some summit where it was designed for fame. It wasn't designed for networking alone. It wasn't designed to elevate with money, but it was designed for you to heal. And I want to tell you, suddenly you are healed. Immediately you are healed. You are healed. I say today, say, I am healed.
I am healed.
I said, the moment that you say these words, you just manifested life. And your healing is sustainable.
Absolutely.
Your healing is sustainable. So you are about to reposition. You're about to go to the next step. I know. I remember when I couldn't spell, and I wrote my first book. And I typed every word into that laptop, and I printed off the first copy, and I ran to my sister-in-law and I gave her the first read, and she read it and she looked at me and she said, finish it. Say, whatever you do, Gershom, make sure you finish it. And every time I hold a book in my hand, every time I look myself in my hand and I hold my book in my hand, every time I say to myself, is this me? Is this the broken guy that couldn't spell, read, or write at the age of 25? Now I'm 39, happily married from a broken heart with 2 children. Like, is this me? Because I'm sustainable. Because I'm unbreakable. Because I'm unstoppable. And my abundance coming. You are blessed, you are highly favored. You are ordained, and your dreams chose you. Like, seriously, your dreams chose you. Whatever you're going through, your dreams chose you. They were tailor-made, fashioned, and given to you. And I'm telling you, it's promised that if you could just keep the promise, that I will execute. If you could just execute, like, seriously, you show up at 4 a.m. in the morning in London. You could show up at 3 a.m. in the morning, and even though your body hurts, and even though you're going through pain, neurological pain, where your nerves damage, you are sustainable. You're not junk. You are diamond. The problem with you is you don't cut to get cut, because you got to be fashioned, polished, and molded, and so that you can put you in the spotlight, but you don't want to go to the cut. You are sustainable. I could tell you this. As I meditate, I'm in a place, I don't know, I know I'm the last one. I know you gotta raise your hand, just show your hand and say, okay, Gershon, wrap up in 2 minutes, because I'm in a place now that I want to tell you, I've opened the door, I've entered in, you're healed now, but I want to bless you. I want you to move. I want you to take up, listen to me, I want you to take up your bags. I want you to take up your bags and run. You are healed. Like, come on. I'm telling you, I declare and I decree you are healed. This summit will never be the same. You're no longer the same. You're healed. You're gonna run. You're gonna move. You're gonna tell somebody, hey, I'm that guy. I'm that motivational speaker. I'm that singer. I'm that author. I declare, look, my marriage is about to be healed because I'm gonna go forgive myself. I'm gonna allow myself. Listen, you're about to transform. So run with it. Come on, write that down. Run with it. Because you are sustainable. You know, there's a guy, Fire. And if you never watched the 2012 Olympics, like, he was there at the back. He fell down. And when he fell down, everybody thought that it was over. They had this expectation. Somebody has an expectation on your dream. Somebody has an expectation on your goal. You said you're going to do this. You said you're going to execute, but you forgot that you can't do it on your own and you fall down. I want to go and check out Mofire's video. It's on YouTube. It's somewhere. You'll find it. And he fell down. And everybody was saying, there's no way he's going to make it. Because he ended up at the very back of the race. But he knew he's unbreakable. He knew he's unstoppable. He knew that he's sustainable. Because believe, he's practiced, he's executed, he showed up at 4 a.m., he showed up at 2 a.m., showed up, he gave his time. So guess what? No matter the pain you feel, even though I've got neurological damage and I'm hearing people feeling pains in my nerves, and right now, I'm telling you, he knew he was sustainable. And as he went in and he waved his hand and he fell to the ground and they gave him the Olympic champion, he knew he was a diamond. But like, do you know? I want you to think about it, Jennifer. I want you to think about it, Emil. Like, seriously, Ramona, I need you to think about it. I want you to think about it to the point that you understand. You think that your dream was given to you that it can break you? You think your dream was given to you to destroy your marriage? You think your dream was given to you to destroy your life? Come on, it was given to you to elevate you. It was given to you to put you in the spotlight. But if it can't sustain you, I'm feeling something. If he can't sustain you, he won't give it to you. So I tell you today, you are healed. Like, seriously, you are repositioned. See the smile? I feel to the next level. I want to tell you this. You are now going to move. And when you move, you are in a position where it's not every conversations that you say yes to. I'm going deeper now. It's not every conversation that you listen to. There's not every room that you enter on Clubhouse. It's not everybody that likes your video that you shake their hand with. It's not everybody that wants to offer you a contract that you say yes to. Because believe me, he want to sustain you. And if he want to sustain you, he wants to give you generational wealth so that he can pass on to your children. So like you can have, that it may take you 60 years like KFC, but it would outlast your generation. It will go down, trickle down, and continue. Some of you don't realize the value of your dream, so you're just copying out for like a couple of bucks. Like, that's why they associate me with E.T., the Eric Thomas, because they know that I'm sustainable. They know he's catching up. Like, this is the guy, he's the next big thing, and he might take your spot. Listen to me. Kobe Bryant died. Remember, died because MJ was still alive. It's still alive. But guess what? He competed with 6 rings, and he knew that he was sustainable. And that's why now, even after he's dead, he's sustainable. Now, I know, as I say, just tap me out and tell me when you're ready, because I know I'm giving nuggets after nuggets after nuggets, and I'm teaching you, and I want you to get it, because you could be healed, and the problem with you is you don't have a mentor. The problem is you don't have an accountability partner. You have nobody to hold you up. And you are scared to invest in yourself and pay a little money, but you're okay with buying Gucci Vuitton and Louis Vuitton or whatever the words are, whatever you tested. I put my armor on. I'm gonna show up. I know I'm strong enough. That's why when I go to an event and I see 2,000 people in the room and they see me in my armor and I show up, I'm priceless. So don't be defined by other people's brands, but be defined by yours. I'm teaching. Show up in your own skin, but be confident enough to say I'm valuable. I'm that guy that needs to be in the front row on stage. I'm that guy that you gotta be. It shouldn't be him. It should be me. So I'm that guy that you need to buy this sale from. I'm that guy, like, you can't take that sale. I am money, Grant Cardone. I am money. Somebody got my money. You got my money. Come on, I want you to think about it. You've got to understand it. It's quite simple, because when God says you are healed, he said, now I know you are ready, Gershom. I'm about to give you some more money. I'm going to bless you that it doesn't pass through your pocket. It goes into an investment into real estate so that will go on to your children's children. It goes into your business, into your books. He understands it will outlast you. I'm taking it to a next level. I'll teach you. You might, I'm going too fast, but I know you're probably going to catch up now, because it's 4 a.m. and I don't know if you're sharp enough. You're probably tired now. You're probably moving. But I needed to get this. You are for something that you're not ready for. You want the spotlight, but you don't know what the spotlight takes. And God is saying, just sharpen yourself. Get a mentor. Reach out to Jennifer. Reach out to Ramona. Find somebody that can hold you accountable and pay them the money. And guess what? You will see what you get from it. So when you book Gershom to speak, you understand you're getting value after value after value. They can't count me out because they see me, I'm the underdog. They understood, hey, he's the real deal, bro. He's been going for 10 years. He's been doing this for free. He's showing up every single day and he's giving value. He's not defined by your money. You can't just wave his contracts in you and thinking that he's going to bend. Oh, you got to come with those 6 figures, 7 figures, and let's talk about it. Because his time is valuable. Ramona, your time is valuable. Jennifer, your time is valuable. Emil, your time is valuable. So don't get into every conversation, because the more rare you become, the more priceless you are. I'm teaching, man. Come on, I'm teaching. The problem is with you are follow social media and you want everybody to like you. But listen to me, I was in London and Michael Jackson came to London. And this is what happened. I'm going to tell you this. If I could get the name of the toy store, I think it's Hellman's, where all the Disney World on Oxford Street. This is what happened. This is true story. Michael Jackson came to London. He shut the whole street down. Go and have a look. He shut the whole street down. That this is millions of people shopping. He shut the street down so that he could come and shop with peace. You know why? Because it's sustainable. Because they know when he buys one thing, their sales go up. And if he picks anything I touch, some of you tonight need me to be here so that you could be touched. Everything I touch is money. That's why you're running after those famous people with those followers so that you can get somebody to affirm you. I affirm you. You are priceless. Come on. I needed to get this. And the moment that you understand that you are sustainable, the moment that you know you're unbreakable, the moment that you know you're unstoppable, the moment that you know that you're a diamond and I'm rare and I can't just show up in every conversation so I could be drained and taken. And that's why now, the more rare I become, the more valuable I become. So when they see me, he's the next underdog. That's why when the Mamba was alive, they were confused. Basketball was in limbo because MJ is alive, Michael Jordan's alive, and he should be the greatest of all time, but we're watching greatness. Confused, like we don't know what to say. Who is the best? Who's the greatest? Because what? Kobe Bryant said, even after I win, like even every time I lose, I can't just get off the court. I got to stay and make sure I practice when everybody's gone so that I can become the best, not just of what I do, but so I can master my craft. So that's why they know when Gershom speaks, when I show up, this guy's got something that's going to transform you. Now that you're healed, I'm trying to give you something to sustain you. Think about what I'm giving you. I want you, if you use it and you tailor it and you put it to your life, in your book business, whatever you're trying to do to make money, that's why you're not making money.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your sounds. Thank you for this vibration. Thank you for bringing us into this now moment so that we can bring this to an end. This is such a priceless conversation.
Absolutely. And definitely needed. Let's go.
I don't know how long I've got, Jennifer, but I'm done.
Yeah, Gershom, yeah, you could finish off. It's okay.
Yeah.
Finish off and then close us out, Gersh. Close us out.
With every ear that's listening, with every voice, with every soul, you are healed. And I affirm you. You are transformed and you're getting to your next level. And now you walk as if you are. You run as if you are. You move as if you are. You talk as if you are. This is not a joke. I don't just show up and do this because I told you, when I'm in live, when I'm in your presence, there's something happening. Right now, I'm actually on fire. I can feel the heat. I can feel the spirit. I know there is something happening here. And you'll never be the same. So today, I want you to say, just write the word down. I've spoken. You might have to watch this back because I give you a lot of nuggets. But you're not the same person anymore. You are healed. You are transformed. And if you do every step I give you, I guarantee you, you'll never be the same. My name is Gershom Allen, aka Dr. G Love Motivator. I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Jenny, for having me. You know what time it is. It's always knockout time when I show up because that's what one opportunity.
Thank you all.
As usual, Gersh. Amazing, powerful. Thank you for closing us out, Gersh. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
thank you for showing out.
Wow. I manifested that. I just want you to know I manifested that. You guys can thank me.
We're all healing and transforming because of this last one. Thank you, Gershom. We appreciate you. Thanks for showing up.
Awesome. Oh my goodness. Beautiful.
So there, wherever you are. Hey, Garnet Thompson, I saw you, man. Good to see you, bro.
What's up, Gershom? Thank you.
See the people behind the voice. I appreciate you. As I said, we're on to something amazing here, and I know if you can save this bit and send it to me, if you do something, I know the world needs to see.
I got you. You'll get it. You'll get a copy, Gersh.
At midnight, something happens. Believe me, at midnight, something happens. And I know some of you are creeping up on the midnight hour. You know, what I do, I want to tell you a little secret, what I do at midnight, every single night. E.T. say, you know why I'm up at 3 a.m., but I'm beating him to up at 12 a.m. Midnight. I'm up when the earth shifts, when God is coming down. Because I believe, this is just me, I'm going to give you something spiritual. I believe the I am, God, comes down at every midnight. Go and read the book. Go and read the book. Every midnight, something happens. And he's coming down at midnight. Every time the world turns into a new day, he enters into a new circuit at midnight. And I'll give you another one at the crack of dawn. Like when you look outside and you see that mist, like if you go outside and you hear those kind of, he's there. And what you do now, you don't ask for anything. Come on, I want to teach you. Don't ask. Like seriously, don't ask. He comes to give you something. You listen. Just listen. Like just forget about the bills. Like at midnight, just forget about the money. Forget about the relationship. Forget about the heartache, and just listen. And what happens now? You will hear. And when you hear it, do it. It's that simple. You might have to forgive somebody. You might have to pick the phone up and make that sale. You might have to go and just do it. And when you do that, let me, it is levels to money. It's levels to making greatness. So if it's not right inside, you can't get, whether you want to believe, if it's not right inside here, it's not right outside there. So Garnet, I'm glad I see you. I'm trying to scroll to see if anybody else I see. I appreciate you guys for being on the live. As I said, you know what time it is. It's always knockout time. I'm done speaking, Jennifer.
You're good, Gersh. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Oh, amazing. Thank you, Gershom. Appreciate it. Everybody, that is the end of the second annual Global Healing Motivational Summit. Thank you all for a phenomenal summit. Love you all.
Wow.
Thank you.
What a blessing.
Have a great night, everybody.
From London. I love you guys, man.
Thanks, Gersh.
Love you
Thanks,
too.
everybody. Have a great
Bye-bye,
one.
everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.